Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting of Tuesday, October the 5th, 2021. It's just a committee meeting today. No final decisions will be made, only recommendations that will go to our regular council meeting on October 19th. I do want to just inform everyone that according to our new vaccination policy, where you have to be vaccinated or a negative test to attend council chambers, everyone in council is compliant. And the staff that are present are compliant as well, so thank you. We'll call the meeting to order. I will ask for a motion of the adoption of the agenda as amended, please, which includes the deletion of report ED 2021-034, a signature expense program, an early budget request. That report has been moved. So if I can get a mover, Councillor O'Reilly and Elmsley. Questions? All in favor? That's passed. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest on today's agenda? Seeing none, we'll move right into deputations. Our first deputation is regarding an encroachment associated with 69 Rose Street in Pleasant Point. Mr. Peter Clark, are you there, sir?
I am, sir. How are you today?
I'm good. We can hear you just fine. So just a reminder that deputations have 5 minutes, and please go ahead, sir.
Okay, I read this and I've practiced it so many times that I'm about 5 minutes and 30 seconds, if you can indulge me that. Good afternoon, Mayor Latham and members of council. I have come to council today to ask for your help in solving a problem that my family and I have. We have applied to purchase the unopened road allowance between 67 and 69 Rose Street, Pleasant Point, and we very much appreciate the opportunity to provide this deputation in support of this request. We realize that in the grand scheme of things and in terms of issues and decisions council must deal with on a regular basis, this is not a large issue, but from my family's perspective, the outcome is crucial to our plans going forward. I'll start with a little history for context. My great-grandfather was one of the original owners of Pleasant Point, purchasing 61 Rose Street around 1908. Our family have been residents since that time, and our grandchildren are 6th generation. My father sold his interest in the family property to his sister and purchased number 69 on the unassumed section of Rose Street in the late 1970s. I took over the property from him in 2005. The cottage was built in the 1930s and has been in its original location for over 90 years. Over the years, the cottage has suffered deterioration as a result of its resting directly on the ground. It has become evident that lifting and installing a proper foundation is necessary to preserve the structural integrity of the building. We therefore began researching the requirements needed to facilitate these improvements. We've had a survey completed as suggested by Mr. Harding from the planning department. I sent a copy of the survey for your review. The survey shows that our building, built in the 1930s, 40 years before we had ownership, encroaches on the unopened road allowance called Lane E that borders our property on the western side. This unopened road allowance exists between the unassumed portions of Rose Street and unassumed portion of Jesse Avenue, and as such does not directly connect to water, and water access is provided by the footpath known as Jesse Avenue. There are 5 road allowances in the original plan of Pleasant Point. These provide access to Sturgeon Lake and Jesse Avenue for residents from the south side of Rose Street that do not own waterfront properties. 4 of these road allowances provide and properly serve their connecting purpose, as they are all commonly used and maintained by the residents who use them, not the city. The 5th road allowance, Lane E, which runs off the unassumed section of Rose Street, is the property we are interested in purchasing. I appreciate that Councillor Ashmore came for a site visit, as it's difficult to get a clear understanding of the unique situation from the plans, pictures, and survey included in our supporting documents. The pictures included demonstrate how truly unused and overgrown the road allowance is. We like the natural look because it suits the aesthetic of the neighborhood. And we wouldn't change it, but not having ownership prevents us from obtaining a building permit to restore our property. I would ask the council consider these facts when considering our request to declare this property surplus. Rose Street is a very narrow, dead-end lane used solely by the residents. all properties located on the unassumed section of Rose Street from number 63 through to the end of 89 are waterfront lots on Sturgeon Lake and are also deeded ownership of 50 feet south of Rose Street into the marsh at the end of Kennedy Bay. This ensures that the south side of Rose Street will remain undeveloped and Lane E will remain unused and not required. I have been a resident of Pleasant Point for 64 years. 42 of those years have been spent at 69 Rose Street. And as shown in the included pictures, this road allowance has never been used. It's always been overgrown. There's never even been a footpath on it. This proposed sale has been discussed with our neighbors. All are in favor of our being able to purchase the property. I also have a copy of an email from Realty Services to Councillor Ashmore dated July 12th of this year, which states the following. Realty Services recommends proceeding with the sale, given that there are multiple access points between Rose Street and Jesse Avenue, and that the sale price be set at the higher of the appraised value or $23 per linear foot. And lastly, we began this process in 2017 with the intention to renovate to allow my wife and I to spend more time at the property in retirement and to provide a sound cottage for the future generations of our family to enjoy. Declaring this road allowance surplus would in no way limit water access and would not limit the use of the property going forward because there's never been any use of the property. It's a completely overgrown patch of land. Our inability to obtain a building permit can be solved if this property were declared surplus and allow the sale as recommended by Realty Services. I hope that I've given you a clear understanding of the importance this issue holds for my family and that this sale would in no way damage the public or city. And we thank you again for this opportunity to provide this deputation. Thank you very much. If anybody has any questions, I'd be more than willing to answer any.
Thanks, Peter. I appreciate that. I'll just get a motion to receive to start, and then we'll see if there's any questions for you. Councillor Dunn
Certainly.
and Ashmore. Any questions? I guess I have one, Peter, just for clarity. I'm a little bit confused because your note says Realty Services recommends proceeding with the sale, and yet you're here asking us to proceed with the sale. So I'm not, if they're proceeding with the sale, why are you in front of council?
Well, what I'm looking for is this was a copy of an email that was forwarded to me. So I never received that personally from Realty Services. This was one that was sent to Councillor Ashmore, and he and I have been communicating about this. And so when we went to the land management team back in 2017, the request was declined because it would deny access to water. Well, this land doesn't actually access water. Jesse Avenue does. So I went back at it in 2019 because after talking to planning, I realized that I really can't do anything to this property that we've had for 40 years that's been in the same location for 90 years. I need a building permit and I can't get that with the encroachment. So that's why I'm back saying if this property were declared surplus and I were allowed to purchase it, that would solve my problem, and it really doesn't damage the city's position really in any way. This patch of land has never been used for anything but growing trees.
Okay, thank you.
And it's about,
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you. I'll see if there's any other questions. That's good. Any other questions for the deputant? We have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. I think we should maybe consider a follow-up motion to refer to Realty Services for a report back by the end of 2021. It seems like it's already in process, so maybe we can just speed up that report coming back to council. Are you okay with that? Councillor Richardson and Elmsley, any questions on that? Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Through you to Peter. Would that time frame work for you as far as wanting to obtain a building permit and get working on the structure itself? Like, would that give you enough time?
Well, I mean, I'm in the position right now that I'm retiring hopefully at the end of 2 years is my plan to retire. I was hoping that any renovations could be done by that time. As I said, we've started this process in 2017 and COVID and all sorts of other issues. We're finally trying to get it sorted out. And, the sooner I can get a building permit, the sooner I can start getting plans drawn up. Because see, right now, I can't even draw a plan because I don't know what lot I've got to deal with. So I'm kind of in limbo. And the sooner I can get a decision, I'd like it. But I don't want to put any pressure on anybody. I'm not trying to raise any hackles here. I'm just trying to solve a problem and keep the building in the same location it's been for 90 years.
And we'll turn it around as quick as we can, but I think council needs all the
I
information.
appreciate that.
Council needs all the information in front of them before they can make a decision.
I
Sounds like we're
totally
already
understand that,
heading-
and as I said, I'm not trying to push anybody.
Okay.
Do it at your time and schedule. The sooner I know, then I can make some plans going forward.
Okay, thank
And the
you.
quicker I can get it done before I retire.
Councillor Dunn, you had a question?
Yeah, just a quick one, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the deputant. Mr. Clark, this has nothing to do with the walkway that walks, where people walk along the front of the lakefront properties?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm good.
Jesse Avenue ends at my property line, at my western property line. I'm one of those old school folks that I used to run the path in barefoot as a kid, and I hope my grandkids can do the same. This does not cover Jesse Avenue. The part in front of this road allowance that I'm asking to purchase, that part of Jesse Avenue will be untouched. It will still exist. It will be as it is right now.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, is everybody clear on the motion? Did you want to clarify anything, Ron?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so as I understand, there's some conflicting policy, so we'll come back to council with that option because there is a policy to not dispose of land that leads to water. But having said that, I think practically speaking, you've heard the description, so it would make some sense. So that's what you're going to get in a report coming back. The other will be process because we still will have to declare it surplus, do what we need to do public facing. So a timeline to close this transaction will not happen overnight. But certainly it's something that after we get direction
I
from council
expected
could
that.
go from there.
Okay, thank you. Ron, go ahead.
Thank you. And just to add to that, I've been there and I've seen the survey stake, and basically 1/3 of their house is on city land. So they need to have this dealt with in order, obviously, to get a building permit. And the neighbors, they've consulted the neighbors and they've worked with the neighborhood, and this in no way will impede the access of Jesse Avenue, because this is a north-south access. There's 5 of them, as Mr. Clark mentioned. There's 5 accesses to get from Rose Street to Jesse Avenue. So, yeah, look forward to the report. Thank you.
Okay, so everybody's clear on the motion. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, Peter, for joining us. We'll turn this around as quick as we can. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies, and you have a good day as well.
Thank you. We'll move right into item 4.2, our second deputation, which is an objection to listing a property on the Heritage Register, 45 Sussex Street North in Lindsay. Regarding item 7.8 on the agenda, John Machek, who I believe has no video, and Emma Zukowska. I don't know if Emma's on board with us, but John, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, thank you.
Okay, John, we can hear you just fine, so you got 5 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Terrific. Mr. Mayor, councilors, and other attendees, my name is John Motzet, and my wife is Emma Zukowska, and we're the owners of 45 Sussex Street North. A few weeks ago, we arrived home from vacation to discover a notice that our house was about to be placed on a heritage listing. Having a limited idea of what the ramifications were, we first asked not to be listed, and secondly, for an extension so that we could analyze what this meant. We explained that we were away and that we needed some time, but we were denied this simple courtesy. There is no process, no procedures that allowed us to object before going to the Committee of the Whole. Lack of transparency and the lack of upfront, immediately available disclosure of the implications, definitions, legislation, guidelines, and similar relevant aspects is a procedural weakness, and it's unfair. It was a mad scramble to put together the analysis that we delivered to City Hall and that each of you should have received and hopefully read. Apologies for the analysis. It's rough, but again, we didn't have sufficient time. One of the first things we did was to review the roster of properties up for consideration. And it immediately jumped out that there was a uniform theme of old British type properties. A review of past property inclusions revealed a similar trend. We asked ourselves, how could this be in this day and age, where even the most basic diversity training course would have shown us how emphasis on one particular culture or history is exclusionary? And then it hit us. My wife, Emma, has a strong accent, having moved to Canada from Poland. She's constantly asked where she is from. One time at a service call at the house, my wife informed me that she had been asked if she was the cleaning lady. Nothing wrong with being a cleaning lady with an accent, but don't these type of questions arise because of local prejudices? As you will note from our submission, even the Lindsay Advocate has picked up on this theme. How can Black or Indigenous people feel welcome in a British-centric environment? My wife is a mother and a chartered accountant who speaks 4 languages and has worked extensively in Dubai, in London, England, and played a major role in refurbishing nuclear reactors in Ontario. She even spends time teaching for junior achievement. Why is this amazing person not accepted here? We noted in our submission that our property has been illegally entered into several times, with minor damage and minor items taken. We want to be secure, and we don't want any attention drawn to our property. It would be an easy matter for our place to be scouted out by previous miscreants under the pretext of heritage sightseeing. We want to feel safe, we want to be safe, and listing our property will not work in our favor in this regard. As chartered accountants, it's easy for us to challenge the assumption in the literature sent to us that our property value won't change with listing. Neither of us would be surprised to see a study supporting this position or any other. But, and it's a big but, common sense tells us, all things being equal, an encumbered property will always be worth less than an unencumbered one. We realize that the city wants to attract economic development through tourism and so on, but this comes with a price that we believe is paid by the constituents who own listed and heritage properties. Retirees, such as ourselves, who move here, realize that when we get older, we may need to sell in order to move to assisted living. Our property that we paid full value for and that is currently unencumbered is now subject to a decrease in value through actions over which we have no control. We submit that this is an unjust, uncompensated, unreasonable seizure of our property rights. We're not architects nor cultural experts. Our friend, however, is a professor of architecture. But due to professional considerations, we can only note that parts of our house are vastly different from the front. Architecturally, we have a hodgepodge house, and on this ground, seek to have it excluded from the list. We have been fortunate enough to get a decent history of the previous owners and can safely say that no prime ministers, no international artists, or anything of the like have ever lived here. Therefore, from a heritage cultural analysis, there's absolutely nothing significant here. We submit that our reasons not to be listed are valid. The reasons noted now and in more detail in our submission include procedural unfairness, lack of diversity, personal security, potentially misleading valuation information, and uncompensated seizure, as well as, but not limited to, missing heritage attributes. We respectfully request that our property not be placed on any heritage listing. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I'm just going to get a motion to receive your deputation, Councillor Dunn and Elmsley. Are there any questions for the deputant? John, have you spoken with our heritage officer, Emily Turner, about this listing?
Yes, we've had an email exchange, an extensive one, actually.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. John will deal with this. We have a report coming up later on our agenda with all the listings, so we'll take your comments into consideration and make a recommendation later on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move down to item 4.3, which is an objection to listing a property on the Heritage Register, St. Luke's Anglican Church, Burnt River. Again, related to item 7.8 on the agenda, Mr. William Gray and a Pat Stainland. There you are. Can you hear me okay, folks?
Yes, thank you.
And we can hear you just fine. So again, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Perhaps I'll begin then. I wanted to say in the beginning that I thank Councillor Kathleen Seymour Fagan and Deputy Clerk Sarah for their assistance in conversations and helping us navigate through the concerns that we have about this particular listing. I think no one values their property more than we do. Churches take great pride of ownership in our facilities and buildings and architecture. And we take some pride in the fact that the church in St. Luke's Burnt River has been well maintained. But we don't regard our properties essentially as museums. We see them as living entities that have a living presence, and that's where their value is. Our property houses a place of worship in Burnt River, primarily that is seasonal. Our worship extends from the spring to the autumn and is usually closed in the winter. And our membership is both local, but also many cottage residents in Burnt River and in 4 Mile Lake. And many of our residents live in Toronto in the off season. Primarily, we see churches not only as houses of worship and places of active ministry, but they are locations where much community involvement and community service takes place. Collectively as a whole, I wouldn't target just Burnt River, but Anglican churches and faith communities throughout Kawartha Lakes usually are multi-purpose and house a variety of services, whether it becomes self-help groups like AA or food security programs such as food helps, or daycares, or exercise groups or therapy groups in art, or for support groups for Alzheimer's and dementia. The list goes on of the potential multi-purposes. We have found through experience that heritage listing is a very short path to heritage designation. And heritage designation, which is almost inevitable, I would contend after listing, hampers a building in terms of choices that you can make over renovations and upkeep and repair, as well as entering into partnerships with community developers. There are times when even to make the whole enterprise of the church economically viable, we need to partner with community groups who bring additional resources in order to keep the property site viable. And heritage listing, as you heard in the previous deputation, very quickly scares away any developers or purchasers or other people that might want to be involved. We have a large property in Burnt River, and it's not inconceivable that we might want to even sell off a lot that would assist us economically in keeping the whole enterprise going, because our ultimate goal is to keep churches living and active. And heritage listing discourages any such development or purchase. The other thing I would like to know is I'm really at a loss looking at the criteria and the information that has been shared with us as to how this little church out in Burnt River was singled out for heritage listing. Out of all the churches and heritage properties potentially that exist throughout the municipality. It's not a 19th century church building. It was built in the 20th century. It's in good shape and an attractive building, but I would say from a heritage point of view is largely unremarkable. And one of our smallest churches and one of our smallest communities. It is well kept and highly functional, but I would suggest that at the end of the day, in terms of facade and interior, it's unremarkable in terms of having this kind of priority over heritage listing over all the other properties. I'd also like to know if anybody on the Heritage Committee or that was involved in this recommendation, or if Emily Turner or any of the staff or counselors that are involved in this process have ever visited the site, and more importantly, have ever been inside the church. My guess is no. And so I'm at a loss to know why this property was singled out for heritage listing. I'd like to allow some time for Pat to say a few words if she'd like.
Bill, I think you've covered it all very well. I agree with you that the latter part of what you've just said is foremost in my mind, whether the members of the committee or any of them have actually walked through the church, let alone been to a service there. That is questionable. The other thing is that when I received the letter, being the warden, Bill's warden, I received it, and the church, and it was addressed to the St. Luke's Anglican Church, but it said care of Mona Hanley. The Hanleys have been very strong supporters of St. Luke's Church, and yet Mona Hanley has been dead for a lot of years. So that's why I really question, does the committee really know who St. Luke is, what St. Luke's is, and the fact of its importance in the community and its service to the community? But Bill, I think you've covered everything.
Okay.
Perhaps I should add that while my primary responsibility as the priest in charge is for St. Luke's Burnt River and is local, I have been asked to make this deputation also on behalf of the Diocese of Toronto, which is the chief property owner. And so I represent not only St. Luke's Burnt River in making this deputation, but the Anglican Diocese of Toronto.
Okay, thanks, folks. I'll just get a motion to receive your deputation. We'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Seymour Fagan and O'Reilly, any questions for the deputant? Councillor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Thanks very much, and I have been in the church on a couple of occasions for different functions. What is your, I mean, other than being the local priest, what is your role as representing the diocese, I guess I would ask?
Well, I'm representing the diocese simply as their emissary, as the local priest. But I will say that in my previous employ, I was the executive archdeacon of the Diocese of Montreal, and dealing with heritage buildings, designations, and property development was a chief part of my portfolio in being the chief administrative officer of the Diocese of Montreal.
Thank you. Any further questions? Have you, since you were contacted about the listing, have you spoken with our heritage officer, Emily Turner?
No, but I believe our property manager from the Diocese of Toronto, Wendy Pearson, has spoken to Emily.
Okay.
And,
well, we'll have a conversation with Emily when we get to this report later in our agenda. So thank you very much for joining us today. We have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, folks. Appreciate you coming today.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move down to item 4.4 on the agenda, which is an objection to listing a property on the Heritage Register, Christchurch, 62 King Street East in Omemee. Again, item 7.8 on the agenda. Mr. Peter Mills, there you are. Mr. Mills, can you hear me okay?
I can indeed, Mayor Latham.
Yep, we can.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Yep, we got five.
Can
Go
you
ahead.
hear me? Okay. I'm going to keep this short and to the point. We are, we're declining your kind offer to list Christchurch, Omemee, 62 King Street East, Omemee, on the heritage list of properties. And for the reasons that William Gray just named and articulated, we see no advantage to this, and only down the road potential limitation of our freedom to develop the property as we see fit. So I have exchanged emails with Emily Turner, and I've exchanged emails with her, and I've spoken to Ron Ashmore. And so he's abreast of the situation and of our desires, and he was most helpful in all of that. So I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mills. As previous, we have a report on our agenda later today. We'll have a conversation with Emily and see what we can do. I'll need a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Elmsley and Ashmore. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, all in favor? That's passed. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you taking the time to join us today.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Okay, we'll move down to item 4.5 on our agenda, which is the dock encroachment policy and the Cedar Glen community. Item 7.4 on the agenda. Mr. Gareth Jones is back with us. Mr. Jones, you have 2.5 minutes because we heard from you a month ago, so go ahead, sir.
Okay, I cut my dialogue in half knowing that, so I probably won't use it all up. But good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and staff. I'm here representing the front lot owners of Cedar Glen to express their concerns and also their gratitude. But firstly, congratulations to the CKL team on their success in obtaining the ownership of the road allowance on Cedar Glen. It was a long time coming, and we're all grateful for the accomplishment. Also like to personally thank Sherry Dyer, Robin Carlson, and Ron Ashmore for their time, patience, and professionalism when discussing this issue over the past several months. Our latest meeting was just last Friday. It was also refreshing to find the CKL level of participation in contradicting the stereotypical perception of government cooperation. It was a pleasure to work with this group. The definition of front lot owners and back lot owners is very confusing. The 11 backlot owners are owners of the properties immediately behind the 11 front lot owners and only between the two perpendicular to lake sections of Cedar Glen Road. All 22 property owners are directly south of the waterfront. Sherry Dyer, Robin Carlson, and I discussed this and agreed that owners outside of this area should be identified as neighboring lot owners and should not be considered for entitlement to dock space along the newly acquired shoreline. Currently, and as per staff report, there are 25 available dock spaces along the shore. This calculation considers the two 66-foot public access points at the corners. Each front lot owner is entitled to a dock space. This leaves 14 available opportunities for true back lot owners to take advantage. 3 of the 14 spaces would be taken up by trees, bushes, and shrubbery blocking access to any dock along that shoreline. This decreases the total number of available spaces to 22. We, the front lot owners, Sherry and Robin, have collectively agreed to support providing dock space for all 11 backlot owners, eventually through easements granted to the combined 22 front and backlot owners. Both front and backlot owners would ensure compliance, thereby removing the responsibility of management from CKL. The easement concept satisfies the needs and concerns of the vast majority of the community residents and does not interfere with road operations at all. This also removes the overcrowding, congestion, parking, and safety concerns. The first stage of this revitalization program of Cedar Glen is the stabilization of the waterfront. Legitimate users would remain and eligible users would be removed. A 6-foot or larger space between adjacent docks and boat lifts will be maintained. Until the mentioned easement arrangement can be put into effect, both front and back lot owners will agree to a 5 or 10-year licensing term with the intention of having these licensing terms terminated as soon as the easement arrangement can be registered on title, which is expected within 4 years. There's a lot of work to be undertaken by the city, which Robin and Sherry are prepared to complete. All costs will be passed on to the 22 front and back lot owners. The 400-meter distance mentioned in the dock encroachment policy would not apply, as any properties outside of the two perpendicular to lake road sections are not eligible for dock space whatsoever. All true backlot owners are less than 400 meters away from their docks. The front lot owners have engaged a lawyer and a surveyor, J.D. Barnes, to assist in this endeavor and are willing to assist with costs incurred by CKL to orchestrate the transition that we discussed for the 5 or 10-year licensing term onto the registration of the easements. Licensing requires less ongoing CKL management, compliance enforcement, liability, and dispute resolution.
I just get you to wrap it up, Mr. Jones, please. Just get you to wrap it up, please.
Okay. When I first arrived at the Cedar Glen community, it was by far the most friendly, neighborly community that I'd come across, and seeking out my cottage purchase. It has deteriorated so much since then. The current problem started as a single neighborly gesture, allowing neighboring residents to install docks in front of the front lot owners' properties. Over time, this has developed into a sense of entitlement of the neighboring property owners. The values in Cedar Glen have not gone up at the same rate as other cottage communities. In real estate circles, the Estonia and Cedar Glen have become known as the Kawartha ghettos, mostly due to the dock issues and overcrowding. This is our time and opportunity to remedy the situation for the sake of the community and its residents. Thank you all very much for the consideration for this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I get a motion to receive, please. We'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Dunn and Elmsley, any questions for the deputant? Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Jones. You mentioned about the 400 meters, whether the rest of the shoreline is owned by a private group outside of those 11 lots, or it's owned by the city and leased out from the city. The 400 meter rule or potential rule, that would affect a lot of people. Like, would you have any flexibility, or what's your comment on that 400 meter? Because there's a lot of people that are beyond that 400 meters that would be automatically disqualified from getting a dock either renewed or even leased.
Well, actually, if I can give you a scope on that, the 400 meter ruling would take the road up around the bend in behind the front lot owners that the road runs behind their properties. That would take it halfway along the length of the upper part of Cedar Glen Road. That would allow an awful lot of people to come in. There are 22 spaces available, and there are 22 lots between the front lot and the back lot. I'm not sure how we could possibly fit any further beyond the perpendicular sections of road that leads to the water. And then, in all fairness, how do you decide who they might be? Would it be based on age of ownership or use, or would it be how long they've lived in the? You know what I mean? It's just opening a can of worms that would be problematic. Right now, using the 22 calculation, it's perfect for the front and the back lot owners of the true shoreline area.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any further questions for the deputant? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, item 4.6 is next on our agenda. Deputation request of Flato Developments regarding a minister's zoning order. Item 7.3 on the agenda, Mr. Brian Walsh. Hi, Mr. Walsh. Can you hear me okay?
I can indeed. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. You
Great.
got 5 minutes, sir. Please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor and esteemed members of council, I am grateful to have this opportunity to address a matter of Flato Development's request for ministerial zoning order. The developer seeks your support of this request, and I'm here to urge you to deny such support for 3 reasons. Number 1, the developer has presented no grounds in support of the request. An MZO is a zoning tool that bypasses local planning documents and municipal governance in order to get a project moving more quickly than following the normal municipal process would allow. For a developer to seek the support of council in applying for an MZO is a big ask. And as such, it should be accompanied by a series of very good arguments as to why this project is so unique and so crucially important that it should receive the kind of wide-ranging permission entailed in an MZO. But you will look in vain for any such grounds in Flato documentation. Indeed, the only reason given for this request to be found is in the letter to the provincial minister, in which Flato's lawyer writes that the purpose of this MZO request is to facilitate the development of this project. Now, why would you need an extraordinary device like an MZO to facilitate development when the city's planning, engineering, housing, economic development, and infrastructure departments are all designed to precisely facilitate such development? There are no grounds offered in the Flato documentation for this extraordinary request because it is quite simply without grounds. Without grounds, it is difficult to ascertain whether this project is good for the city of Kawartha Lakes or not. But if we consider the general outlines of this project in light of 2 of our most important planning documents, the official plan and the housing and homelessness plan, then it becomes clear that granting an MZO would make it impossible for the city to ensure that this development complies with these plans. So my second point is that the Flato project is not sufficiently in sync with the City of Kawartha Lake's planning vision. I'll be brief on this with a series of quick points. A, the official plan prioritizes intensive building and redevelopment within the existing human settlement area, including on brownfield sites and with suitable existing and planned infrastructure. This project is on a greenfield site without present or planned infrastructure and does not represent an intensification of development within the human settlement area. B, the official plan designates urban settlement boundaries precisely to inhibit urban sprawl. The Flato project is outside the urban settlement boundary of Lindsay. To expand such boundaries, the plan stipulates that it must be demonstrated that projected growth cannot happen within the urban settlement boundary. No such thing has been demonstrated that would justify an MZO for this project. C, the official plan is intentional about protecting prime agricultural land from non-agricultural uses such as housing developments. The Flato project is on land that is zoned prime agricultural. And it is curious that the Flato documents never identify the present zoning in either their images or their maps or their descriptions of the land as prime agricultural. D, the official plan seeks to ensure access to housing for all segments of the population, including families, seniors, people with disabilities, and citizens who need independent and/or supportive living. There is no talk of folks with disabilities or in need of supportive housing in this proposal. E, the official plan stipulates that 25% of all new development is to be affordable, or it's to be for affordable and low to moderate income households. As it stands, this project does very little to move towards that 25% benchmark. An MZO would make it impossible for the city to insist that Flato provide the amount of affordable housing stipulated in our official plan. Given this sampling of ways in which the Flato development is out of sync with the planning vision articulated in these foundational documents, it is clear that not only are there no compelling reasons to support this request for an MZO, there are a host of reasons for the city to want to maintain a position of planning authority in relation to this project and thereby have room for leverage with the developer. An MZO strips the city of such authority. This leads to my final point, the diminishment of council's responsibility. The concern of this council is good governance, wise management of city assets, protection of prime agricultural land, and the provision of good and truly affordable housing to all segments of our population. Mr. Mayor and members of council, you have been elected by your constituents to enhance and protect the common good of our communities. That is the role, indeed, the sacred calling of city government. An MZO would inhibit the city of any participation in the planning and implementation of this development. Once granted, Flato has no obligation whatsoever to consult with city staff, abide by the official plan, or meet requests for affordable housing and necessary services and infrastructure. They may well do all those things. They may well commit to all those things, but there's nothing binding them to them. Surrendering proper municipal oversight and direction for this development amounts to a diminishment of municipal governance. This council has a long tradition of carefully considering what is best for the municipality, and you have usually decided wisely. So rather than handing over control of this land to a corporation, I urge you to continue with your careful oversight and work together with the team at Flato to plan the best possible use of these lands. As such, I urge you to deny this request from Flato Development to support their MZO request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. We appreciate that. I'll just get a motion to receive and we'll see if there's any questions for you. Councillor Vale and Richardson. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your presentation today. Mr. Walsh, do you represent just yourself, or do you represent a group of individuals or a company or corporation?
I represent myself.
And where do you live?
I live in Cameron.
In Cameron? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Any further
I might
questions?
also add that I have written one book and numerous articles on the themes of housing and homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any further questions? As you know, Mr. Walsh, we're going to deal with this later on our agenda, so thank you for sharing your concerns with us. We have a motion to receive. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, sir. Okay, item 4.7 on the agenda is another deputation request. I'm going to move that, put that one on hold, and we're going to move it down to the report 7.3. So when we've got the report in front of us, we can hear from the group at Flato. So I'm just going to put that one on hold for now. Item 5, we have no correspondence. We're going to move right into our presentations. Our first presentation is item 6.1, the Trails Master Plan presentation. I believe our director, Craig Shanks, and Jen Johnson are going to join us. I'm going to turn it over to you, Craig. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hello to council and staff and others on the line. Just as a quick introduction, so the Trails Master Plan has been initiated and the contract has been awarded to CEMA as our external consultant that will lead the project. They have already begun to move forward with it, and this presentation is meant to provide council with an update as to how the project will move forward. Claire Bedinsky of CEMA was going to be with us today to present to council the actual presentation on the plan. But unfortunately, due to some unforeseen circumstances, Claire could not make it. So manager Jen Johnson of Parks and Rec will walk council through the presentation itself. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jen. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. If we can just get the presentation. Perfect. That's great. Thanks. So thanks for allowing us, what was going to be Claire and I, but for me to have the opportunity to provide an update on the status for the Trails Master Plan. So if we can go into the first slide, that would be great. The intent of the presentation is to provide an overview of the work completed to date, highlight some of the preliminary input received and how it will be considered throughout the process, and identify key technical steps and considerations that will inform the development of a citywide trail strategy for the next 10 plus years. Next slide. The Trails Master Plan update was initiated in July of this year, and it is anticipated to be completed in the spring of 2022. The plan uses an iterative approach that builds upon a strong foundation of past policies, plans, design guidance, and programming undertaken by the city and its partners. This project will be completed in 3 technical phases and will be informed and confirmed through a robust engagement process. Starting with the successful launch of the Jump in Kawartha page, we will use engagement as a means of building community trust and buy-in to the process and outcomes, generating interest and capacity to support implementation, and lastly, to create a greater understanding of the existing and future trail opportunities within Kawartha Lakes. Next slide. In 2006, the first Trails Master Plan was developed and adopted. At the time, the plan worked through a significant engagement process to develop a document to support planning, design, and implementation of trails leading into 2015. While the content of the original plan resonated with the community, decision makers, and stakeholders, some components need to be reviewed and revisited. Over 15 years have passed since the original document was adopted, and a number of changes have occurred when it comes to the way the municipality has grown, the trail interests and needs of the community members, design practices, and overall community priorities. The Trails Master Plan update provides city staff and decision makers with an opportunity to review the previous content in the context of what has been achieved and what still needs to be undertaken. We anticipate that through the review, there will be elements of the original plan that will be maintained, that will need to be adapted for additional guidance and content to support implementation, that will require an upgrade to reflect the new guidelines and best and comparable practices, and those that will be considered brand new based on the community needs and opportunities and trends that have emerged. Next slide. As noted previously, the basis of our process is to be engagement focused and engagement first where possible. Staff have prepared and launched a project page on the Jump In platform. As part of the page, we have launched 2 interactive online engagement tools, a survey, and that is to gain an understanding of trail uses and needs, and an interactive mapping tool to identify specific locations in the city where there is high trail use and or opportunities for improvement. After just 1 week with the page live, over 51 responses to the survey have been received. Of those responses, 61% were aware of the original Trails Master Plan, and 85% of those respondents participated in the last project. Some highlights of the responses so far include a higher representation of permanent residents to seasonal residents, with greater percentage of respondents coming from major communities or built up areas. An acknowledgement of the successes of the 2006 plan, including strategic trail improvements and user-focused efforts. A significant need for long-term commitment, specifically funding and capacity to support the implementation of a trails plan. And continued conflict between trail users with the need to tackle and mitigate conflict through design and management. Next slide. The survey remains open and accessible for additional comments. The 51 respondents that have provided feedback so far have provided the following information. Those that participate are frequent users of the trail system, with the majority of users indicating a preference for more active forms of recreation. The trails are considered a destination unto themselves, and individuals will travel a range of distances to get to a trail for the overall experience. The barriers identified in highest priority connect directly with the future vision of trails. For example, the top barrier is identified as safety concerned, and a desired future of trails in Kawartha Lakes is providing opportunities for safe and accessible trail experiences. Lastly, many of the trail users are historic users, identifying trail use by memory. This is excellent, but shows a gap in the potential for trail promotion and outreach driven by city and municipal partners. Next slide. In addition to the survey results, we have received 33 points noted on the interactive mapping tool. So the focus of most of these comments is missing trail linkages to known trail routes, which tend to be informal as well as major destinations. There is significant interest in connecting the major built-up areas and with surrounding communities, as well as conservation areas which are not under municipal jurisdiction. The interactive mapping tool is only one of the ways we have reached network specific comments. We have been receiving numerous comments via email from community members, which also help us to better understand how the trails are functioning and potential needs for improvement and enhancement. Next slide. So what does this mean for the Trails Master Plan update? We're really not looking to reinvent the wheel, but we do recognize that there are opportunities for improvement. This starts with a review of the core foundation of any master plan, which is the vision, the objectives, and the recommendations. We want to understand what has worked, what requires improvement, and what is missing. This slide represents the original 2006 vision, objectives, and recommendations. The questions posed are what we have been asking ourselves, what we will be asking stakeholders and technical agencies at upcoming engagement activities, as well as members of the public. The process and rationale for change will be clearly documented through this update process. Next slide. One of the core elements of a Trails Master Plan is the proposed network or system of infrastructure improvements. Kawartha Lakes is unique in that our geography is expansive, our land uses and makeup are diverse, there are major surrounding municipalities at all borders, and we have areas of environmental and cultural significance throughout. It is important to acknowledge through this process the successes that have been achieved by the city and its partners since the development of the 2006 plan. There are both existing and planned trail routes, which are the framework from which we will start the network review. There are some critical assumptions or givens that support this framework, and those include a need to align with previously adopted or accepted planned routes, a focus on off-road infrastructure, which aligns with the on-road recommendations that will be identified through the active transportation master plan process, a focus on providing trail opportunities in close proximity to major destinations, a tailored approach to user needs with a focus on comfort and safety, whether that is single or multi-use experiences, a commitment to design consistency to improve our overall experience and balance environmental impacts, and coordination with other interregional and provincial efforts to align routing and design. Next slide. At the core, our goal is to improve overall recreational mobility for the people who live in and visit Kawartha Lakes. Recreational mobility means that there is sufficient support provided to those who wish to participate in trail trips. Recreational mobility is heavily influenced by a range of factors which are very much determined by user needs, preferences, and community trends. This isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. Not everyone is solely a hiker or a cyclist or an ATV user. And in many cases, we change our use depending on the day, the weather, or the amount of time available. A commitment to recreational mobility is a statement that the City of Kawartha Lakes wants to provide and support opportunities for all, no matter the user, the use, or the time of day, or the experience. Next slide. As mentioned previously, we are using an iterative approach to network development, which is achieved through 5 steps. We have already undertaken a robust review of the approximately 300 kilometers of existing trails found within the City of Kawartha Lakes. This review includes not only municipal trails, but those trails managed by private agencies, conservation authorities, and provincial bodies. We have also been working with other departments to review the previously adopted planning documents and trail supportive initiatives to better understand those routes that are already accepted, promoted, and in some case budgeted for. Once completed, we will be exploring potential new trail opportunities while respecting the unique maintenance and management needs of existing trails, design, and phasing. The intent of this process is to provide the City of Kawartha Lakes with a master plan that establishes, confirms, and integrates a citywide vision for the future of trails while providing the necessary tools, tactics, and supports to guide day-to-day management and implementation. Ultimately, the updated master plan will provide the city and partners with a communication tool that rationalizes future investment and funding. It will also provide guidance on policies, processes, programs, practices, and partners, which have historically been some of the key challenges or barriers to implementation. Next slide. I just wanted to say thank you again for your time, and the project team looks forward to working with you over the course of this exciting project. It's just a reminder too to those, I believe it was Communications has sent a message out to council members to invite them to participate in a survey on the Jump In page. So if you have any questions or have any concerns or any thoughts on how to effectively engage or communicate throughout this project process, please feel free to contact me.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate that. I'll just get a motion to receive and we'll see if there's any questions for you. Councillor Dunn and Elmsley, any questions for Jen or Craig regarding the presentation? Sorry, Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Jen and or Craig. I've had a couple of questions from residents who want to know how they could get involved and be part of this update. Is there a way other than the surveys, or is this strictly a staff and city-run exercise?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Absolutely, there are many ways in which stakeholders, organizations, general members of the public can be involved in providing comments and feedback. The Jump In page has not just the survey and the interactive mapping tool available, but there's also areas in which comments can be provided, experiences can be shared. So the best way to be involved is to be part of that Jump In page and keep checking that for information on new ways to become involved. We really have tried to ensure the engagement program is very robust for this program, and we are looking to get as much feedback and comments on the updated plan as possible.
Thank you. One other question I have. We have incidents of dirt bikes and other motorized equipment which is not supposed to be on the trails. Is this master plan looking at a way to prevent those vehicles from being on the trail?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, we will be looking at ways in which to address those safety concerns that certainly we have been made aware of by folks in Fenelon Falls in particular about that unauthorized use along the trail. So we will be incorporating that into the plan and identifying and presenting policies and practices that will address that use.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for Jen or Craig on the thing as it rolls out? What about the steering committee, Jen? I know there's a steering committee that's going to sort of, and maybe back to Councillor Helmsley's question about, getting involved. Are there different, give us an idea of the makeup of the steering committee. I know you're trying to involve as many different user groups and stakeholders. How will that evolve out?
Through you, to you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a working group that has some council representation, as well as representation from our Parks Advisory Committee and some representation from motorized and non-motorized organizations. So that is just one group that one avenue in which we will kind of run ideas and some of our thoughts through that group. But there are stakeholder meetings, there are certainly, there's a multiple list of groups, technical agencies that we will be contacting to make sure we get information and feedback from them. So from an organization perspective, we have a very expansive list and we're planning on reaching out to those groups. From an individual perspective, it is likely I'll say it again, Jump In is probably the best tool to be able to provide that individual feedback regarding the process.
Thanks for that, Jen. Any other questions? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, folks. Appreciate the update. Okay, we'll move into our next presentation, which is item 6.2, automatic speed enforcement presentation. Mr. Joseph Kelly's going to walk us through this one. Mr. Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Joe Kelly with Engineering Technical Services. This will be a quick intro before a main presentation about automated speed enforcement. It is meant to provide an update on where we are with automated speed enforcement, or as I'll refer to it from now on, ASE. For some background, you may remember me from my greatest hits, such as traffic calming options and methodology, speed cushion pilot project, photo radar at school zones and community safety zones,
and the Traffic Management Directive proposal. At the time, the photo radar legislation had just passed. Procedures and requirements needed to be defined through provincial task force. This is now complete, and municipalities are free to implement ASE systems. Next slide, please. At the September council meeting in 2020, council made a resolution. Staff be directed to review the logistics, costs, procedures associated with the implementation of automated speed enforcement cameras in City of Kawartha Lake school zones and safety community zones. This presentation addresses that resolution. Related to, but not part of an ASE plan is the Community Area Speed Limit Project. All urban, semi-urban Community 50 zones will become 40 areas. Phase 1 and 2 is beginning this month. All but Lindsay, Fanlin Falls, and Bobcaygeon is planned for this year. The plan is to begin north and work south. The Lindsay and any remaining urban areas will begin in spring 2022. When signs are up, speed zone is legally enforceable. An example of the signs is on the slide. The aim is to educate and condition drivers to drive slower in built-up areas across CKIL, and therefore staff recommends giving drivers some time with this new reality and giving staff time to determine its effectiveness before implementing any ASE system. To facilitate a shift in drivers' behavior, our communication group has created a community area speed limit education campaign. It's phenomenal and it's live right now. 40 is the new 50. The education campaign includes dedicated project website, individual community maps to outline the roads impacted, digital and physical advertising across Kawartha Lakes, police and OPP feedback and campaign to assist with enforcement, an opportunity for community involvement through lawn signs. Here's an example of the project visuals. We have the project website for the what, why, and where, an example of a community map, and then the general advertising campaign look. That being said, how does an automated speed enforcement system work? To present on this subject, we have representatives from Redflex. Redflex is the chosen vendor by the province to administrate automated speed enforcement programs throughout the province. I thank Agnes and John for their patience getting to this point, and I turn it over to them. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Agnes Loader. Joel's unfortunately not able to be with us today, but I'll walk everyone through the presentation that I've provided. Thank you so much. There it is. So thank you for this time, Mayor, council members, and staff. Like I said, my name is Agnes Loader. I represent Redflex Traffic System. We were the awarded vendor from procurement that happened in 2019 by the City of Toronto. There was a stringent proof of performance that put us and various other vendors against one another, and our technology succeeded and was awarded this contract. And now municipalities within Ontario can piggyback off the City of Toronto contract. So next slide. This is just a brief introduction of our team. It's not just me in Ontario. Joel Smith is our implementation manager. We also have Brenda Lewis, who's our regional operations manager. And we have something like 20 to 25 technical representatives that actually physically touch the equipment and maintain it on a day-to-day. Next slide. So Redflex has been around for the past 25 years plus. We're a global organization specializing in automated speed enforcement, red light, school bus enforcement. We are currently in 4 of the 6 provinces within Canada that allow automated enforcement. We're also in, as you can see globally, we're in various countries providing various types of automated enforcement. We do have a lot of technology that's available. We also do have a lot of experience when it comes to this type of enforcement. So if there's any questions, please feel free to ask. Next slide. So the reasons behind automated enforcement. So automated speed enforcement specifically is the use of technology to detect and record image and data. We use that data to issue tickets to change driver behavior. So why speed enforcement? Vehicle speed continue to be top of my concern of residents and communities. It is a cost-effective and accurate enforcement tool to deter violators from speeding in community and safety zones. So who's involved in this particular program? So within Ontario, it is the vendor, which is Redflex. We have come together with the provincial courts, with the Joint Processing Center, which is currently being run by the City of Toronto, and the Ministry of Transportation. Now, it can be deployed due to Bill 65 in school zones and community safety zones where the speed limit is less than 80 kilometers per hour. Since 2019-2020, we are currently active in 12 plus municipalities. I say the plus because we're currently working with 3 additional municipalities to bring them on within the next couple of months. And we have seen some phenomenal results thus far. We see on average throughout those communities a reduction of approximately 30% in average speed. Next slide. This showcases the sample report and a sample offense notice. It's uniform throughout the province, so every single municipality will have something that looks the same. And we work with the Joint Processing Center and with that municipality to make sure all the information and data captured is correct. Next slide. A brief history, I think Joseph touched upon this. Bill 65 was tabled in 2016. Procurement happened in 2019. Toronto was the first municipality to go live with this program. They issued warning letters in February of 2020, and we started issuing violations in July of 2020. Since then, like I mentioned previously, we have 12 additional municipalities that have joined. And within those municipalities, we've seen a lot of expansion. So the city of Brampton, the city of Ottawa, and the city of Mississauga have already expanded their program for the initial 2, 4, 6 systems to 20 and 50. Next slide. These are the municipalities that have joined. We do recommend that municipalities thinking and considering automated speed enforcement do reach out to this list of municipalities. Ajax is in the process of coming on, so that is the one mistake on this slide. But again, we encourage municipalities to speak with one another to see what's worked, what they would change, how many systems they would implement, as there are some options when it comes to implementing a program. Next slide. This will be newsworthy. Council and municipalities should be aware of that. Everything that we've seen thus far has been rather positive. There's been some issues with vandalism, which I touch upon at the end of this presentation. But when it comes to actual implementation of the program, you can see that the top quote is from the Toronto Mayor, John Tory. Data continues to show the need for automated speed enforcement across our city. These speed cameras are focused on roads around schools to help keep kids safe. For drivers, the simplest way to avoid getting a ticket is to slow down. Again, it's been very, very positive feedback in every single municipality that we have started this program. And like I said, it will make the news. So council members and mayor and city staff should be prepared for that. Next slide. So the way to implement a program, first and foremost, absolutely familiarize yourself with applicable legislation, the regulations and guidelines. There are the differences between the regulations and guidelines. Some municipalities, for example, have decided not to issue warning letters, but have chosen to implement the 90-day signage instead in lieu of warning notices. Again, it's up to the municipality. We're here to help you implement the program to the best of our ability and to make it a success. But we do want municipalities to be aware of what is requested of them by the MTO. Review existing speed studies and create new ones in areas of concern. So prior to implementation of automated speed, we can help with this, but we ask the municipalities do work with their different units within the municipality, such as the police, the transportation department, to conduct studies on which areas are the most concerning when it comes to speed. We also can help doing some type of data collection that's to be discussed further on. If there's a need for our individuals to go out and help with studies, we can absolutely do that. We do like there to be that constant communication with us in the municipality. We like to help when it comes to which areas are the best suited for these mobile speed units. If there's any questions regarding price, regarding the time frame of implementation, again, that's something that we work very closely with the municipality to answer any questions. Next slide. So when it comes to setting up a photo enforcement program, Ontario is a little bit different to the rest of the country. The City of Toronto has implemented a joint processing center. What that means is Redflex is the vendor that puts out the technology, we maintain it, we touch it. Anything that goes wrong, such as vandalism, we are there to fix it. And then once we collect the violation data, we then manually download and transfer that information to the Joint Processing Center located within the City of Toronto. They then have their own provincial officers that review the footage. They are the decision makers to say, yes, a violation has occurred, and they also print and mail. Should a violation be contested in court, we receive that information from the JPC, the Joint Processing Center, and then we send back a court package to the local court and the JPC so that we can progress with the contest. Like I said before, communication with other municipalities has very much helped new municipalities contemplating bringing on ASE. Courts, communication with courts is rather important as well. I'm not sure if AMPS will be implemented by the time that Kawartha Lakes wants to implement an ASC program, but that could change where violations will no longer be contested in court, but through the AMPS process. There are some internal costs and resources that may need to be allocated. There is a daily fee for the vendor. We also have a relocation fee. So if a mobile unit gets relocated from one spot to another, there is a charge for that. And there's also a one-time charge for the installation of the camera. And that's pretty much it when it comes to the vendor. The JPC do have their own costs, and that is absolutely communicated between the municipality and the Joint Processing Center. And then I believe the MTO also takes a fee for every vehicle that is looked up. So there are additional costs. And then just to develop a framework for community plan and strategy, communications plan and strategy. So we do find that if constituents are made aware that a program is coming, that leads to a successful program and a long-term program. So warning notices, are fantastic, but also the fact that you have the warning signs that are set up for 90 days prior to a go live. We find that letting constituents know in the paper, on the news, or even on the government website does wonders, and people will be aware that automated speed enforcement is coming to that community. Next slide. This just ties into my public awareness and community outreach, what I've just mentioned. Again, we can help with the branding, the press release, conferences, social media, printed material. As a vendor, again, we want to make sure that a program is successful and has longevity. So please feel free if that is something that the municipality would like to work with us on, then we are more than happy to create one of these key items for the PR campaign. Next slide. So like I mentioned, there are various costs. I can send council and staff the broken down price sheet. We are currently in year 3 of a 5-year program, and the prices do vary yearly. So year 1 through year 5, there are different prices for the daily rate. Everything else stays the same. So like I mentioned, for the vendor, we have the initial cost, the daily rate, and the rotation fee. If there is a semi-fix that's desired, that includes an installation costs. The Joint Processing Center is, the cost needs to be broken down by them. I do believe it changes with the more municipalities that come on board. And other considerations, if warning letters are sent, that might be an additional cost. The signage is paid for by the municipality. And if there's any additional staff resources or allocations, that needs to be considered when implementing a program such as this. Next slide. Some major contacts for the JPC, the MTO, and the OTC. The OTC has been very heavily involved in the implementation as well. But these are the key contacts. So this slide deck stays with you. And if any one of these contacts, please feel free to reach out to them to ask any additional questions that I may not have covered. Next slide. And of course, there's my information and phone number. Again, if there's anything that comes up in the future, please feel free to reach out. And then next slide. So here are the two main units that you can choose on which one to implement. On the left, we have the mobile unit. So this one has absolutely no civil works, no upfront capital investment. It can be easily rotated to multiple locations. And once it's lifted off the ground, there's nothing that remains. So it looks exactly the same way as it initially did. And we generally find that municipalities will rotate this unit every month, every 2 months. We find that keeping a mobile unit situated in the same spot will deter drivers from speeding and give drivers that time to change driver behavior. And then on the right, we have the semi-fixed unit. So what this is the pole and the top of that unit stays, and it's called a semi-fixed because we open that enclosure and we take out the physical camera. So for example, Ottawa implemented this as well as Waterloo. They found that their school zones and community zones had a higher speeding problem than intended. So instead of removing the camera, they wanted a deterrent that's going to be there 24/7. So basically, it's a little bit different because it does require upfront capital costs. We do need to break ground and work with our contracting subcontractor to do some install. I have to apologize. My dog is going to be making some noise here soon. But yeah, so it's a little bit different. There is an upfront cost and it stays in ground. So it's more of a fixed unit rather than a semi-fixed. But if you do want to relocate and find that driver behavior does change, we leave that unit in place as a deterrent, but we move the camera from one spot to another. Next slide. So identify potential sites. Again, we work very closely with the municipalities on this. There are some requirements that make some locations more likely to be successful than others. For example, a straight flat section of road is much better than a curved road. And every one of these guidelines, we work with the engineering team of that municipality to make sure that we have the right roadway to implement our units. Joel Smith, the implementation manager, he will come out and physically inspect the roads, make sure that everything is as it should be, so that our camera can actually capture violations, clear violations. Next slide. This is just some feedback on what type of articles may come out once that ASC program has gone live. Again, this is, right now it's something that's getting a lot of positive feedback. The one negative was the vandalism that we experienced. I believe it was Toronto and Hamilton. And with that, the vendor is very much, we get notified and within 24 hours we respond. There has been theft and these units weigh around 600-700 pounds. So the fact that some individuals stumbled across a unit that was empty, which did not weigh as much. Regardless, that unit was replaced at our cost. We put in a new unit, I believe it was within 24 hours. So we're very much, we very much work with the municipality to make sure that everything goes smoothly. And if there are any humps or hurdles, we'll make sure to get the program up and running as soon as possible. Next slide. And this is just key messages for constituents. You know, speed does continue to kill. There are many articles, many crashes within the Ontario region. Road safety is a top of mind concern throughout the community. There's the reason why we do, and we work with the municipalities on speed studies. We want to make sure that safety is top priority, and we want to install these units where there have been problems before. And once that unit has been installed, we want to show constituents that, you know, speeding has been reduced by X percentage. So traditional enforcement often does not result in sustained compliance. Of course, there's only so many police officers and peace officers, provincial officers that cannot be at every single community safety zone or intersection. So police resources will be better focused on more serious infractions. I'm sorry, my dog just jumped up on the table. And yeah, next slide. So what happens after council approves? There's 3 agreements, one with the MTO, one with the Joint Processing Center, and one with Redflex. I can send you a sample agreement as soon as we're done, so legal can start reviewing it. And then again, as a vendor, we're not privy to the agreements between the City of Toronto, JPC, and the MTO. So staff will have to reach out to those entities on their own. Next slide. So 60 business days is how long it takes from the contract execution to delivery of the automated speed enforcement units. During that time, we want to confirm the sites, the selection with Joel Smith, our implementation manager. We want to confirm the hours of enforcement and rotation schedule. This is generally stipulated by the JPC. When it comes to the locations, we can help you. We can help you with that decision in the sense that, yes, this roadway is a perfect roadway to install an ASE unit, but it's very much up to you on which lane or which roadways you would like to install these units. You can work with the JPC on your confirmation of hours. We can be live and active 24/7, and that's something that the JPC and municipality want to agree to. There is going to be an increase in staffing, departmental and courts if this is prior to AMPS. Initial signage is 90-day requirement. So that is a requirement, not a guideline, meaning that prior to a go live, the municipality must put the signage that ASE is coming on the intersections or laneways that council has approved or staff has approved. And I think, yeah, I think that's it. Next slide. And then final activities. So it's a site acceptance. So once we have the unit physically located on the roadway, we work with the JPC to confirm that the camera system is sited properly, image quality is impeccable, and it meets the requirements of our overall agreement. Charging document sign off. So again, this is working with Redflex, the JPC courts. All documents, notice, certificate of offense are correct. And communication. So if there's need for a press release, we can absolutely put that out. If there's a need for media events, we have people within the local community that can come and help council and staff members to relay the message that ASE is coming and that ASE is being turned on this date. Next step, next slide. And then we monitor and evaluate. So we've had municipalities that turn on cameras and do not issue warning letters quite yet. They just want to collect data so that they have the data once 3 months passes, they can say exactly what it was and what it is now when it comes to speeders. Communication with your partners. So we have ongoing communication. We relay the data that we have collected from our units. Again, I'm sorry, my dog is making some noise. And we check in on a monthly or a bi-weekly basis. That's dependent on you and how often you would like to communicate with us. And we talk about the results. We talk about how many violations have been captured, how speed has been reduced, how many violations have been contested in court, and any kind of data that our system has collected. We actually send that to staff so they could be privy to that information as well. Next slide. And here's some frequently asked questions and how we answer to, let's say, automated speed enforcement is a revenue tool, a cash grab. Really, ASC is proven effective and efficient. It enforces speed and it deters drivers from speeding in especially school zones and community safety zones. Obviously, it's a benefit to pedestrians and cyclists, and a safety benefit to motorists as well. It's been known and proven that ASC actually reduces the number of accidents on the roadway. And then where the ticket revenue goes, it covers programs, it covers program costs for automated speed, such as additional staff, vendor lease, violations, processing, adjudication. Again, this is something that the municipality comes up with on their own. If there is a surplus of revenue, that could be decided on how it's spent internally. And again, this presentation can stay with you. I'm gonna go to next slide. I think that's the last one. And then if council or the mayor staff have any questions, please do let me know. And I apologize profusely for my whining and crying dog.
Thanks, Agnes. Appreciate that. We're used to whining around here, so don't worry about it. Thank you for that. I'm going to get a motion to receive Councillor Richardson and Dunn and see if there's any questions. Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. First off, I want to comment to Mr. Kelly being the quarterback on our new 40 is the new 50, and actually checking out what's being posted on our website today from city staff with the community maps and advertising campaign. I want to accolades to you guys you've pulled off, and it looks pretty impressive. I do have one quick question for Agnes. I was wondering if you could possibly just give us a high level costing on perhaps the camera without talking about the operational pressure expenses with it?
Absolutely. So I do believe Appendix D now has been made public. So the prices in year 3 are $105 per camera daily rate. So what that means is as soon as the camera goes live, there is a daily rate of $105 for that system. So if there's 2 systems, 105 times 2. And that's pretty much what you're seeing from the vendor. That's how much we charge. It's regardless if the camera is only on for, let's say, the Saturday or the Sunday, that daily rate is charged $365 once it goes live. And you're seeing that until the end of the initial contract, which is in 2024. As soon as that contract expires, there will be the likelihood that the JPC and municipalities will extend for another 5 years. And that price drops down to $75 for daily rate.
Okay, so approximately $40,000 per camera per year. When that's without your operational expenses and fees, right?
Well, operational expenses and fees, the only operational expenses and fees are that 75 relocation and that initial, I'm going to say $253 for installation. So really, there's no other operational fees than that. The daily rate pretty much covers everything that we do, everything that we provide. So if there's, let's say you guys want to relocate the system every 2 weeks, the daily rate stays the same. The relocation fee jumps up from one-time fee of 75 to 2 times $75 per month. And again, that sums it up for operational costs.
I would suggest if council wants to pursue this, then we can ask for a report back with all the costing and, locations and stuff like that from staff, but really just a high-level overview of what we had asked for. So, Councillor Dunn, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. It was an excellent presentation. I'm interested in the portable ones, obviously, because we have a big city with a lot of 40 zones. So I anticipate we're going to be doing some moving around. At $40,000 a pop, it gets expensive if you got too many of them. So these sit how high off the ground, roughly? And I'm just talking about vandalism. Are they like 12 feet in the air, or can I hit it with a baseball bat?
No, you can hit it with a baseball bat. So the mobile units are maybe six feet.
Okay.
You can absolutely hit it with a baseball bat. We haven't seen that. We haven't seen any being hit with a baseball bat. We've seen spray paint. But like I said, with any type of vandalism that does occur, the vendor is absolutely responsible to replace the units. If there's spray paint on the lens of the camera, we come out and we clean it. If there is damage with a baseball bat, we will replace that unit at our cost.
And Redflex does all the relocations. So if we set up a regular scheduled relocation every 2 weeks, you would come up once every 2 weeks and move the cameras around?
Yes, absolutely. So we do hire technical help when it comes to new programs. But generally speaking, absolutely. If you want to relocate your unit every 2 weeks, we would have a set schedule that has been agreed upon by Redflex and the municipality. And we send our general technician over to relocate, on a Tuesday or every other Tuesday.
Sure. And when you're taking a picture of the license plate, you're using the rear license?
That's correct. Yes, real license.
Okay, one more question, just a quick one. Would the adjustment of the speed limits be something you could do? And I'm going to be very specific now. We're going through a process right now where we're considering routes through town for all train vehicles. When they come through town, they're licensed or they're allowed or they're restricted, I guess is the best way to say it, to a speed limit of 20 kilometers, which would be an issue if we had complaints about them. I mean, it's going to be a predetermined route. Your technicians, you could adjust it for 20 and then just do that type of vehicle if in fact that became an issue?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You let us know exactly what the speed limit is. You let us know at what speed you want us to capture the violator, and that's what our systems are designed to do. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Great presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Elmsley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and I'm not sure who can answer this, but I think in your presentation you said that these cameras can only be installed in public safety zones where the speed limit is under 80 kilometers an hour. What do we do about other areas where we might want to install them? Do we have to declare those public safety zones, or is a public safety zone predetermined that it can only be where there's a park, an arena, a school, or something of that community center, something like that?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the Highway Traffic Act allows council to pass a bylaw declaring any road a community safety zone. Obviously, we'd want to stick to roads that have certain speed limits that meet criteria that we want to keep safe. Right now, we don't have any community safety zones within the municipality, but council can just pass a bylaw declaring them, after which the automated speed enforcement would be something that you could do there. School zones are already declared with the bylaw, and so they are already ready for ASC.
Thank you. And one other thing, I believe when these cameras first came into being, there was a concern that the owner of the vehicle receives the ticket, but the owner of the vehicle may not be driving the car. Has that issue been resolved, or it's just be careful who you lend your car to and don't get your car stolen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. It is still the owner, as far as I know. I would let Agnes let you know if she's received any feedback from other municipalities, but as far as I know, it is the owner.
That's right. It is the owner. So you have to be careful who you lend your car to.
Thank you. Councillor Vail.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question, not sure whether you've got the answer or not. I'm just curious whether you know the municipalities that have already entered into agreements with you. The revenue from the tickets that they brought in, are they basically running at a break-even point? They're covering their costs from ticket revenue? Do you have any of that information?
That very much changes depending on how many enforcement units they have and how many violations are captured. I can collect some data for you. At the top of mind, I'm not 100% certain on which ones have collected a revenue and which ones have broken even. But like I said, there's 12 municipalities. I can absolutely put your staff into contact with the municipalities that have a similar population size to yours. And we can answer that question 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to whoever can answer. Just wondering if you've had any endorsements of this from any police service in Ontario, any official endorsements? Like here we have 2 police services that cover our area, Kawartha Lakes Police Service and the OPP. Perhaps have you, as far as the OPP, they're the largest, have you had anything back from them that they endorse this? Because we do use presently another method of traffic data collection, but just wanted to know if you had any endorsements from your product.
That's actually a great question. I have not received any endorsements from the OPP. In all honesty, this program, when we're implementing it, we don't actually get that much face-to-face with the municipal police department or the provincial police department. So as far as I know, we have not received any endorsements. And I can't answer if there's been any type of feedback, positive or negative, but that's a great question. I can absolutely reach out and see if they have an opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, follow up?
Yeah, just one quick one to Joe. So the Hamlet of Isla, when we put up the 40 signs there, we would have to declare the hamlet a safety zone? Is that how that would work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you want to put up the cameras, you would have to designate it a community safety zone. Yeah.
So I guess just quick question to wrap it up, but I guess the overall, when you talk about break even and cost, say $100 a day, you don't want to put these cameras in areas where there's 10 cars a day going by in a hamlet, right, for a speed control, because it's going to cost you a fortune. So they really need to be targeted to high traffic areas in order to pay for themselves. So really need to do some study on where these would be the most effective, not just to slow drivers down, but to keep from costing the municipality a lot of money. You know, you get half a dozen of these machines, that's going to add up pretty quick. So you're going to want to have that traffic to offset those costs, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Generally
Thank you.
speaking-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Agnes. Sorry.
I was just about to say the great thing about the mobile systems and what I find municipalities are starting to do is they're starting off their contract with 1 or 2, and they're seeing how many violations are being captured. And absolutely, with the more cameras, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to offset that cost. But that's why the mobile solution has really been the solution that 80 to 85% of municipalities have started with. So they start off with 1 or 2. You know, Hamilton has captured something like 700 to 800 violations per month, I think. So they may be expanding here shortly, but if you start off with that 1 or 2 and you take a look at where you want to place them and which areas are the high volume, that can actually lead you to, okay, we're fine with just 2, or we should expand to more.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Yeo, yeah.
Yeah, and thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dunn brought it up, and I just heard it again, that you can move these things around, but you can't just randomly move it from Eiley to Kirkfield. You have to advertise that it's going to be in Kirkfield 90 days ahead of time. So basically, we'd have to advertise every spot it might go, and that would enable us to move it mobilely to all those spots. Is that correct? You couldn't just have a pop-up
So-
photo radar?
No, no, you can't have it pop up. So what we've seen is you have, let's just say, 2 cameras, but 10 to 15 areas designated and approved as a camera zone. So initially, you will have 10 to 15 warning notices. So you can have that 90-day period, the warning notice sits there, and then you can move the camera after the 90 days. So it doesn't have to be a warning period before you move the camera. It can actually be a warning period of all 10 to 15 locations at the exact same time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's it for questions. Thank you. We have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you very much, Agnes. Appreciate you spending some time with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to ask council, that's a motion to receive. Do you want to take any follow-up action? Or I guess there's a couple of options. If you want to go there, we can receive it and leave it at that. We could request staff to review implementation and bring back details for a possible pilot project in Q1 2022. Let me finish. Bring back information, but keep in mind if they bring it back in Q1 2022, it would probably be something that would get implemented in the budget for 2023. So it would be the next council could decide, but they would have all the information. The other option, I guess, would be to ask to put it in as a decision unit for this fall. Staff could try to put some information together, and then we could decide from a budget perspective if you want to implement it, you know, starting in the new year or whatever, once we've got more information. That's probably a pretty quick turnaround for staff, but Joe seems pretty anxious over there. So what do you guys wish? Councillor Elmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like the idea of perhaps coming up with a list of community safety zones and perhaps some initial costing to be included as a decision unit in the 2022 budget.
Well, I think the community zones and locations would be part of that review coming back, right? As a decision unit in the 2022 or 2022 budget. Are you moving that? You'll move that as a follow-up? Does anybody want to second that? Councillor Vale? Do you want to speak to it? Councillor Vale? No. Councillor Dunn, you had a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would much prefer that in the 2023 budget, simply because the signs in Lindsay, Fenelon Falls, and Bob Cajun aren't going up until the spring of 2022. So I like the idea, but I think probably 2023 is the time to be doing it.
And I would agree with you. I think it gives the community time for the new speed signs. We get the proper information. We can declare those community zones and then possibly implement something for 2023. So I agree with you. So did any other questions on the motion?
I could offer that as a friendly amendment. And
well, it's kind of a different motion. So I think we'll see where this one goes. Councillor Ashmore?
Just a question to the mover. Could we consult with the police services, the 2 police services that we have on their opinion? Because with the OPP, we're already using a system now. We've already brought it in, as you know, Black Hat.
Yeah, but it's not for
it's a
ticketing,
small-
right? That's just for information. This is for ticketing. This is to issue tickets.
But I think their opinion's important.
This is definitely a violation of your human rights, so you better be careful how you vote here.
Well, I know, I don't like going down this road either, but I mean, the motion here is to start the process. Like, I'm not.
No, I agree. It's just to start the process, and I think part of the request could be that the police be consulted for some feedback. I mean, I think when we get the information back, what we're contemplating right now is the motion is to implement it as or to bring it back as a decision unit for 2022 budget. And we're just got some questions around that. So any other questions? Sure.
The reason I'm asking for 2022, I recently have been inundated with requests for speed controls and lowered speed limits on a whole bunch of roads. It seems to be front and center to everybody's mind, so I'd like to see us be proactive on it.
Thank you. Everybody's clear on the motion? And that was a sum up. On the motion? For clarification? Okay.
Joe, this is kind of a tight timeline for you to be able to get all this together for you, isn't it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. We have most of the information. We would just be collecting candidate sites. We have the traffic background data. Redflex has a 90-day turnaround. I think it's possible. Yeah.
Okay, we have the motion, and it's first, bring back an implementation and locations for for budget 2022 as a decision unit, once we have more information. Call the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, motion passes. Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks, Joe, appreciate it. I think, sorry, Caroline, we're gonna take a little break here, because you got a long draft financial plan presentation for us, so let's take 5 or so minutes, and we'll come back and hear our last presentation and then go into reports. Our last presentation, a long-term financial plan update. I believe Ron Taylor and Carolyn Danes, our treasurer, are going to give us a run through. So I'll turn it over to you, Ron. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. Nice to come back to you after a couple of updates previously, or introduction, I'll say, in the summertime to the long-term financial plan. Subsequent to that, we've had some very preliminary discussions collectively as a group about the upcoming budget program and cycle. So thought it was important to get concurrent with that review and the budget planning to get in ahead of you to preview some of the long-term financial plan directions that we're going in. You've heard some of these previously, at least in terms of concept. And so really what we want to accomplish today, obviously recognizing time, so we're going to go through these fairly quickly, but we also want to give you an opportunity if you got any questions, concerns, or where maybe we're heading. I hope that this is the opportunity to flag those. And then we'll talk a little bit about the overall plan structure and then some next steps to round out the process. Our goal still remains to have a final draft financial plan for the next 10 years in front of you before year end this year. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, Carolyn Danes, our city treasurer, is joining me. We'll be providing you with that preview and overview. Other members of our core financial team were unable to join us for the presentation today. So indulge, I'm going to take you through some of the capital overview, but you've heard all that, so I'm not going to spend too much time there. I think the new information is more so on the operating side, and I know Ms. Danes will do an excellent job of overviewing that. So I'm just going to make sure I can advance these okay. I don't know, I never seem to have luck here, madam. Oh, there we go. Okay. So in terms of the long-term financial plan, we want to talk a little bit about, our main thing is lessons learned over the last approximate 4 to 5 years of our previous plan in place. And then we're going to dig in. We're going to talk about capital operating forecasts over the next 10 years, and then really dig in on the operating side in some of those theme areas. We're calling them sort of strategies within the overall operating planning. So we want to look at people, we want to look at revenue, reserves, debt, and then we'll talk a little bit generally about affordability management. And then, as I mentioned before, we're going to get into a little bit of next steps to complete the process this year. And so a few lessons learned. So the single greatest sort of challenge or lesson learned that we really looked at was trying to build reserves and doing that in an affordable manner to the taxpayer and doing it in our conditions. We are quite asset rich, but relatively speaking, lower population, and we've got a lot of buildings and we've got a lot of facilities and a lot of amenities that we need to manage and maintain. And so, you know, you can almost characterize that as a bit of the perfect storm. And so, you know, we know in our households trying to save for that rainy day, putting that money aside when you've already got a massive gap to try to catch up, it takes some time. And so I'm glad that it is still sort of top of mind, and it certainly is a focus in the next iteration of the plan. And so some of the stats, so in 17, the contribution to that capital reserve was just over 13 million. In 2021, based on what we were forecasting and projecting, we were hoping that would almost double, but instead it was about 9.1 million. And accounting for inflation, that means that we're only at about 35% of that sort of reserve building. And as I mentioned before, this has contributed to the backlog of tax-supported capital needs because we've got older assets as well. They're aging, as you know, and we have too many post-amalgamation facilities, amenities overall, and a low demand or low overall use, relatively speaking. And so the existing plan adopted in 17, so that was for the 2018 to 27 period, had the capital reserve contribution becoming what we deem sustainable about mid-plan, so by 2023. And how did that reserve contribution instead decline? And why are we still sort of in that gap or deficiency? Well, there's a couple of items. So tax increases, when we established the original plan, it looked at the overall sort of asset needs. And in order to accomplish them entirely based on current sort of service and decisions, we needed 4% per year approximately in tax increases to afford that. And in the same sort of time span, we've averaged about 2.8% increases per year. And for obvious reasons, each year past. Operating costs at the same time, we've really, I think in this new iteration and over the last couple of years, I'd almost suggest that our plan was more capital heavy or asset heavy. We had a lot of data, we were asset management planning, but as you can appreciate, the sort of bigger budgets are the overall operating budgets just to keep lights on, to manage and maintain all of the service levels that we have as well. And so this was really a challenge to dig in and look line by line at our operating costs. And so in the last plan, the assumption was that there would be about a 2% year-over-year cost of living increase. And what we've actually seen or experienced is about a 5.4% average increase or pressure on our operating budgets. And so this is just a slide to reiterate the tax increases actual to what was forecasted. These slides, I believe you've seen before. Staff have brought them forward, and I think you saw them in August. Really what it demonstrates, predominantly the table on the right, is that sort of cumulative impact that building the capital reserve has. And if you don't do that, it has a reverse effect exponentially. And so this slide is an update to previous that you've seen, but it has a similar sort of message. It's the contributions to the capital reserved. You've got different lines there. The sustainable line, or the one that we would require in order to reach our 10-year overall forecast, is the top line in green. Actual is dotted in orange, and what was sort of planned during the previous life of the plan is the middle graphic in line. And so on the same theme of lessons learned, deviations from the plan have starved the capital reserve, and because of that, year over year, we're really having to prioritize dramatically what projects we bring through in any given year for capital in order to just simply maintain them. And what this does, as you can appreciate, not only does it limit or have an impact overall and on our operating side of things, but also on sort of decisions that you can make or expand service or look at new and expanded service delivery and models. So this is really just forecasting what we know, what we have, and keeping it maintained to its minimum levels. And as you can appreciate, if we kept going like this year over year, it will eventually be unsustainable. Either we will have buildings that are really aging beyond, you'll be looking at emergency repairs, or certainly more costly type upgrades and repairs, or you're going to have to find more contributions otherwise for the reserve. And so what we're hoping is in this new iteration of the plan, we are aggressively and actively addressing that particular issue. So in doing that, as it was mentioned previously, we had a 4% forecasted tax increase year over year. And it wasn't really committed to any given pieces of the budgets or the business. And so what this isn't a new concept, but it's a way to clarify where some portions of investment are committed to and going. And so staff are going to be proposing in the plan a 1.5% dedicated special capital levy that will, again, as you saw in previous slides, be focused on capital improvements and upgrades, and hopefully you would see a cumulative effect again and an exponential increase over the life of the plan, so 10 years. So our draft plan includes just shy of $1 billion, or 959 million capital forecast for the next 10 years. And that's developed based on a whole suite of information. So legislation, we know what we need to maintain going into the future, asset management plan, and we are getting better and broader in information in that plan year over year. Our water wastewater rate study, all servicing master plans, service plans in general, our DC background study. We obviously look at trends in previous budgets, and then any other direction that you would provide in regards to service levels or service facilities or spaces, we've incorporated into the plan. And back in August, I mentioned was when staff previously brought forward to you sort of an overview of the capital forecast component, and that was really the focus of our conversation a couple of months ago. And so I'm going to pause there, Mr. Mayor, and I probably should have mentioned that as we go through the operating section, if it's okay with you, the thought was we would go through sort of the particular sort of topics, focus, what we're recommending, and then maybe take a brief pause, and if there were any questions or guidance from council, we would ask for it at that time. So I've concluded the capital section of this presentation, and I'll pause.
Councillor Helmsley, you got a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Ron, for the update. I think I need some help with my math. We're talking about a shortfall between $9 million we're actually funding into capital, and we need 24 million. And we're saying that one of the reasons is because we had anticipated a 4% tax increase year over year from 2017, and we only averaged 2.8. Now, as I recall, a 1% tax increase is roughly $1.2 million. So a 1.2% difference in the tax increase only gives me about 1.5 million. What am I missing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'll do my best. I think fundamentally the biggest issue is the cumulative impact that contribution runs through each budget cycle. So when we originally contemplated the plan in 2017, it was 4%, and staff had predicted or guessed that it would be approximately 2% operating pressures and approximately 2% capital pressures. What ended up happening was a less rate collected and an operating pressure that basically swallowed up that almost entire amount. And so reserve building on the other side was greatly diminished. So that's one reason. The other would be, again, as I mentioned, the cumulative effect. So it has sort of an exponential growth. So what you would collect 1 million in 1 year, the next year is 2 million because it's part of the base budget, which becomes 4, then 8, and so on. So the math might be getting better. I may not have got it exactly but those are the two sort of themes, I think, or pressures as to why.
Councillor Ashmore?
Mr. Mayor, through you to CAO, you mentioned that we're asset rich, which we are, but we've talked about this for years, selling some of our assets. Now, I'm certainly not in favor of selling buildings and community centers and whatnot, but we've talked about, for example, gravel pits, aggregate, like one gravel pit could fetch us millions of dollars, but we still kick that can down the road. We say we're not going to do it, but now's the time that, we really need the money. Are we going to look back at that and explore that, because now is the time to, look at the value of these assets that we have and perhaps liquidate them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that we're constantly looking at least at possible efficiencies and so on, but balancing that with, or maybe respecting is a better term, respecting sort of council setting service levels. And so as much as I agree and appreciate that there's probably some low-hanging fruit or assets categories that we are asset rich, to use my term, it really does need a methodical review to look at and subsequent council approval and direction to change that service level. And I always hate to mislead and say that it's a service reduction. It's not necessarily because we have like 10 of something and now we have 8, that necessarily means a service reduction. But I do believe that collectively council and staff need to continue to look at our overall assets and determine which ones meet your requirements for service delivery, for demand, and so on.
Just to follow, we have the Office of Strategy Management that they're dedicated to look at this all the time. Do we not tap into their resources and their know-how to make a decision? Like, they're already there, and they should know when we listen to them. But are we taking their advice? And because, you know, we know that we do have these assets, and we just keep talking about it. And like, I'm not in favor of reducing services right now. I think we have so much tied up in these properties. I'm just giving gravel pits aggregate as an example that you know, we could really help ourselves if we did liquidate even one of them.
Any other questions on that portion of the presentation, capital? Okay, go ahead, Ron.
Okay, this one's working this time. This is good. Okay, so I'm just going to briefly discuss the operating forecast. I'll go into it a little bit more when we talk about revenue and taxation. But the draft long-term financial plan forecast needs at least a 3% tax levy just for the operating portion. This is doesn't consider the 1.5% increase that we're asking for the dedicated capital. That's over and above that 3%. So we have pressures in the operating budget annually. It's not like the capital budget is basically the departments bring in their capital requests. We look over what we have for financing, and we determine kind of at a line what we can afford. And it's the same process in operating. It's not an easy process when all the departments bring in their requests for operating. We still have to look at various expenditure reductions and see if we can find alternative revenues. For example, reserves. We've been very fortunate in the past that we have had some grants given to us in the operating area that have been able to assist in allowing the operating budget to come down to a level of about 3% in order to come to council and say this is what we need. So as Ron mentioned, in the former financing plan, we did allocate 3%. This has been for years we've done this, where 1% was always for capital and 2% was for operating. So you constantly seen that transfer to capital going up each year, and it has been stagnant for probably since 2018. We haven't increased that amount. It's always been at that $9.1 million amount because operating needed the extra tax levy in order to balance. Okay, next slide. So we'll just start with the people strategy. And so obviously, as you know, salaries and benefits are a significant portion of the operating budget. I'd say over 60% of the expenditures are salary and benefits. Oh. And as you can realize, trying to predict what staff requirements are going to be over a 10-year period are very difficult. So what we have decided to do, instead of naming different positions that we know are going to be coming down the pipe, because we really don't know, legislatively we don't know, and we don't know what sort of things we're going to need, what sort of growth we're going to see. So we've put in a provision of $400,000 for new staff each year in the long-range financial plan. And so as the Director of Corporate Services indicated in our first initial presentation for the long-range financial plan, that we need to focus on the why, when, and how new staff are hired. Next slide. So why do we need new people? Well, we have legislation that results in downloading of services, or we have new or changing legislation that requires different reporting, so therefore the current staff can't handle all the new duties that come about. There's growth in the city these days for sure. And so the new property owners place an increased demand on those services that we provide. And there's service level changes, addition of new facilities and council direction throughout the year to increase or change the level of service. So we look at all of that when we're determining whether or not we need new staff at an area. Next slide. So when we're looking at new legislation that comes down, it's fairly easy to determine what sort of staff is required for that. However, we don't know over a 10-year, even a 5-year period, what other staff is going to be needed due to growth or due to service level changes. So with the idea that once growth happens, we should be adding staff to different departments, everything it happens differently. Like during the stages of growth, at the beginning of growth, you need a different level of staff than you do in the middle of that growth surge. So we'll determine that as we move forward through the 10-year plan. Next slide, please. So pre-construction, those are more in the engineering, planning, and legal. During construction, we would look at staffing in building, bylaw, fire, paramedics, and police, because we're needing more services from those areas. And once they are occupied, we need to look at the new roads that have gone in for public works, the new perhaps parks and maybe recreation facilities that have been built for the Parks and Rec area, libraries, perhaps new libraries are needed, revenue and taxation for putting together all the bills, and for the taxes and the utility billing, and customer services may require some new staff to deal with all the extra demands on that area of the municipality. Next slide. And how? So we can just push the easy button, as we say, to deliver additional services by just hiring additional staff. But we really need to consider if technology or tools could make the delivery of this service more efficient, or a process change. And we're working through the strategy management department. We're constantly working on new processes to improve efficiency of delivery of service. And I know in my own area, even the budget area, we've been investigating that for the last year, and we've found some savings, efficiency savings in that area that will help going forward. So, and that ends our people strategy. So the main focus out of that is that we're going to be adding $400,000 each year to the long-range financial plan in order to deal with new staff positions.
Quick question on that portion. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we always seem to be doing is we seem to be trying to improve services. And there's two things. We have two choices, in my opinion. We can do less or tax more. Now, I don't have a problem with either one of those solutions. But we're not addressing our problems if we just keep on, and we have historical problems, and I'm not going to, because hindsight's always 20/20, so I'm not going to go back on what we did wrong in the past. But we got to stop doing it wrong in the future. And I'll give an example. I love Logie Street Park.
Councillor, we've just lost our Zoom feed, so I'm just being asked if we'll pause for a couple minutes till they get the feedback, because people watching might want to hear your question. Sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off, but just pause for a couple minutes, and when we're back online, I'll let you know. Okay, sorry, folks, we just had a bit of a technical glitch there, but we're back, and we're just dealing with the people strategy and the financial plan, and that just wrapped up. And Councillor Dunn had a question. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So, for me, there's two solutions. There's the solution of spending less, doing less, and that's not going to make our constituency happy because they're going to get less service, or the way we're going to make them unhappy is we're going to charge them more for giving them less. Now, I have no particular problem with either result. If it gets us out of the hole we've dug ourselves into, then so be it, because it's going to happen either now or 10 years from now. So without going back to old problems and mistakes we may have made, I'm going to use Logie Street Park. I love Logie Street Park. I think it's a great deal. In hindsight, was that the best decision we could have made? Because not only did we spend a huge amount of capital money to build that absolutely beautiful park, but we're going to spend an increased amount of money every single year operating the park. So I guess what I want to know is, when we're discussing this, are we taking every project that we're looking at doing in the future and saying, do we really need to do that? Not do we want to do it, but do we need to do it? We need to build bridges, we need to fix roads, we need to have water and sewer. We need police protection. Those are things we need. An awful lot of the other stuff out there are soft services, and are we looking hard at trying to figure out what we can cut?
I'm going to defer to Ron on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess a couple of comments. So first of all, I would suggest we are looking at ourselves, I'll say annually, and I'm saying that as staff sort of looking at program delivery and trying to at least maximize efficiency. I think probably the bigger conundrum, maybe is a good word here, is sort of balancing sort of what service expectations the public has, and then you making a determination what services we want to deliver. So as much as I appreciate there's hard services and soft services, a lot of those soft services are some of the most critical services to some public. And so it does become almost an impossible task, either for you or for staff or for the public, to sort of quantify and say, you know what, we want parks at X level and we want to service them in a certain way to you, and we're going to deliver on that. So I wish I had almost a better answer, other than to say that I think collectively, and I give credit to this council and past councils that I've worked with, you are challenging us, and you are challenging to look at how to maximize service delivery as well. So I don't think we're getting long lists of new things that we never contemplated. I think these are probably because they were an express need from the community somewhere.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. CAO. I guess where my problem, I don't put the blame at staff's feet. Staff have a vision, and they have a job, and I think they're doing a pretty decent job of it. But when we set a goal in 2017 of a 4% tax increase, and we failed to meet that goal, then a lot of that blame has to come down on us. So we have to say no to you guys, and because sometimes you think too big. But we also have to say no to the constituents by, if we've committed to a 4% tax increase, then we won't be looking at a 6% tax increase going forward. So, but we've got to, for me, we've really got to look at, if we're counting widgets, I want to know why we're counting widgets, not just the fact that we've always counted them. So that's what I challenge you to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great comment, and I agree with you, and I just want to pitch in. I mean, I think we all know we have a business model that we can't afford, and we keep on trucking along, pushing the can down the road, to quote other councillors. We have too many arenas, we have too many service centers, we have too many libraries, we have too many community halls. We could pick up garbage every 2 weeks. We could make decisions as a council to reduce our level of service. We continue to do services on private roads. We can't even afford to look after our own roads because we don't want to upset our constituents. But we continue to do this because we don't want to get down into that and say, how do we reduce the business model that we can't afford? And, you know, it's not on staff, you're right, it's on council, but at the same time, we have a constituency, a spread out municipality that challenges our ability as a municipality to deliver services to all our residents, because we're not all contained in one urban area, we're spread out. And is it fair to ask these folks in this area not to have the same level of service in some ways as some of us have in other urban areas of the city? I don't know. It's not an easy model that we deal with. All I know is that we have a business model that we can't afford. I think we have made some good decisions over the years. We've reduced a few things, but we haven't gone nearly far enough. And until the political will and our constituents sort of buy into that we have to do something, to your point, Councillor Dunn, I think it's a combination of both. We need to reduce some of our services and we need to increase taxes and find that happy medium where, you know, we're kidding ourselves if we think we can just, it's easy to sit here and say, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that, I think we shouldn't close this, we should keep looking after all these services, but at the end of the day, that's just BS because we can't afford it. And we know we can't afford it by what we're seeing here, so what are we going to do about it? So anyways, just my speak. Councillor Ash.
Yeah, a question through you to the CEO. One of the things, I didn't see it up there, but are we taking into account the hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars of extra tax revenue that we're going to be getting in the next few years because of increased housing? Like there's tremendous growth here, and our planning are running off their feet. They're saying they're so busy, and they are. But I mean, are we factoring that in too? So we're bringing in so much more revenue that we're projecting more revenue 5 to 10 years, less than 5 years. Is that not taken into account of our increased revenue? Because it will help our cash flow and perhaps maintain the same services that we've got.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll touch a little bit on growth in the operating budget sort of later in the presentation, but good comment. I mean, in terms of it's a constant sort of top of mind issue for residents and constituents. And as you know, if we have a fixed sort of set of residents, we're not really collecting anymore. Real estate maybe determines how we're collecting it from that pool. But what I think you're really referring to is brand new growth and assessment. And certainly, I would like to hope that it's hundreds of millions of dollars, and maybe it is over a very long period of time. But relatively speaking, you know, we want to factor in. We've traditionally had a 1% or less annual growth factor in our budgets. I know that's gone up in the last year or two, and I'm actually expecting it will continue to grow to more of a 2 to 3% sort of influencer in our budgets ongoing. So it will be factored in. We're trying to take a very conservative line, though. You're going to hear a little bit later about some pressures on other revenues. And so if we don't take a conservative approach there, we may get burned because of some other sort of revenue shortfalls. But hopefully that addresses the question.
Okay, we'll move on now to the revenue strategy. So when we started talking about the long-range financial plan, we indicated the split that you see on this slide between the different varieties of revenue we have, taxation being the largest at 122 million, almost looks like 2/3 of the chart, and the rest being grants, user charges, and other. So we are going to just, for this portion of the presentation, I'm just going to focus on grants and user charges, and we'll talk about taxation after I discuss that. Next slide. So our grant strategy, we considered the major grants that we have, and this, you've seen this slide before, looked at the purpose, the stability of them, and the impact on them if eliminated. So I'm just going to just go over a high-level summary of all the grants that we receive. Obviously, we receive a lot of smaller grants as well, but these are just our bigger ones in dollar value. So Human Services has been given a high profile recently because of the pandemic and the recent election with regards to affordable housing. So we have seen some reduction in Human Services grants in the past couple of years, even during the pandemic. However, if the grant is removed, normally the expenditures are removed. So we have been able to deal with reductions in Human Services grants in that area. We are hopeful that affordable housing grants will come from the province or the federal government. However, that is not built in to this projection. And when we get into talking about funding of capital, the KLHHC is not predicting huge grants being used to build capital buildings. So our gas tax grants are stable into the future. We do have a schedule going forward 5 years, I believe, of the gas tax grants we will be receiving. Now, they primarily fund our urban roads and transit projects. There's 2 gas tax grants, that's hard to say. Our infrastructure grant, which I say is the roads, and we do have a transit infrastructure or transit gas tax grant as well that funds our transit projects and our transit operating. So those are fairly stable. Our paramedic services, again, high profile given the pandemic, and we just got word that some of the community work that we're doing will be funded into the future, into 2022. However, there's always been questions about grant percentage in that area. It's supposed to be funded at 50%. It is the one of the oddest ministries for reconciliation. Normally, when you have a grant and you spend it, they reconcile it at the end. They either say, yep, you spent enough, or you didn't spend enough and you owe us money back. And if you spent it, we'll make up the difference, or make it up at least to the 50%. With the Ministry of Health, they do a reconciliation, require us to do a reconciliation, and then they give us a nominal amount in the next year for an increase. It never really matches what we overspent, but if we underspend, we pay them back. So it is a very, very odd way to look at reconciliations for grants. Next slide, please. And then we have our aggregate resource grants, which are all part of our gravel pits that we own. And we have it's been a fairly stable grant since inception. We received substantial increases in 2019, probably almost doubling the amounts we get for the haul routes. And we fund all our haul route projects from that grant. It immediately goes into the capital reserve and then comes out in funding for the capital projects. Our waste and recycling grants, I'm sure you are aware that our Blue Box funding is undergoing significant changes in 2024, 2025. We've been slated at that time frame, and that will result in a net zero effect on operations and maybe even a bit of a surplus in discussions with the manager of the landfill area. Our Kawartha Lakes Police, we did see a removal of grant funding for the correctional facilities in 2020. And normally that would come with a reduction in expenses. And they still have an officer that they have assigned to the correctional facility. I think it's just for coverage, frankly, at the jail. And so that will affect the operations in 2021 and 2022 when you see their budget in the end of October. Next slide, please. So then we come to our big grant, Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, or what we call the OMPF. And it used to be the Community Reinvestment Fund, CRF, way back in the day, in 2001 and 2002. And it changed to a formula-based grant in 2004. And it wasn't as formula-based as it is now. And I think that changed in 2009. So now they look at your tax assessment, if you have a rural or urban population, and your financial circumstances, various indicators, reserve values, debenture, that sort of thing. It used to fund police expenses specifically, but it has moved away from that. So when the new provincial government came in prior to the pandemic, they had indicated that that was an area that they were going to look at in reducing. And with the pandemic, they have kept it stable since 2020. But there's always that fear, I suppose, that it's going to be reduced. We have built in a 5% reduction per year due to this provincial messaging. In that grant, it's about 7.2 million, so that's a fairly significant reduction each year. But we did get word that 2022 is going to be the same as 2021. So it's, with this pandemic still in the headlines and still affecting our lives, they've held off any reductions, and perhaps it will take it into the next provincial government, I'm not sure. So then our final one, next slide, is our other revenue. So we've had extensive focuses for other revenue in various service reviews over the years. We've talked about the arena revenue and revenue received for all the services that we offer. And we do increase user fees annually, or specific user fees annually, by the Consumer Price Index as per the Consolidated Fees Bylaw. And we have built in an increase of 2 to 3% per year depending on the area. We're always exploring new revenue opportunities. In the last 5 to 10 years, I know quite a few administration fees that we've added on in various areas in taxation and utility billing, realty services, that sort of thing, where it does take quite a bit of time in order to do work for people who have questions about tax certificates, that kind of thing. So we have built those in, and we'll continue to look at that. And we're always looking for new opportunities. We do, as the CAO has indicated, we're building rich and revenue poor. So the buildings that we do have that generate revenue are probably at the capacity that they can go to without increasing fees, I suppose. And I think during some of the service reviews of arena revenues, for example, we found that we were one of the lowest charge or lowest user fee in amongst various municipalities in the area. So there could be a look at that again, I'm not sure. But we have gone over these issues in the past term of your council and even prior to that. So we're always looking for those, but not sure what will materialize in the future. We haven't added in any new revenues and just continued the ones that we have and just raised them by the CPI each year. We haven't built in an increase to those revenues whatsoever. Next slide. And I think that's the end of the revenue strategy for grants and other revenues. If you wanted to, taxation is the big one
Councillor Elmsley?
coming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was a question I meant to ask when we were talking about capital. We were talking about buildings and revenue. In our long-range financial plan, I think it's the year 2025, we had a large number in there for a project, and I believe that project is under review as to whether it's going to be required or not. And I wondered if we had an update on that or if it had changed the scenario any.
Through you to the councillor. Again, I'm going to defer to the CAO because he knows much more about that project, and I believe you're talking about the manor, the new manor, so I'll defer to the CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, it is the Victoria Manor redevelopment. Our previous plan was targeting 2025 as the impression was that that was a mandated sort of end date for municipalities to upgrade B-class facilities to A. We've got some new information that may differ on that particular deadline. We haven't incorporated into the plan yet revised numbers. What we will do is look at revised timing based on that direction. It would be inevitable that we're going to have to do some both immediate term sort of life cycle extension work, if that's an option, as well as eventually replace that facility. But it might buy us a decade or two, to be quite honest. But we don't know the details yet, so we haven't changed the base plan. I don't anticipate we'd have that data well enough, but it's in the mid part of the plan anyways. So we probably will have to come back to you with a separate, almost adjustment in terms of what that might look like. And we might put in a factor in that sort of assumes if we can extend the life, that it would be at least a reduction in the number as a placeholder in 10 years.
And if that happens, would that change our financial plan from 3% plus a levy of 1.5, or would that remain as is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I honestly don't believe it will dramatically change the benchmarks. And I'm saying that because what we're planning over 10 years, we actually probably have about 20 years worth of work that we could put back into the 10-year plan. So but we also want to make sure that if we're making an adjustment, that council's aware and has the options. So if you wanted to reduce the overall 10-year burden, you'd have that option. The other would be to replace it with other needed works and moving them through the plan.
Okay. All right, next slide. That's okay. So we'll just delve into water and wastewater. Just one slide on this. We do have a rate study that came to council last year. So in that study, it sets out increases in fees for water and wastewater by 3%. And it also plots out the 10-year plan for capital. And we'll talk about that when we get into the debenture discussion and the DC discussion. Next slide, please. So our revenue strategy for taxation. So we have discussed that we do require a 3% tax levy increase per year to fund the various pressures we find in operating. That could be legislative changes. Again, a big one is our collective agreement increases. Increasing costs for benefits as well would come under that. Tax levy debentures within prescribed current council limits, but we have added in any new debt that we're planning. We have cost of living increases for both the revenue and expenses. Expenditures, the utilities increase each year and contracted services increase each year. And I just wanted to make special note that there is no allocation for the Ross Memorial Hospital contribution in this long-range financial plan. We have added in growth each year of only 1.25%. Again, I think one of the issues that we have as a municipality is that we try to plot out our expenditures based on growth that may or may not happen. And I don't know if it's served us well to do that. I think that we need to be more conservative in our growth projections, and if the growth happens, then certainly we will take advantage of it. But I know that the Director of Corporate Services has sent every council member a video on how if you have more residents and growth happens and you have more residents and more homeowners, more tax levy coming in, you still have those increased services that you have to finance as well. So I don't think it's as big of a gain as you think it would be because of that issue, that you still have the increased services that those new residents are going to require. So next slide, please. So just in this 2022 year, I kind of took a look at what is causing some issues, some pressures in the operating budget. So, and I think I showed this to you the last time we presented. So wages were 2.2 million, some new positions in there, as well as increases to benefits and as well as gross salaries. Transfer to external net of grants was an increase of 600,000. Our contracted expenses went up by over $1 million, and this is primarily in the public works area, I would say, of their contracted expenses for winter control and just their price of materials and goods in the pandemic has just skyrocketed. So that has caused an increase. Materials of about 100,000, utilities increases, and that's just basically right-sizing the utility line in the budget. We found some areas were low, some areas were higher actual costs, so we've right-sized those. And some of that is offset by increases to revenue as well. So our average increase is holding at about 3.4 million, which is about 3%. But that, as I said, that is still us having to work at getting it down to that level. So it's not just people submit their budgets, we go, oh great, it's at 3% and move on. It's usually an extensive process as well. Okay, so are there any questions on that before I move into the reserve strategy?
Yeah, Councillor Dunn.
Just going back to, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just going back to page 25. So that 3% doesn't account for any capital expenses, is that correct?
That is correct. That is purely operating, and the 1.5% is on top of that for the capital.
Okay, because the presentation that was made to us earlier, some other day, I'm not exactly sure when, there was a proposal to bring in I thought it was a 1% special levy on taxation for 10 years to get us caught up. Is that built into the 1.5, or that would be on top of the 1.5?
Through you to the councillor. No, that is the 1.5 dedicated infrastructure levy. Yeah, that will bring us up to a manageable level by the end of the 10-year period.
Okay, so if that's the increase, what's the cost of meeting our normal? See, I thought we were going to meet our normal capital expenditures of, I'll make the number up, 2%, whatever it happens to be. Plus, we were going to add an additional 1.5 to that for 10 years to get us caught up in our reserves and caught up on the deficiencies in capital expenditures.
Okay, so the 3% covers the increases in the operating, any increases in operating, not including capital, nothing to do with capital. The 1.5 will take that 9.1 that we annually contribute to the capital reserve for the capital budget. It will take it and increase it by 1.5% each year, so that by the end of the 20 or 10-year period, we'll be upwards of over, I think, $24 million going to that capital reserve.
Okay.
Because we'll have that 1.5% each year.
And I
Okay,
think,
and-
Councillor, the 9 million that goes into the capital is funded under the operating.
Well, and
So
that's
that's,
why
I think, where you're saying, where's all the capital coming from?
No, but that's what I was asking about on the 3%. So our normal capital expenditures that we roll into our operating expense at the end, that's part of that 3%.
It's just the 9.1. There's no increase to that number in that 3%.
But it's in there.
It's in
Okay,
there,
all right.
yes.
And
Yeah.
that's why I asked the question.
Yes.
I was looking for the funding. Okay, on page 26, on the increase in contract expenses, I'm assuming because that's partially at least, or maybe even majorly, as a result of the of COVID expenses. So my question is, do we anticipate realistically having a lower number in 2023, 2024, et cetera?
Through you to the councillor. That does not include COVID expenses.
Okay.
COVID expenses we don't budget for. I'm assuming they're eventually going to get rolled into the department budgets for extra cleaning and that sort of thing that we have to do. So that is just simply the contracts that we have out there for roads, for winter control, for garbage collection, those kind of things. There was significant increases.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. And we anticipate a $1 million increase every year?
That was just in 2022. So I'm just giving you an example of 2022, what our increases were.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's significant increases to garbage and recycling in that as well, so.
Do we have any idea of what our anticipated increases would be in 2023? The only reason why I'm asking,
Yeah.
I'll kind of explain my question. If we're only expecting a $2.2 million increase in wages and salaries for the entire city workforce, because it's an increase, why are we expecting 50% of that as an increase for contracted expenses?
Well, after the 2022 year, we increase it by the rate of inflation after the 2022 year. So this is just giving you the pressures we have for 2022. I just had 2022 budget on my desktop at that time, so I thought, well, let's see what our pressures are in 2022. So I looked, and these were some of the increases that were occurring that we were having to look at to fund.
For 2022?
For just 2022.
Okay.
But after this point, it would be just the increases in by inflation for contracted expenses. I don't know if there's any increases past that point, if there's extra, we've had a lot of increases in lumber and that sort of thing this year. So if those persist within, into the next 10-year period, there might be some issues as well that might be more than the 2% that I have put in there for 10 years.
So $1 million is 2% of what we spend for contractors?
No, the $1 million is specific expenses in 2022 that are going up that I could see in 2022 over 2021.
All right.
After 2022, I add 2% into that line.
And we have no
Each
idea what
year.
that number would be?
No.
Okay,
No.
thank you very much.
Okay. So now we're going to go on to the reserve strategy. So the city has approximately 60 million in 62 different reserves. So you can imagine administratively that's a bit of a nightmare to calculate all the changes in those reserves throughout the year. So we did a report in 2009, I'm dating myself because I've been here so long, that defined each category of reserves that we were going to have going forward and what we were going to use those reserves for. So we really have two types of reserves. We have council reserves and we have obligatory funds. So council reserves are those reserves that council really has control over. You could decide in 1 year that you wanted to put money away for rate stabilization for OPP. And then in the next year, you could say, well, it doesn't really fit there. We're going to move it to this use. You have complete control over what goes into those reserves and what comes out of those reserves. We have to bring resolutions to council to make a change to a reserve. Now, if you have an obligatory fund, such as a development charge reserve or a parkland in lieu reserve, there's all sorts of legislations behind those reserves. There's legislation about what goes into those reserves, as well as legislation about what comes out of those reserves. And really, council has no control over those obligatory funds. And we really need, obviously 62 different reserves is time consuming, so we need to consolidate those reserves. Next slide, please. So our primary focus is the consolidation of reserves in the strategy. So, and we have really, this has been set out in 2009, what the structure should be, and we really aren't changing it significantly, but I think we can combine a lot of reserves together. So we have infrastructure reserves to fund our capital plan. And the 1.5% dedicated infrastructure levy will increase the infrastructure reserve called the capital reserve, which is where the manager of capital assets funds a lot of the capital projects for the capital budget. And as well, we also have fleet reserve in there where we have an annual contribution that we put to the fleet reserve. There's some other little reserves in there. There's some cemetery reserves that we collect for columbariums that are specific fees that go into those reserves. Property development reserve would be in there as well when we sell the property that we have owned by the city. We have an annual budget of about $600,000 that goes into those reserves. So then we have the rate stabilization reserve. So that provides protection against uncontrollable increases. So last year, the council put away $1 million in our winter control reserve because we were in surplus. As well, we put some surplus away in WSIB claims reserve, knowing that that's going to be an issue going forward. We can't predict what's going to happen in that area. And as well, we have money in there for insurance, if there's any insurance claims that come in that aren't covered by insurance, or any claims that come in that aren't covered by insurance. So those are very, very important reserves to have. We have area rate reserves, which if there's a surplus in an area rate where we've maybe predicted that we would spend so much in say transit and we didn't, then they put that money away in this area rate stabilization reserve, so the next year it goes against any taxes that we have to raise, so we're not showing a great big up and down in the taxation rates for those area rates. Next slide, please. Then we have our contingency reserves, and so we have our capital contingency reserve, which you have historically put $500,000 away, and that really funds any deficits that we have in any capital projects. You only pass the tax levy once, so as you go through the year and you start on your capital projects and perhaps you find there's permits you need or something that you weren't expecting, that's where we have funding in that capital contingency reserve to pull. And the capital close report kind of governs that, and we bring that to council. Oh dear. Then we have the general contingency reserve, which is for operating. And again, you put 500,000 away for that. And in there you will find various reserves categories that we've put money, or that council has put money away for. And that has been used in, to fund any deficits that we've had. I think we've had 1 year with a deficit, so we've used that. There should be like a tax contingency reserve perhaps, where, if a year we need a large tax increase, if we have surpluses, we could put it away in there. Historically, we've put most of our surpluses that we have each year in the capital reserve, because we certainly need the money in there to push the capital projects forward. And then we have our other reserves. We have our specific community and department usage reserves, which I don't really think fit in any of the rest in the contingency infrastructure or rate stabilization. There are Fenland Power Links, and there's an economic development reserve. We have heritage reserves, those things that are specific to communities. Next slide, please. And then finally, we have our obligatory reserves. As I said, there's lots of legislations around these contributions and usages of these reserves, but our main focus has been the development charge reserve. Next slide, please. So our development charge reserve, I've just got some numbers here. I didn't really want to put them up because there's a lot of numbers, but the capital plan that was presented the last time we met on the long-range financial plan has over $147 million in DC funding in it. And then we have what we actually raise each year. And as I've discussed with council before, we have historically been able to receive DC collections of approximately $3 million. And this year is the exception. So we're starting to finally see that growth that we've been talking about for many, many years. So this year we've received $5.5 million to date. I just looked today in DC collections. And I would anticipate, based on previous years, that we might receive another 500,000. So we're up to 6 million in DC collections compared to a normal year of about 3 million. And we do have DCs that have taken advantage of the council deferral policy of about 5.8 million so far. So 11 million we have received for the first time in the 20 years I've been at the city. So it's a good year. However, if you needed 147 million to finance your capital budget, that would mean that you'd have to earn 14 million in the next 10 years of DC collections. And that is a staggering number. And, it's hard to predict if that's going to happen. So we tend to go ahead with growth projects, which is fine because obviously it's served us well. The Northwest Trunk was a good example, and various projects that we have built to encourage growth, and finally we have the growth coming. But if we use that $147 million in DCs, we're going to put that DC reserve in approximately about $100 million in a deficit. If in the long-range financial plan, I only used 5 million as my projection for DC collections. So if we put that reserve in a $100 million deficit, that means we have to go out for debenture for that $100 million. And that would amount to, over the term of the plan, about $50 million in debenture payments. So now that DC collections need to fund that, or it becomes part of the taxpayer funding. The taxpayer would have to fund that. So we're getting to a point where we need $20 million in DC collections in order to keep that reserve in the red, in where it needs to be. So I think that rather than keep raising this DC debt, which it's good debt in that it prepares the municipality for growth, and we're sitting there at that growth, on the edge of growth. And, but I think we need to put some policies in place around the development charge reserve. My first comment is balance in the reserve should never go below zero. So we should never be in a position where we have to borrow in order to bring the reserve back to zero. Not sure if that's something in the short term that will happen, because we're only experiencing this first year of an actual growth year of over $11 million received. I think that there should be a policy put in place that DC collections must be sufficient in the previous year to cover the usage of DC reserves in a subsequent budget year. So if you were going to use $5 million in 2022, you should see at least $5 million collected in 2021 before you commit that. And I just want to say that when you're financing those DC shortages, it does take away from the ability to do capital projects as soon as you hit that point where your DC collections will not cover your DC debt. We're not there yet. Our DC debt right now is about $2 million, but as you progress through the plan, you're going to be there by the end of the plan where you're not going to have enough DC collections. If the DC collections stay at $5 million, if they're $11 million every year, that's a different story, but no one can predict that. So we just have to be very cautious about using the DC reserve and putting it into a deficit. So I think we're in the long-range financial plan report, you're going to see some policies around the DC reserve. In my research, quite a few municipalities do put this in. So it's just a cautionary tale on the DC collections. So next slide, I think, is the debt strategy. So is there any questions on the reserve strategy?
Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, and through you. So the 60 million and the 62 different reserves, are these all committed for specific things, or are there some reserves that have been sitting around and not used that we could use for other purposes?
There was a reserve that we had, and it was called our working capital reserve, but we've used that. That would have been it was kind of our savings for if we ever dissolved as a municipality, we could pay out. In the past, other municipalities have raised this, raised that money. If the municipality dissolved, they would be able to pay out severance to all their employees. But we use that reserve for some capital construction. There are some former municipal reserves still around, very small amounts that we could be using. There's some parkland in lieu that I indicate to the manager of capital assets that we could use if we have specific work going on in those municipalities. There's the majority of the reserves are in the capital contingency reserve and the general contingency reserve, and then the capital reserve. So those are our three biggest reserves. The other ones are very tiny.
Councillor Helmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe premature, Carolyn, because maybe you're getting to this, but talking about DCs being in debt, I was wondering about our self-imposed debt limit and whether we're looking at increasing that, or if that's going to be a recommendation or not a recommendation.
Through you to the councillor, yes, that's coming, and that's, yes, and it's all set up around that 10% debt servicing ratio that I talked about the last time I presented, and you'll see what we've done with that.
Okay. Follow up?
So, sorry, through you. I was just wondering, is there any way that we could get a list regarding those few that are outstanding?
Yes, there is. Actually, in every budget book, there is a list of reserves at the end of the budget book, but I can certainly give you an updated list. Yep.
Go ahead.
So now we get to debt strategy. So obviously you know that debt strategy is just debt is just another funding source for capital expenditures, and we only use for assets that have a significant life, greater than 10 years. So as I've talked, probably, getting sick of hearing me talk about the annual repayment limit, but this is the limit that the province prescribes, and it basically has its calculation is on a further slide, but it's the maximum that we can go out for in debt payments, not telling us what the debt is, because that would change based on interest rates and terms of the debt. So currently we have two established limits, tax levy of 25 million and water and wastewater of 49.5 million. And we have used special debt in the past for 68 Lindsay. Bobcaygeon Beach Park has some special debt in it, and we have also used special debt in the water and wastewater area for the Lindsay pollution control plant as well. So we need to establish a limit that will service the capital plan for the next 10 years and not have this special debt, because we really want to stick to that 10% debt servicing ratio that we talked about. Next slide. So as I've discussed before, the annual repayment limit is 25%. You take the total revenue, you take off grants, restricted amounts, and other municipal contributions. So basically things, I suppose, that aren't guaranteed to us. When you do that, it gives us a 2022 annual repayment limit of 47.4 million. And this will increase over the 10-year time frame to 75 million if we stick with that 1.25% growth, 3% tax levy increase for operating, a 1.5% increase for dedicated infrastructure levy. So if you take if you figure out what the debenture amount would be based on 3% interest, and as you know, our terms of our debentures vary. Tax, we use 10-year, water, we use 20, and KLH, we use 30-year debenture terms. So you couldn't go out for each one of these, but if everything you went out for was 10-year at 3%, you could go out for 405 million. If everything you went out for was 20 years, we could go out for 705 million and still be in compliance. And anything for 30-year, we could go out for 930 million. You can't add all those, you can only go out for one or the other. But we do a combination of it all, so it makes it a little bit more complicated. Next slide, please. So we did discuss at the last long-range financial plan update that we recommend that we set a debt servicing ratio of 10%. So this utilizes all of the revenue earned by the City of Kawartha Lakes. It doesn't take off grants or anything else. It just is the total revenue. So even though we've come forward and said we need a 10% debt servicing limit, we are just going to utilize a 7.5% debt servicing limit in this long-range financial plan, because we're going to leave a little bit of room in case we have an unexpected capital project that has to happen, like the Lindsay Water Pollution Control Plant. That was legislated, and we had to do it, and we didn't have $10 million sitting in reserve, so we are debenturing a portion of it, and DC financing a portion of it as well. So all of these slides going forward are an indication of that 7.5% debt servicing ratio, as well as I'll convert that to a debenture limit for the various categories of debt. So obviously you're aware that debenture limits will be dependent on interest rates. So if you have a 3% interest rate, your debenture limit will be higher than if you have a prevailing interest rate of 7%. And as well, I've indicated in the previous slide that the longer term of debt will indicate a larger debenture limit that you can have. And a key portion of this plan is that the debenture limit will increase annually as revenues increase in the municipality, and that would be tax levy, user fee revenue, et cetera. Next slide, please. So our annual repayment limit using our debt servicing ratio of 7.5% is shown here for 2022 to 2031. I've given you a comparison of what our annual repayment limit would be in the plan, starting at 47.4 going to 74. So we're still quite a bit lower in what we're recommending than what our annual repayment limit is. And then we have our debt and interest projections for 2021. These are 2021 interest projections on our current debt. So just to show you that 2022 of a $20.4 million annual repayment limit is compared to what we currently have of 17.7 million. So we still have a bit of room there, and obviously as you go through the years, revenue increases, so our annual repayment limit increases. So If we just took our current debt, that's what it would be. It would decrease, obviously, because we wouldn't be earning any, or we wouldn't be including any new contributions. So we'd end up with quite a span there, about $10 million of debt payments. So that's principal and interest that we can incur. Next slide, please. So when we convert this to a debt limit, so when we went through this process of trying to determine how we were going to figure out who gets what, because now we have the KLH who is rapidly expanding affordable housing. So we needed to factor them into the equation because we have water and wastewater and we already have a tax levy debt. We don't have a debt limit for DC, and I'll get into why that's not included up here in a minute. So we went through, I went through various scenarios looking at total revenue in the area. I went through looking at prior debt history, what sort of debt have we had in the past, and then we came to capital plan. So let's look at the capital plan for the next 10 years, and that didn't really amount to much of a change. Tax was still in the lead at that point. So we looked at what our historical cost was at the end of 2021, what it will be with all the additions and any sales we've done. And we added the 10-year budget, capital budget. And we came up with a number for each category. So the tax levy debt is at quite significantly higher amount than the water and wastewater debt assets, as well as the KLHHC debt assets. So the proration in the long-range financial plan is going to go, the debt limit will go 65% to tax, water and wastewater will get 20%, and KLHHC debt will get 15%. So we take our $21.4 million that we have now in our 2022 debt servicing ratio of 7.5%, and we allocate the payment that would result from that proration. And that gives us in the final column our total debt limit for each category. So it would be $113 million for tax levy debt. Water and wastewater debt could go up to $64.5 million, and KLHHC debt could go up to $54.5 million. So the reason why DC debit debt isn't there is that we don't have an asset for DC debit debt. So that's why it wasn't considered in this. So the DC debit debt, anything over the DC collections that we have, any payments that we make, will have to come out of tax levy, any of these categories, depending, because KLHHC debt, the capital plan has quite a bit of DC revenue financing it as well. So next slide, please. So what this tells us is we need $113.3 million. It's not that we need that. We need way more than that, but this is what we've come up with a fair proration. So we want the debt limit based on our 7.5% debt servicing ratio, converted to a debt limit, will be $113 million, $64 million for water, KLH will be $54 million, and you'll see I've put the current debt at December 31st, 2020 right now for those various categories. So we're looking at almost doubling what the debt is currently. Next slide, please. So how this compares to the capital plan, though, is it still is not sufficient. So obviously, we're going to have to work with the capital plan in order for it to fit into this debt limit that we're going to put forward. But for the tax levy, we need $113 million is the need in tax levy over the next 10 years. And we have assigned it a debt limit of $113 million. Water and wastewater needs $85 million towards the end of the plan. Actually, the big jump comes at the end of the plan, and we have assigned it $64 million. So it works until 2028, when there's some significant projects at the end of the plan. Now, KLHHC we've assigned a debt limit of $54 million, but we need $159 million according to their plan. And if you see the KLHHC current capital plan, we can afford everything except for the last 4 years of the plan, where they don't really have specific projects identified, but there is a need in order to increase the number of housing units that are required under the Affordable Housing Plan. And then we have this DC debit limit that comes in if we continue to use the DC reserve and put it into a debit position of over 153 million, which will not be covered by DC collections because they're simply just too high of a level to be reached unless we really see considerable growth. So it will have to be used, offset by the limits that we've assigned tax levy, water and wastewater, and KLHHC. So the biggest concern for me here is that the DC needs some policies around it in order to use it. It keeps hitting home to me that the DC debit, we can't keep continuing to throw the DC reserve into a debit in order to build growth projects. So our next slide. So if we took the the debt up to the 10%, so the debt servicing ratio, let's leave no room and just use the 10%, we could still spend in the 10-year forecast 37 million more in tax levy. Or we could spend 21 million more in water and wastewater, or 18 million more in the KLHHC 30-year. And we could even increase the debt servicing ratio, not that I'm recommending that, higher than the 10% if council so desired. But the capital plan is not affordable given the fact that it needs so much more debt than what the debt limit that we are proposing would be available to them. So I'm sure there are questions on this area.
You're talking about the debt service ratio at increasing it to 7.5%. What's it at right now?
Currently, the last time we did our financial information return, it was at 6.3%.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
I almost don't know where to start. The one thing you missed on page 1, by the way, is the $25 million special tax levy debt that we went into that we're only 5 years into paying for. It was missed on your original presentation. We're never going to make a serious decision about saving money, reducing services, living in our budget, as long as we entertain the thought of, well, we'll just borrow more money and somebody else can pay for it. And that's what it boils down. This council's looking at, for some of us anyway, we're looking at 1 more year. So we can squeak by with a 3% increase and say, look how good we did, because we haven't got enough gumption to pay for what we're spending. And we shouldn't be unloading on our kids and our grandkids and with a never ever ending paying debt, just so that we can have the little things that we want now. My ingoing thought is find some savings. I mean, I looked at $12 million for a bridge across at Colburn Street. And I'm not talking about the location, I'm talking about the $12 million. Well, we get some of that back on DC, but we still pay for a big chunk of it. That bridge has been on the books for 50 years that I'm aware of. But all of a sudden, we got to do it this year. We got to spend $12 million. And if we go into life with that attitude, God help the councils that follow us, and God help the poor kids that have got to pay for it.
Through you to the councillor, actually, the $25 million debt that we went out for the original financial long-range financial plan in 2017 is included in the 47 million. I'm not sure what page it was. That's the balance that's outstanding still, or will be outstanding.
Councillor Elmsley.
Just quickly, I don't entirely agree with Councillor Dunn. and his scenario. It's fine to say, let's cut services, let's cut spending, let's not do this, let's not do that. But the reality is we have to do some of these things. I did not hear you, I heard you say that you wanted to raise the debt repayment limit to 7.5%, but I didn't hear anything about raising the debt limit. Is that coming, or has that not been decided?
Through you to the councillor. The debt servicing limit results, or the debt servicing ratio of 7.5% results in a debt limit. And that's what's here in that first column. Your debt limit would be 113 million in tax, 64 million in water and wastewater, and KLHHC would receive 54 million.
So we would be going from a debt limit of 25 million on the tax levy
Yeah.
to 113 million in 1 year?
Yes, based on it would be over the 10-year period. What we've done is we've factored in what we need in what has been brought forward to council in the capital plan. So in order to do that, we've decided that we need a debt servicing ratio of 10%. So you're right, that is the 2022 limit. That's what it would be, because that is really what is needed in order to finance the capital plan that was presented the last long-range financial plan meeting.
But that doesn't mean in 2022 you're going out for another $90 million in debt.
It might not mean that we go out in 2022 for that 90 million, but what is required in 2022 in that capital plan is, would require that level of debt in order to finance it. We might go out in 3 or 4 years, over 3 or 4 years for that amount, because the projects wouldn't be done in those years necessarily. We only go out when we're done a project.
I guess where I'm confused, you say it's at 6.7 now? Is that what you said, 6.2?
6.3 or 6.2.
6.3, 6.2. So by going to 7, and we're at 25 million, but by going to 7.5, we're going to go up to 113 million?
No, the 25 million is something that council imposed. It was not built on a debt servicing ratio whatsoever. It was built on a number in 2004 that was decided by a former council was the requirement for the level of debt needed. So that was not built on a debt servicing ratio whatsoever.
Well, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
But you say our debt servicing ratio is at 6.3, but we're at a $25 million limit. So one would extrapolate that.
But keep in mind that you have all that special debt in there as well, right? So you have the debt for 68 Lindsay, you have the debt not taken out yet, but it's still part of your limit of the Bobcaygeon Beach Park. I think there was some Honeywell, and then there's the 25 million additional debt as well. And in the water and wastewater plan, there's about 11 million in extra debt. Okay. Keep doing that. This, the next is the affordability management strategy. So if you're, I think you've realized that the capital forecast obviously is not affordable. The operating forecast with the 3% would be affordable. And we've considered two approaches. So we could reduce capital and operating expenditures as forecasted in the draft long-term financial plan upfront until forecasted needs conform to financial capacity constraints. And we're basically doing that in the capital budget because Adam comes forward, or the manager of capital assets comes forward with all the department requests for capital for 2022. Then I look at the requests and I say, here's what we can afford in that plan. based on financing that we have. So then we figure out the difference and we go together, the SMT table sits and figures out which projects can be deferred. And then this year you will get that list of projects that have been deferred. So we'll have to do that going forward. It's not that we're going to come forward and spend, 80 million next year compared to 40 million this year on your capital budget. We're going to probably have to bring that capital budget down to a level that we can afford. Or we can, and so this is what we're doing. We're maintaining the capital and operating forecasts, but we're ensuring that the budgets conform to the financial capacity constraints. So we're using option 2. So we might have a budget that's come forward that is, I believe the 2022 budget was probably 80 million that came forward of requests, and we'll probably bring it down to 40 to 50 million, because we simply can't afford the debenture, the DCs that are in that plan. The only thing that would change is if we received additional grants in order to finance some of those projects.
Go ahead.
Yeah, now, is that any different than what we've been doing since I've been sitting here? That happens every year, right?
It happens every year, but I think that for the first year, you're going to be aware of what we have deferred rather than it happening at the SMT table. And I think for the most part, most staff are fairly upfront of what has been deferred. But it gives you a sense of what pressure that we are having to try to finance a budget that has been presented to you, and you've agreed with everything that's on that, right? So we could go step by step through the capital budget and say, no, we're going to push that off, we're going to push that off. That's a long, long exercise. So we're basically still sticking to what we have done in the past. However, we're saying we do need more debt limit in order to at least go forward with some of the projects that are in there. Our next steps. So we're going to, when we bring the long-range financial plan ahead, we're going to establish a development charge reserve policy, as I've talked about. We're going to establish an overall reserve policy to ensure that sufficient balances are maintained. So we're going to consolidate a lot of those reserves. We want to establish a debt management policy that utilizes that debt servicing ratio of at least 10% and establishes reasonable debt limits for each category. The biggest risk of that debt management, the reason why we need to stick with that debt servicing ratio of 10%, when we convert it to a debt limit, those interest rates will affect it. So if we think that interest rates are going to be going up in the next 10 years, we've pretty well kept it at the 3%. So a 3% debt limit based on a debt servicing ratio of 10% is very different from one that's built on a 7% interest rate, and we've used the 3%. Next steps, or sorry, next slide. So we're going to receive today any financial feedback that you have for us regarding this. For example, if that debt limit does not sit well with you, we'd like to know, and then we'll have to take it back and figure out a different strategy. And then we need to bring you the finalized long-term financial plan in Q4.
Okay, I'll say it first. The debt limit does not sit well with me. I guess my question, just a quick question. You say 7, we could approve 10 DSR, but only work with 7.5 and keep 2.5 for an emergency. What would be the difference in just approving a 7.5, and then if there was an emergency, you come to council for, lay out what the emergency is, and we find a way to fund it? I mean, I don't understand why we would approve a debt capacity to just sit there, and then in case of emergency, which probably is going to come to council at that point anyways, why not just cap it at 7.5 and there's a little bit of room for us to grow, and then we're going to have to make some tough decisions moving forward.
Through you, or to you, I think the reason why we went to 10% was because the pressures in the capital plan require 10%, frankly. and I was trying to get them down to 7.5%. And so an agreement was reached that we would use 7.5%, and if we needed it, we'd still have that 10% to go to. But you're right, we would have to come back to council in order to go above the original debt limit that we're bringing to you today.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Helmsley?
I guess just the point that all the budgets for the next 10 years are going to come to council anyway. And as we've seen in the past, even though we may have approved a long-term financial plan of 4%, the average annual tax increase comes in at something less than that. So it seems to me that what we approve today is still going to be incumbent on the council of the day approving a budget that may or may not allow you to meet these financial goals.
That is through you to the councillor, that is true. I think I'm going to defer to the CAO because he probably needs to sum up everything anyway, and perhaps he can give you a different perspective.
Thanks, Carolyn. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So you're right. I mean, in any given year, a council is going to make a decision. The treasurer talked a bit about our budget processes, and we're going to improve those. And I think the big one is going to be sort of showing or demonstrating, certainly in the capital area, what is that moving gap? And it's going to give you that extra opportunity to reprioritize, and it's going to be quantified, and you're going to be able to decide this is important but needs to be pushed down the line when we can afford it or how we afford it, or maybe it's pulled right out of the plans. It almost goes back to Councillor Dunn's original questions. This is such a complex machine, and trying to look for those efficiencies and savings to one of you is going to be completely different to another. So if we can improve the process by exposing what those pressures are, and then collectively the council of the day will make those decisions in any given year. I think, overall, the assumptions that we're making are meant to be quite conservative so that they're realistic. I know that it's shock and awe when you see some of these big numbers, but for the size and scope of our assets that we have today, and they're valued at over $1 billion, like this is not small numbers that we're having to manage and deal with. And we have operating budgets now, exceeding well over $200 million every year. And so it's not meant to be to scare anybody in any given year, but I think it sets a blueprint for this and future councils to then make maybe some more informed decisions in any given budget year, seeing the bigger picture. The other probably lesson learned that we didn't touch on that certainly was more near and dear to me is we want to start to put context around the financial plan annually, as opposed to right now we're doing a comprehensive update. The last time we did the plan was 2017. And so I know our financial team is committed to, we'll now bring you forward the plan, you'll approve budgets, and then leading into next year's budgets, we'll show you what the net impact was. And so I think we're going to get a lot better in terms of just information to inform the budgets.
Thank you. I guess it's kind of a funny point, isn't it? We see this information, and later on in our agenda, we see where a number of we councillors, me included, have asked for other things to be included in decision units for the 2022 budget. And I don't think we're being frivolous, and I don't think we're being irresponsible in bringing those things forward, because I'm sure all of us believe that the things we're bringing forward are actually needed and required, and we want to see a way of doing it. But it kind of flies in the face of everything we're seeing here.
Councillor Dunn.
Yeah, just a couple of things. Number one, because I've sat through both on town council prior to this and then for 11 years on this council, we look at the bottom line. What's our tax increase? And if the item on the line says paid for by debentures, paid for by reserves, we say, well, it's paid for by debentures and it doesn't affect us. I remember back in the day, we used to have Carolyn and, oh, I lost her name. They would sit up there and what's the number at now? We would ask what the number's at, and as soon as we got down to a tax that we could live with, then we said, good, we've done a good job, we kept it down before whatever below, you know. So I'm sorry, but we don't look at every nickel and dime and worry about every expenditure as to whether or not it's a valid expense. You know, we look at that bottom line. What are we going to tell the taxpayer? Because we want to get reelected, and it's really important to keep them happy. I have no issue spending money. If we approve every item on that list, as long as it goes out as a tax increase, so that when we do something for our constituents, they recognize that they're paying for it. Then they may not ask for so many things because they're going to have to pay for it. But to bury it in debt that somebody else is going to pay for, I was going to say it's immoral, but what the hell. But it's just wrong. So my question to you right now, though, Carolyn, is at our $25 million, where are we in the percentage thing? Is it 1%, 0.5%? Can you tell me what?
Through you, I'm sorry, I'm not really understanding the question.
Okay, so on the debt ceiling repayment.
Oh, if we stuck at 20, I don't know. It's been a while since we were there, so I'm not really sure
I can always
what it
find a
would be.
question, can't I? Thank you.
I can certainly find that out for you.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Councillor Yeo, did you have a question or did it get answered?
More of a comment than anything, and talk about debt and stuff, and you have to step back and realize, and I think it was mentioned by the CEO, our assets are in excess of 1.4 billion or whatever it is, and to think we could get by without debt is daydreaming. I believe it's, and to say we're going to leave it to our kids and all that, it's way too late to think we should suffer now and not leave it, because the province and the federal government have done a good enough job on that for us not to assume debt, I think would be irresponsible. So that's the other side of the ball, and that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and you know what? It's a great comment, because I know at one point we throw these numbers around and they are scary numbers, right? But then we look at, you break it down to the revenue, and it almost breaks down to a couple with $100,000 income have a $25,000 mortgage on a house, and it's not out of the norm. It's because you're talking about millions and millions of dollars that it's a bit scary. So I think, rather than debt service to ratio and everything, it's almost like, this is what we bring in every year. We bring in X number of dollars. Is this a manageable debt based on what we know? Or, anybody does that. You don't buy a $500,000 house if you're making 10 grand a year. You just don't do it. What can we afford to run our business? And sometimes, to Emmett's point, I think that gets lost in the conversation sometimes, as far as we're not out of control on our debt. We don't want to get out of control. I don't think you'll let us get out of control on our debt. But at the end of the day, there's that happy medium about, we can't just go from here to here because we don't want to change anything in here. And that seems to be where we're stuck, right? We like what we have, everybody's happy, so we don't want to touch that. So what do? We got to pay more. Well, maybe we pay a little more and we reduce a little bit, and I know that's a real popular conversation, so I won't go there. Go ahead, Councillor Ash.
Thank you. To you too, Carolyn. Some of your statistics, your numbers, they're based on presentations that came to council here. For example, housing, they wanted 15 million. We were told that a new long-term care facility we had to construct, I think it was around 30 million. Now we're told today that we may not have to construct that for another 10 years. So it just, it kind of distorts the whole future of, we're not really sure, I'm not really sure, what the exact debt is going to be in the next 10 years. But, when I put together my list, sometimes I feel guilty because I put a whole page together, but now I don't feel so guilty because, these things are, like Councillor Elmsley said, these projects in our own particular wards we think they're worthy and they're needed, and they're not frivolous. So we think these through, and we know that they're well needed. But I think we're basing this, we're speculating on what we're going to spend on housing. We're assuming that our debt's going to be so high because we heard a presentation said our housing, we want to spend 25 million on new housing, on new units, plus we want to spend huge amounts of money on capital projects that we don't really have to do now. So I don't know, I think we're just sort of we're going ahead of ourselves here, like as far as the debt goes. But I think, you know, we're working hard, we're trying to do our best, but I just think that some of these numbers, they do look scary, but I mean, we're basing it on just assumptions and a wish list.
Well, I'll just comment. They're not a wish list. They're based on council's approved plans. We approved the housing plan. So when you're seeing these housing numbers, it's a council-approved housing plan that came to council. We had sessions. We've approved that plan moving forward. When staff bring forward this $40 million in capital projects, it's not a wish list. It's a list based on the plans of what council's approved to bring forward. They know we can't do them all, so they cut some things back, but it's not anybody saying, you know, I wish we could do this or I want to do this. It's all based on the plan that we have for our assets moving forward. And then when we have to cut and we kick it down the road, it's not as much of a wish list as you think, but understood. Any other? Go ahead.
Yeah, and just on that note, through you, and total respect in this question, but when the second bridge in Lindsay kept coming up, and the question I asked, and I didn't care how much it cost, I didn't care any of that. Every time it came up, I said, if we pass this, it's not saying we're going to do it. It's just saying that there's a way to do it. And every time I said, oh no, this isn't saying we're going to do it. This is just saying this, it should be done and all that stuff. So at what point, and somebody can email me this after, but at what point and what resolution was the second bridge approved by council? That's my question. When was it approved? Because I tried to ask the question every time to make sure it wasn't just, yeah, we're doing it and we're doing it at Coburn Street. And as far as I know, I've never voted to do it and do it at Coburn Street. Unless I missed the meeting or, so if anybody could research that and let me know, just an email would do. Thank you.
Do you have anything you want to comment, or I don't have that info, so.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it requires an email as a follow-up. I think, though, part of what everybody's struggling with, a number of you have mentioned it. I personally don't see your list of decision units as frivolous or just sort of wants lists. We look at them as actually informing what is that sort of service demand out there. And then, yes, you're going to see your list. We're going to tell you what's in the 2022 budget or in those plans. And unfortunately, all of us collectively are going to have to make some hard decisions because we can't afford all that are on the list. But I would never suggest that they're, frivolous lists and wants, because they actually are. You don't have enough information in front of you to know in any given budget year, unless you were to pour over thousands of pages of asset management plans. And so, I think it's a good thing to do. What we might not be able to do is accommodate them, and that's just because you're going to see a longer list of other things. So I really do believe that in this particular budget year, and it'll be new, you'll be able to see and have that quantified. What is that sort of gap that we're all grappling with, and then ultimately you're going to have to prioritize those different options. So I hope that answers the question. In the future, I suspect if it was in a plan, you're going to see it on a list somewhere to the council's response, so that when it's coming up in 2022, if it was in some sort of a servicing plan and required and demonstrated, then we would be bringing it forward for those reasons, and you would still have the ability to either approve it in year, shift it down the road, or take it out of our plans entirely.
Okay, any other questions on the financial plan?
Sorry, can I just make a comment? When we were going through the long-range financial plan, I had the capital plan in front of me. Now, I can't make decisions based on what should move forward, what should be deferred, what should, whatever. So I had to just take what the capital plan was and put it into this plan. So obviously, things are going to change each year as we move ahead, and you will have decisions based on that. So I'm not saying we're going to go out and do $113 million of incur that much in debt. I'm just saying that that's all I had, and I couldn't make a decision for council to determine what would be put out of the plan in order to afford it. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, no, and that's a great comment. Is there any direction that you're looking for from this council, or I guess we're going to receive your presentation? There's no report, so what are you looking for from us as far as direction? Is this going to come back in the end of the year in a report where we're going to endorse a plan, 10-year plan, right? Not really affecting this year's budget because it'll be done mostly by then. But is there anything you need direction-wise from council right now so that you can better inform your plan at the end of the year?
Okay, I think that what we need was your thoughts on what the debt limit was that we were proposing. And obviously, from everyone's reaction, that that's not what you want to go to. So is there any comments on what you would be willing to go to for a debt limit?
And are you talking about the debt servicing ratio? Like that's
yes.
what we keep talking about, 7.5 or 10.
Yes, I guess is 10% where you want to go, 7.5, understanding that that limit results in a debt limit of what I indicated.
Yeah, and I'm fully prepared to make that resolution, that we go to 7.5, because as Caroline said, currently we're at 6.3 because we've changed the name of our debt to special debt, or it includes our 25 million one-time borrow we did through the Royal Bank. So our limit might be 25 million, but we've borrowed up to our 6.3 or $47 million right now. So going from 6.3 to 7.5, I don't see as a stretch, given that we've done it with smoke and mirrors to get to where we are now, above our 25 million. So I'll make the resolution that we support the 7.5 debt ratio.
Receive the presentation and
receive it, yeah.
and set the debt limit for the financial plan at 7.5 DSR. So just a question for clarification is, with our special debt that we've taken on, is that included in the 6.3 that we're at now?
Yes, it is.
It is. So this is an increase over and above that. Okay, perfect. So you'll move that. You'll second that? Councillor Elmsley, thank you. Do you want to speak to it?
No, I actually think it's all been said and asked and explained. Thank you.
Councillor Elmsley, do you want to speak to it?
We saw the numbers. I don't think we have a choice. If we want to continue to operate in a manner that is going to provide what is required. So I think it's necessary.
No, I think it's necessary too, but based on your presentation, you were asking for 10 based on the pressures, right? So just keep that in mind. It's an increase from where we are to where we're going, but it's not the full increase based on the pressures that our treasurer was saying that, okay.
Well, I think you said it when you said if you have to go to 10%, you'd have to come back to council anyway. So if we're suddenly faced with a crisis or some extraordinary expense, they have to come back anyway, and we could do it.
No, and I agree. I'm fine with where we are. I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear that, you know, although we're increasing it, we're not increasing it as much as some people would. I won't say like, because I know you don't even like to go there. So you've been great at keeping that debt reminder that we don't want to keep going here. So, but it is okay. Any questions or comments on that resolution? Yep.
Question to you, like, so we're basing our decision on something that we haven't even debated yet, like in the capital budget. Like, these projects are going to come to the capital budget in a month or so, but
This is our long-term financial plan. This is
understand.
going to be endorsed at the end of the year after we've done the budget. It doesn't really affect 2022 budget. This is a financial plan for the next 10 years.
Okay, so it doesn't impact the 22.
No. Financial plan. Any other questions? Call the question then, all in favor? And that's passed. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your in-detailed presentation. We've got a lot to get through here today, and I know a lot of people have been online holding on, but we're gonna need 5 minutes just to stretch, and then we're gonna have to dive into these reports. So hold on for another 5 minutes. If we can come back at 5 o'clock and dive into some of these other issues, we should be done by midnight. Okay, a couple more technical glitches, but we'll call the meeting back to order and we'll dive into our reports. First report 7.1, Community Pandemic Recovery Task Force completion. I'll turn it over to Rod Sutherland to either make introductions or give us a quick overview, and we'll go from there. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's just me here for this. In the interest of time, I won't go through in detail the report that you have summarizing the task force actions and activities over the past year and a half. As a quick update, the task force was created by council in May of last year to provide advice and recommendations to council and staff on resources required to ensure community recovery from the pandemic. The primary activities are highlighted in the report, focusing on the two areas: the Pandemic Recovery Fund, which had 2 intakes and 2 sets of grants to agencies, as well as supports in terms of in the form of workshops and supports to agencies. They are listed in the report and describe the scope of the input, community input to develop those plans, or those workshops rather. One thing I would just like to highlight, included in the recommendations, were that as per the terms of reference created by council, that the task force is nearing the completion of its term. Members are appointed up until the end of this year. So the recommendations includes if council desires, the dissolution of the task force, as well as there are 2 recommendations from the task force that they wanted to have council consider, is to incorporate recommendations for continuing to support community agencies through workshops and information sessions. That was seen as an important piece to continue in support of the community overall, as well as a vital signs survey in 2022. In discussions with economic development staff, who largely coordinated those workshops or helped coordinate them last year, that is certainly something that we can incorporate in our plans for next year and beyond. And other than that, I just wanted to highlight and specifically thank all the members of the task force. They're listed, including the 4 councillors, community members, and in particular the co-chairs of the task force who stepped in from day one to with a lot of time and commitment to the task force and the community. Amy Terrell and Heather Kirby, both specifically wanted to highlight and thank them. And there were also other city staff as listed in the report, Jamie Anderson, Barb Condi, Shelley Cooper, Holly Russet, and Brenda Stonehouse, who specifically supported the task force as well over the past year. So that, if there's any questions, happy to answer if there are any.
Thanks, Rod. Any questions on the report for Rod? Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
I'd just like to say, thank Rod Sutherland for his role on the task force and coordinating things with all the members of the task force. I think sometimes we forget that, you know, there are other people there when they give a presentation, and he was certainly a big part of the success of that task force. So, thanks, Rod.
Okay, thank you. Agree. Councillor Ashmore?
Thanks for everyone involved, especially Director Sutherland. However, there was, at the last meeting, and I could have the fellow members of council back me up on this, there was a desire expressed to keep this committee going, keep this task force going for a few more months. So I'm just wondering, maybe I could ask Director Sutherland if you recall that motion that was made. I believe it was a motion made to keep the task force going.
What was, Rod, did you hear the question? There was a motion made or a support from the committee to keep the task force going, and maybe tell us why. What role would they play going forward?
To you, Mr. Mayor, there was discussion of the task force There wasn't a specific resolution to make. It was discussed where councillors, as part of the task force, could through this meeting and through council meeting, make a recommendation for continuing it, as there was some interest in carrying it on based on the success of the group and the well-functioning approach that it took, I guess. But there wasn't a specific resolution. It was more to identify that councillors may wish to bring forward something at this meeting or at council.
Okay, thank you. So what is, any other questions? Questions?
Just going to make the point that the direction to staff on the recommendations for the city to continue to coordinate community agencies was part of the reason for asking it to go forward. So if that resolution goes forward, I think the committee would be well pleased.
Okay, what do you want to do? We have a resolution in front of us. As printed? Resolution as printed. Councillor Dunn, you'll second that. Thank you. Don't need to speak to it. Councillor Dunn? Pretty straightforward. As printed. Any questions? Councillor Ashmore?
Just the question is, if there are funds available for community groups, this group here was the one that would help coordinate the grants, and hopefully we may get a few more grants because this thing carries on, unfortunately, but and the effect, the devastating effect it's had on the community. So that was the desire, at least I put forward, that we should at least have some sort of ability to, if we do get grants come in, why can't we help people continually? I don't feel it's fair to just say that's it and everything's over and everything's fine and dandy. I mean, we still have issues and they're going to carry on. We can't, in my opinion, we can't just drop it like this, you know, leave people just, you know, I think it's kind of cold to do it. That's my opinion. I'm nothing against the committee. They did a great job and they continue to do a great job, the task force, but I just felt that this wasn't the right time to, you know, to terminate it, for lack of better words. So I would speak against it.
Thank you.
Motion.
Any other questions, comments? I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion's passed. Thank you. We'll move into, thanks, Rod. Appreciate it. And please pass on our thanks to obviously all the other committee members. That goes without saying. 7.2, Economic Recovery Task Force Review. Rebecca Mustard. Hello, Rebecca. I'm the chair of the committee. Rebecca did all the work as usual. So I'll let her give us a quick overview of the report and we'll go from there. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So in May 2020, at the beginning of the pandemic, Council established the Economic Recovery Task Force to provide advice and recommendations to Council and staff on resources and support to stimulate local economic recovery. MLF chaired the task force. The task force focused on 3 strategic areas: critical infrastructure investments, planning and development stimulus, and business recovery and support. The task force received input from the local business community through the COVID-19 business survey, sector-based working groups, and the Jump-In online platform. Throughout the year, Council received time-sensitive recommendations from the task force, and in November of last year, the task force shared with Council a summary of the extensive actions undertaken to that point and presented an action plan for continued transformational economic recovery. So the report before you today provides an overview of activities and outcomes since that November report of last year and how the 9 task force recommendations that were approved by Council at that time have been implemented in all 3 areas of focus. The Economic Recovery Task Force has fulfilled its terms of reference, and it's a recommendation of this report that the task force be dissolved and the members, Bjorn Alfredson, Tom Phillips, Jill Quast, and Mark Wilson, were all members of the community appointed to that task force, be thanked for their contribution.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any questions for Rebecca? Yep, go ahead.
No, just a thank you, and I'll give you the motion.
As printed?
Yes.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Seymour Fagan. Any comments, questions? I'll just say thank you to everybody. I think it was this and the other committee was put together as a snapshot in time. I don't think it's a negative that they've run their course and we're moving on to other things. I know the pandemic is still with us, but it wasn't meant to be forever. These were temporary relief items. I think we made a difference. We did everything we could as a municipality to try and help with a lot of the other programs that were out there. And just a special thanks to all the community members who, you know, provided their time and volunteer hours and even provided input into what was required. I hope we made a difference. I hope we made it a little bit easier to get through some of the struggles. It certainly wasn't the end, but at the end of the day, hopefully we cross that bridge, or we bridge that gap a little bit for a little while, and then from here on in, they're a little bit more self-sufficient moving forward, which is obviously the ultimate goal. So I have the motion as printed, moved by Councillor Riley, second by Councillor Seymour Fagan. Any questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Rebecca. Appreciate it. Okay, 7.3 is the Flato request for support of a minister's zoning order. Going to do this one a little bit different. You've got the report in front of you. Just before you bring Flato on, Joel, I want to ask, they've got a deputation they're going to do, but I want to get our CAO to give us an overview of the report first. And then what I'm going to do is just keep your questions for the report. What I'd like to do is then after Ron gives us an overview, I want Flato to come in and do their deputation. We'll ask them any questions you have for them, and then I'm going to ask them to leave, and then we as a council will deal with the report after the fact. So just wanted to have them part of the conversation in case there was questions that came up from the report. So go ahead, Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So I'll just walk through briefly some of the different areas of the report, and then as the Mayor mentioned, either myself or Acting Director Hawley will be prepared to answer any questions. The report was tri-authored. It's listed on there. Juan Rojas also provided inputs from a servicing development perspective. And I do want to just give Leah Barry, the acting manager over there, really did the lion's share of the overall policy sort of background on this report, and I think it was fabulously done. So I commend the whole group for putting this together. So what it is a report in front of you, an information report, give you some background and options that you asked for to potentially support a request from Flato Developments. So it's Flato Lindsay Community Inc. I'll just refer to them as Flato ongoing. And they are requesting support from you for a minister's zoning order that the Provincial Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing would ultimately issue. And this is for lands or development, future development on lands abutting the east side of the Lindsay settlement area. And so back in early September, Committee of the Whole meeting, Flato was in front of you and made a request for your support or endorsement. And at that meeting, you recommended that it be referred back to staff to look at different options, to look at it financially and otherwise, and come back to you with this informational report. Prior to that, just prior to that, Flato also made the request formally to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. So that was in early September. Following that, Council adopted that recommendation, and now we're here today a month later. So Flato currently owns a little over 300 hectares of land, as I said, predominantly outside of the Lindsay settlement area. There's a small amount of land, 36 hectares of that, which is in the current settlement boundary. All the remainder is outside. They are requesting an MZO support for about a third of that land in total, so about 115 hectares of total land that, as I mentioned, are currently outside of our urban area. And the report summarizes what they're proposing, and many of the attachments also highlight either through mapping or some different studies, briefs on support for the development. But essentially, they're proposing in that order 200 seniors-oriented and rental apartments, and they were committing to 10% of those being purpose-built affordable housing under the Act, 400 back-to-back townhouses. The overall yield of development, so beyond those there would be singles, semis, and townhouses, conventional development. They're proposing a development yield of approximately 2,000 units. There would also be 2 commercial blocks within those lands. And there are some features, agricultural and natural heritage, that they would be addressing through their future proposal. And so just to give you a bit of context, 2,000 units, we usually apply a ratio of about 2.5 units for people. So they are essentially proposing growth of about 5,000 people over the longer term. And so in the report, pages 4 to 7, I'm not going to go through them at length. They're really policy directed. These are the current policies that are in place provincially or locally to guide this type of development, which is essentially an urban area expansion under the provincial growth plan. And so staff have provided a summary for you of what the conventional process would be followed and what are the sort of checks and balances that are built in to that those processes as well. And so Flato, in making this request, and they're aware of those, we've had a couple of informational sessions with them. They know sort of the progression and what the city is planning and generally what the timeframes would be for that major future growth consideration. So according to Flato, the MZO is used as a tool to fast track their development, but really I think what it does is provide the necessary commitment to future development so that they can start to mobilize, more actively invest in the lands and in studies and whatever it takes to get to that development potential. And so essentially that's what they're asking for you in endorsing a minister's zoning order. The next section of the report talks about issues, or maybe limitations is a better term. So what is an MZO and what does it ultimately do and what doesn't it do? And essentially, in simple terms, it is zoning, just as it says in its title. So this would be provincially directed zoning on a piece of property. And then what the report sort of says after is normal progression is you do the bigger policies first, you do the larger studies, and you kind of work your way down to the deep detail, and then you get into specific subdivision approvals, site plans, and things of that nature. This is kind of somewhere in the middle in terms of the process or established processes. And so on page 9, we basically summarize by saying that in council supporting this MZO, it's really synonymous with committing to this development. Not necessarily today, not necessarily next year, but it's committing to it in our future growth planning. And that would be inclusive of, and you've already heard, we're starting our growth management study. So we're going to be looking at servicing, we're going to be looking at transportation, all of these necessary reviews for infrastructure to support growth. And this is right out to 2051, conceptually. And so in requesting the MZO, one of the things that we wanted to highlight, so I'm on page 10 of the report, but essentially wanted to draw to your attention, you're typically used to having your official plan, which sets the policy directive, sets your growth sort of management standards and requirements. And then through development approvals locally, whether it's an OPA, a zoning, subdivision, site plan, those are really where you roll up the sleeves and you're able to provide approvals with conditions. And those conditions range from sort of what the development looks like to how the development is rationalized. In an MZO, the minister cannot impose conditions of approval. So what you have in your package is the actual request that went from Flato to the minister. And it essentially says, we want to get an order to allow or to establish zoning on this property to do A, B, and C. And it outlines all of the development requirements, the type of development, the units, and so on. So in this current process, the big sort of flag, if I can call it that, from staff's perspective, is that you need to, if you're going to endorse this type of development, you need to understand the scope and scale of it, number one. And number two, you want to ensure, I think, that we're protected financially as a municipality, that we're protecting for those public processes that would be put in place, and that you're protecting your other policies, like in your official plan, so that we have good growth built in. And so what staff have proposed here as an option, and it's been done in other areas, we understand, we did our homework based on minister zoning orders that have been issued over the last 2 years from the minister. You essentially need to find a way to impose conditions. And so what we've tried to do is suggest the minister can't do it. We can't do it, or you can't do it right now in your resolution. But what you can do is put the minister on notice, put the developer on notice that if you want to support this, that you have expectations that certain things will be done and met. And the only way to do that would be to enter into some sort of an agreement. We're suggesting a development agreement. And hopefully it's to your satisfaction, you would approve it. And if the conditions of approval that would generally be applied to any developer are met, then you could move forward. In the absence of that, the only other option you have would be to make a follow-up request to the minister to revoke that order should they issue it. And so that's essentially what the report is spelling out in terms of process. I think, Mr. Mayor, that covers sort of all of the key points. But again, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we'll have planning staff on the line as well, if you have any as well.
Yeah, I'm just, can we hold our questions? I want to get Flato to do their deputation. And if you have any questions for them based on the overview, just for them. And then when they're gone, we'll go back to the report and you can ask questions of our staff. We'll have Richard and everybody else on the line at that time, and we'll go from there. But if it's okay with you, just hold your question. I wanted Flato to hear the presentation, and thank you folks for hanging in there with us. I know that was, you'd be wishing you did your deputation 3 hours ago, but thanks for hanging in there with us. We appreciate it. It is a 5-minute deputation according to our procedural bylaw, but I think you've heard the overview, and we'd like to hear what you have to say, whether you're commenting on the report or on the previous deputation gentleman who raised some concerns, and then we'll see if council has any questions for you before we ask you to leave, and then we'll deal with the report after the fact. So I don't know who's leading the deputation. I will turn it over to you guys. I know we have Katerina Sliwa, Matthew Corey, Shakir Rematula, and Carl Repka with us today. So I will turn it over to you folks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Shakir Rematullah, and thank you so much for letting us speak. I would say that the CEO has done a great job in explaining and summarizing the report. And we are excited to work with the city of Kawartha Lakes, and especially on this project in Lindsay, where we are working with the city and with the province. And we're excited to bring affordable housing units. We have agreed to bring 10% of housing units, so roughly 200 purpose-built rental of affordable units we're proposing to bring with this development, plus 20% attainable housing within this development. Once again, the CEO has covered everything, but I would just like to reconfirm that we will, the M0 does not mean that we're getting a building permit issued. M0, exactly like the CEO had explained, that M0 will basically lay the framework, or will do the groundwork for us to start, and would allow us to work with the municipality to work on the studies and the reports and all the required work that would be required for a typical community design or subdivision. So in this case, we are happy to work with the city on their official plan. We are happy to work with the GMS. We're happy to work with the master servicing plan, master transportation plan, any other studies, requirements, whatever the city has, other stakeholder, Curve Lake, First Nations, where the Conservation Authority, we will work with everyone. And we will go through the public process. We'll have to have statutory public meetings for this, which will also allow public to participate. We're going to have public information sessions as well in the future. We've already had 2 so far. So it will be open to public. We want to be transparent. We want to work with the city. We will go through each and every single step that the city would require us to go through. We're happy to sign a development agreement to confirm and to sign and to agree with all the requirements which staff would require. And I understand and I appreciate and I 100% agree with the staff report that city has to be protected, and we agree with that. We want to work with the city. We want to be a good partner. We want to be good community builders in the city of Kawartha Lakes. So we want to work with everyone. We will make sure that we follow all the guidelines, all the requirements. It's going to be a transparent process. It's going to be going through public process. We're going to deal with all the stakeholder, Curve Lake, the right holders, First Nations, the Conservation Authority, and we will make sure that we satisfy the council, the staff, and everyone. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions. But once again, to summarize, M0 does not mean a building permit is getting issued today. After this M0 is approved, we have a long list of things that we have to do, and we will work with the municipality on that. And then as far as affordable housing is concerned, we have agreed to provide 200 affordable housing units. And not just that we're offering that, we're not going to build them in our last phase 10 years from now. I've already mentioned it to staff in our meeting a few days ago that in our first phase of this development, we would like to have at least 1 building of affordable housing units so that we can respond to the people, because in the public information session, we heard from the public that affordable housing is needed, different forms of housing is needed. Originally, we were proposing to have just single detached homes, but we listened to the public. We are providing affordable housing units. We're going to provide different form of housing, back-to-back townhomes, standard townhomes, single detached homes, semi-detached homes. We are also responding to the community by having 2 different commercial plazas. When we did the public information meeting, a lot of people came to us, and I was personally speaking with them, and they mentioned to me that they would like to have restaurants. Their lack of restaurants on the east side of Lindsay. So we're listening to the general public, and that's what we're responding to. And once again, we're open-minded people. We will be working closely with your staff and with council. And if there's anything else that we can work with, we're more than happy to work with the city on it. So, sir, thank you so much. We appreciate your time, and thank you for letting us be here today. And we're looking to work with the city. And if there's anything, I'm more than happy to answer. And our team is here to answer any questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm just going to ask for a motion to receive the deputation, and then we'll see if there's any question. Councillor Helmsley and Dunn, any questions for either Shakir or any of the staff up on the screen? Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through you. Thank you for more clarification on what your plans are. So you said that you were going to go through Kawartha Conservation, do all the steps that we normally do. So why do you require an MZO when you want to do all the steps that we normally do? And why are you not following the normal path that all the other developers have had to do?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Councillor, it's a very good question. The reason we're going through an MZO over here is it will give us the assurance that we have the zoning in place to proceed with the studies that we need to do to go through an official plan amendment and to work with the city. If we are going to be doing affordable housing units, for example, we need the assurance that we are going to be able to proceed. But once again, we are going to so this approval somewhere exactly like the CEO explained, it's somewhere in the middle, but this will help us in doing these studies simultaneously instead of us waiting for us to go through the official plan amendment process first. So having an MZO will just help us doing those studies starting now instead of 1, 2, or 3 years later, or whenever the official plan amendment is done.
Okay, thank you. But other developers have had to do the studies beforehand. So, and you want to take the land, it looks like it's A1. agricultural. So you want to take agricultural and put it into residential?
So for agriculture question, I will defer to Matt from our team. Matt?
Sure, and through you, Your Worship, Councillor Seymour Fagan, we were looking at the broader perspective as well from the planning perspective when we were looking at this these lands and Flattow's proposal. The A1 agricultural designation, and more importantly, the prime ag designation applies to everywhere around Lindsay. So I think the city has a conundrum there where any settlement expansion that's required to accommodate additional growth would be on similar lands. So that, I mean, in that sense, what the provincial policy tells us to do is that you're to avoid prime ag lands wherever possible in delivering development and growth. But if not possible, you do what you have to do to mitigate it. And I'd say that what Flattow's proposing, especially at the densities they're proposing development at, would have a compact development with a mix and range of uses that would mitigate the amount of land use that would otherwise be required for growth. And it puts it in a location that can ultimately be serviced. And when you factor all those things together, yes, it's prime agricultural land, but so is essentially every other piece of land on the boundary of Lindsay. So the question ends up becoming, if you're going to expand, then you need to put it on prime ag land and put it in the best place from other perspectives, including from the perspective that Flatto was looking at, and certainly I looked at as a planner, trying to complete some of the half development neighborhoods and and we certainly heard that from the residents too when we talked to them, the need for additional uses and additional opportunities for shopping, recreation, everything on this portion of Lindsay.
Okay, thank you. And there's no servicing in that area as well, right?
So Carl, can you please respond to that question?
Yeah, in general for servicing, I can tell you a little bit about what is there. There are sanitary sewers on a lot of adjacent streets up to Highway 36, but you're right, nothing crosses 36 except for the sanitary sewer that services IU Weldon Secondary School. There would need to be additional infrastructure built to service these lands with respect to sanitary. Initial phases could potentially make use of some of the servicing that is there within some of the existing streets that terminate just on the other side of Highway 36. There is a 300 millimeter water main within Highway 36 that would need to be extended. But in general, for the size and scale of the Flatto lands, it's absolutely true that additional infrastructure would be needed. It's a bit more of the reason why the MZO is needed to sort of make plans to service lands and the community on this side of Lindsay. It needs to be of a scope that can justify the work for the infrastructure. We're committed to going through, as Shakira said, and would be required and likely signed up through a development agreement, the GMS study and the master servicing plans that need to be done and municipally led on how to service these lands. So I hope that addresses that a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Who's going to pay for it?
So it's exactly the way it's stated in the staff report, that growth pays for growth. So of course, we will be paying it through the development charges, and it will not be creating any additional or any burden on the city because of our infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
It would be a typical. It would be a typical subdivision. If MZO was not happening and if we were just going through, it would be a typical servicing would be like a typical thing like you would do in any other area of Kawartha Lakes.
Okay, thank you. So development charges if and when it actually gets developed, which could be 15 years down the road. I do have one other question. This is outside the urban boundary, correct?
Yes, for this request, the lands are outside the settlement boundary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson, you had a question?
Thank you.
I do, and through you, I have two questions, actually. So there's a lot of discussion regarding the affordable housing component. You spoke to it numerous times. I know we're talking forecasting out. Do you have any starting projected costs of that, what that would be for affordable housing for folks?
So is that question to me?
To whoever.
Okay, so it's going to be, we are proposing rental, affordable rental buildings, apartments, I would say. So at this time, we have not worked out the formula. We have requested, we've sent in the application to the city. I think the formula, City of Kawartha Lakes has a very good program, and which basically would make us offer the apartments on fair market value, which will be determined by the city. So we will have to work with the city and your department to decide on how much we can charge.
And they've been working with our Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation on the affordable housing model, so.
Okay.
So, you know, part of what that formula would be.
Okay, perfect.
Go ahead.
That answers that. My second question is, so what is the harm if there's no MZO and just follow the regular procedure?
So it will basically take more time for us to get going through typical process. So MZO basically would facilitate this community, this work by allowing us to start working on the studies and reports and start planning for the infrastructure today instead of 2, 3, 4, or maybe 5 years from now. So for example, to bring in this infrastructure, we would have to do a lot of studies. There would be a lot of engineering approvals required from the city and maybe from the province as well. So those are the things that we would be able to start now instead of starting after the official plan work has been done. So this will allow us to do work simultaneously. We will not be cutting any corners. We are still required to do all the studies, the work. We'll still have to meet all the guidelines, all the building codes. Everything will be done the way it's supposed to be done. The only difference is going to be that it will let us start the design process ahead of time, so that while the municipality, the city is going to be doing the official plan work, we would be able to plan for the infrastructure. We would be able to go ahead and do our studies simultaneously. This is the way we are going to save time. So I hope I've answered your question.
Yep, we're good. Any other questions? Councillor Riley?
Thank you very much for your presentation today. We've had several discussions before. I think the big thing for me is that is going to be the development agreement. And as our CAO, Ron Taylor, said, looking forward to working with you with our development agreement. Is there anything that you would see in our, that our planning staff would ask or request of this council that would be a challenge for you in the planning agreement?
Sir, I've read the report and I have not seen anything that we cannot agree with. I think a staff report is fair with all the work that they have mentioned, and we will have no issues in signing a fair development agreement, and as per the report has outlined. And we're happy to work with the staff today. I mean, if you want us to, we're ready to go. So we're okay to sign, and we're okay to work with the city on the development agreement. And basically, we understand we have a reputation. This is not the only project, or this is not the only part in Ontario where we are working or building a community. We're involved in many other communities in Ontario. We understand what it takes to do community building. We understand our work. We have the right team in place, and we are ready to go. And we have done this many times before. We are building something similar to this right now in other community as well. So we're happy to work with the staff, and I don't see any problems in signing and agreeing to the standard typical conditions your staff would have. No issues at all, sir. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, as a matter of fact, I did phone and I got a long conversation with the CAO in Dundalk this week, David Milner, And he said
yes.
that they had a good working relationship with you, and they sang your praises for sticking to your word and your commitment, basically to the conditions that they did sign. So I was just wanting to, go to a municipality, something maybe not similar to our size, but close to it, and they did say that they certainly, in the early stages, they've had a good working relationship.
Perfect. That's great to hear, sir. And then that's the idea in the city of Kawartha Lakes as well. So in the next couple of years, your CEO would be saying the same thing about us. That's the goal.
I don't know, he's a bit of a tough nut to crack, but good luck with that. Any other questions
So if you do the right things again and again, people start to like you.
Yeah, I'm
That's what I've seen.
I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions here, but is there any other questions from council regarding their proposal? So one of the things, Mr. Rematul, if you don't mind, I mean, staff are recommending, and
Yes, sir.
obviously a big part of it is, you heard that, the minister won't put conditions on it, so, I want to say we're working on faith here, but a development agreement is our way to make sure that we're covered as a municipality and we're not, things are going to go sideways down the road. So some of the things, and I just want to ask you publicly and in front of council and the public, if you'll just confirm some of these conditions that staff are recommending. So I'm just going to read them one at a time, and if you'd be so kind as to say, just to follow up on Councillor O'Reilly, yay or nay, and if we have that, then I think, we can sort of go forward from there. So commitment to participate in the city's growth and development planning and servicing studies, including but not limited to MCR through the GMS project, municipal servicing and transportation master plan updates, and development charge study update, and prior to building permits issued for development on the subject lands. Are you comfortable with that condition?
Yes, sir, I agree.
Thank you. Commitment to payment of any and all costs and fees typical of development and inclusive of Flattow's proportionate share of infrastructure and servicing costs to support the proposed development. Growth pays for growth. You commit to that?
Yes, sir, I agree.
A commitment to obtain all necessary Planning Act approvals to implement the proposed development. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, I agree.
A commitment to review and satisfy typical city conditions of development approval applied to subdivisions and non-residential development. Do you agree to that?
Yes, sir, I agree.
And a commitment to review and satisfy typical conditions of development approval from appropriate agencies and stakeholders, including but not limited to Kawartha Region Conservation Authority, OMAFRA, and First Nations. You agree to that?
Yes. Yes, sir, I agree.
And a commitment to any community benefits offered to the community. For example, you've committed to 10% of residential units as purposeful built affording housing units as per our official plan. You agree to that?
Yes, sir, I agree.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had to ask. I just wanted to make sure that you were clear, we were clear, and our council's clear, on the commitment moving forward. Thank you. If we don't have any more questions for you, we do have a motion to receive. You have a question, Councillor Yeo? No. We do have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to ask you to sign off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we are 100% determined to do a great job and to prove to the council and to the community members and to everyone and the staff that we are going to do an amazing job and to basically build a reputation in City of Kawartha Lakes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And thanks for hanging in there with us. We appreciate it. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the report. The report you've heard from the Flatto team. Councillor Elmslie, you had a question originally for the CAO on the original report. Do you want to ask that now?
Is staff recommending, with the conditions imposed, that we go forward with this order?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the report is structured based on the direction or the request from you. So it was provide us information, provide us with options. I know you know, it's your decision to make if you want to endorse it. So we wanted to make sure that if you were going to endorse it, you went in eyes open, if I could say it that way. You knew all of the implications and how you could at least ensure that your objectives, policy or otherwise, are covered. So it doesn't have an explicit recommendation for approval. And I really don't think that's a position that certainly I wasn't prepared to ask our professional staff to do, because they're hired to follow the processes that are established and your processes. So it's not an explicit sort of approval, but certainly, again, we put options in and are comfortable that if you were to endorse the MZO, that there is a mechanism to fully protect your interests.
Are they legally obliged or just morally obliged to follow those steps?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest they would be legally obliged if we executed a development agreement. We're recommending that it be financially secured. So if we go down a path and there's works that are done and then the relationship or the partnership goes south, there's going to be an out clause. Regardless of the MZO, I think it's, staff did a great job of looking at the process. The one condition requiring other Planning Act approvals, that is also very deliberate, so that, again, and I want to make the distinction, an MZO establishes then zoning on the land, but it doesn't fundamentally amend your official plan. It doesn't allow a subdivision conventionally to go forward. Those Planning Act applications have to occur. I would strongly recommend that one of those applications be an official plan amendment. That would be the one risk, that if you didn't ask for that, it would almost supersede our official plan, and then you're getting into the nuts and bolts. And I do think it's important, and we've made the distinction, they need to participate in your growth management study, they need to participate in the broader servicing programs, and they need to amend the official plan first to then implement that MZO. So that would just be my comment. Those would be important conditions that you would want to impose and expect.
And I think I heard you say they would have to put up appropriate deposits.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So in conventional development, there's always financial securities. This one is a little bit unique in that we're basically securing financially their commitment to do a bunch of things down the line. So it's almost an added financial commitment, in my opinion, to add that extra protection.
Well, is that payable up front, or is that payable somewhere down the road?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that the securing the development agreement commitments would have to be taken at the time of execution of the agreement. And I did want to highlight, I'm not sure if I said it explicitly sort of in the overview, this is really the best scenario, at least, to protect you. If an agreement can't be met or entered into in a reasonable period of time, and I'm still recommending that it be brought forward to you so that you approve it before it just is out there. But if we can't come to some terms, the only other option that you would have as a council is to suggest, look, it appears we can't enter into an agreement, and we would be, as staff, following up, recommending that you request a revocation of the order from the minister because you couldn't come to any conditions and terms that satisfied your support in the first place.
And that's been done before. There are other MZOs, developers made conditions, they didn't meet the conditions, and the council requested, and the minister yanked back the approval. So it's been done before. Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, I got a couple questions around the MZO. I understand the whole thing after I read it about 20 times, that it is in their mind, whatever they're trying to tell me it is a time saver. It's so they can work simultaneously, get kind of a step ahead. So my question is, does the MZO take the right of anybody to appeal a zoning change? Is that one of the reasons for it? So it's basically an unappealable zoning change.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so it does improve time. It's not appealable, so you're correct. I think what essentially it's giving a commitment to be able to proceed with investing in, again, I can't quantify, but I would suggest that a development at this scale, when you're planning hundreds of millions of dollars worth of investment, you want something that's going to at least assure you that when you're spending hundreds of thousands on studies and so on, that you can do it now. And that's what I think they mean by a time saver, rather than we'll do our growth management study, then we'll do our servicing, then there'll be a commitment where maybe they're in the boundary for consideration, then they would spend money. But they need some sort of local commitment, at least to use their terms, prior to sort of accelerating the time and moving forward in the investments.
Right, okay, and I thought so. So in my mind, and to me, they're probably doing in their best interest, and I don't see, as long as we have a good development agreement, I think it's smart move on their behalf, and I think given that other communities and our deputy mayor has talked to has a good relationship with them, I think it's a good move for them, and council should seriously think about moving forward with it. So, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just comment that, I think it's important to remember that the MZO is a provincial program that the province has put forward this avenue for developers to take advantage of. Mr. Rematula is obviously being more aggressive than any developer we have could apply to take advantage of this. He's applying to take advantage of it for the reasons that you talked about. And, I've talked to Ron a lot, or CAO a lot about it to try and get my head around it too. And it's our growth management plan is going to expand our Lindsay boundary at some point. And that area up there, east of 36, is the next logical area for it to expand to. What we're really committing to is that instead of committing to it 20 years down the road that we're going to expand there, we're committing to that area now. Doesn't jump him the queue in front of any other developers, it just puts him in the queue. Right now, he's not in the queue because it's outside of our boundary. So I don't know if that's confusing or simplifies it, but that's what it really does. We're committing that that's going to be our next area of growth. If we've got 15,000 people in 2041, this is allocating 5,000 of those people are going to go to that development, and the rest will be spread around the community. It's taking a portion of that future growth, and we're making a commitment that we would probably have to make down the road, not us, but some council would have to make down the road regardless. So it's just speeding up that whole process. You had a question, Councillor Richardson. Did it get answered? Okay. Then I have Councillor Dunn. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a motion whenever you're ready.
Let's just get a few questions first, but thank you. Councillor, no, go ahead. You're on. You're next.
Would this set a precedent to other developers? Like you had said that any developer can utilize this MZO, so that's available to any developer, small, medium, or large in the city, can use this mechanism to shorten their time frame to construction. So it's available. I just want to make sure that this is available for any developer from here on.
Yeah, am I wrong? You're the planner, I'm not, but it's a provincial process that any developer can take advantage of. We did it for Carmine on the lands in the Northwest Trunk because he was in a different process. We had approved all the planning applications, the zoning, the official plan, and then his got appealed. And it was really an appeal holding up the development of all this housing. So he asked for an MZO. We had already supported it as a council, so we didn't have to do a support resolution because we'd already approved it all. And all it did was the minister approved it, and it took away the appeal process. So he was able, what you're seeing out there in the Northwest Trunk is probably a year quicker than you would have seen it as a result of them approving the MZO. So yeah, it's available to any developer who wants to apply and go through the process to do it. Absolutely. Did I miss anything?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, but I will reiterate, it's a provincial process. So it's a request to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. The ministry staff, or at least the practice at the ministry, at least that I've observed in the last couple of years, is that they will request a municipal council support resolution before they issue an MZO. And typically they have criteria that they like to apply in issuing these. So extraordinary developments, affordable housing, so certain objectives that would be provincial type targets. And that's why we're sort of recommending the same thing. This really should be an opportunity for you to maximize your local community benefits as well through the process. But I wouldn't want to mislead big or small development and say, sure, come on in and we'll work with you as staff and support it. I think it has to be a formal request first to the ministry, and then they'll get guidance as to whether it's appropriate or not to pursue.
Any further questions? Go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, something you just spoke of, the criteria. So I'm just wondering the steps. So we approve this, and then they go and they apply for the MZO. But then our criteria is put in, or we can put that in before they apply for the MZO?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so they've made application already to the ministry, gotten some guidance and put it in a form that's acceptable to the minister. They require, the ministry is asking for a support resolution from the local council. That's what we're working on today. So all you would be doing is endorsing the order being issued by the minister, if you so choose to. The minister will then work with the proponent or the developer. He'll choose if he issues the order or not, and that process is complete. What I'm suggesting is if you're going to endorse it as a local council, you don't want it to end there. You want the developer to enter into some sort of an agreement, because the minister can't impose conditions. Only we can through that development agreement, separate and distinct. So I would suggest that that's when the details would occur. We'll work with the developer if you direct that to happen. And prior to, I think we're proposing basically by year end, we would put together a draft agreement, bring it forward to you, and you would approve it or not. And then the only option you have, if you don't approve it, is making a follow-up request to the ministry to revoke the order that they would issue in the next month or so. Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Dunn, you had a motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That I move that City Council support the request from Flato Lindsay Community Inc. For a minister zoning order, MZO, on approximately 115 hectares of land immediately east of the Lindsay urban settlement area, and as generally outlined in Appendix B, C, and H to this report, and that staff be directed to work with Flato Lindsay Community Inc. to prepare a draft development agreement acceptable to both parties, and that draft agreement be forwarded to council no later than the end of January 2022 for review and approval. And if I get a second, I'll explain the rationale.
Can I just add to that the report on the front of the page from Flato Community Inc. request for support of a minister's zoning order be received?
I thought we already did that.
No.
Okay, sure.
Do that, yeah. And then you'll second that, Councillor Yeo. Go ahead, Councillor Dunn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My biggest concerns, my biggest complaints over the years I've been on council is it takes so darn long to do anything. We have a developer here that's coming in here. He wants to do things quickly, and that's exactly what the MZO, it takes the first 3 or 4 steps out of the way. So rather than taking 4 years to start coming into an agreement with the city, he can do that almost immediately. He has a good reputation. Quite frankly, once he started affordable and affordable housing, just for those that aren't aware of it, is 70% of market value is what affordable housing is. But he's not only agreeing to bring in affordable housing, he's agreeing to bring in a mixture of other housing, AKA the townhouses, so that the young people in our community can finally afford to get into a home and start that process of building personal wealth. So, yeah, he hooked me when he started talking about affordable housing, and I'm fully willing to admit that. And he wants to do it quickly, and I hate delays, so I do respectfully ask the support of council.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, do you want to speak to it? No? Any other comments? Can't do that in committee of the whole. Councillor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Thank you. I just echo some of the words that have been said before. At the beginning, I wasn't in favor of this process, but the longer I get talking to the people, and especially, I think the convincing point for me, first of all, is the municipal agreement, and I think that's the point that I think we really have to make sure that we get, and we asked him today if there's any conditions in there that he can't support, and I think the other, I think there was going to be opposition from other developers in the community. We never heard a word from them, to my knowledge, did we? Like, I thought there would, if there's other developers in our community that were worried about, you know, this person being here, getting ahead of them in the queue or doing other things, I thought there would either been a letter or there would have been some comments here today. So I think maybe through the CEO, have you heard anything from other developers at this point?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, other than the deputation today, I hadn't heard of any other sort of follow-up formally, but we'll see when it goes through to council. Maybe just for one other, I want to make a distinction on one item because it was you mentioned it, as did others, but it's sort of the whole, sorry, I apologize, I'm losing my train of thought here. In terms of steps, it was mentioned that there's steps missing. I would suggest that we're not eliminating any steps. They're going to a middle step, but we're requiring through the conditions of development approval to go through all of the steps simultaneously. It's just that that third step or fourth step in the process gives them a comfort level to invest in those first three steps. And I just want to make a clear distinction because we certainly would not be recommending, and that's not what's intended here, to skip any processes, to skip any public scrutiny or anything otherwise. It's just the order of the process.
Sorry, just, and I think the deputy today made some very valid points. I think he said he was from Cameron, and that development, he's probably speaking about development in general, but his development, as I understand it, in Long Beach will not have an MZO. So, or it's not necessary to have an MZO anyway. So, he good deputation and very valid points, but I think most of them, in my opinion, were answered in the staff report.
Thank you. Any other, you had a follow-up? Go ahead.
It was just something that Ron mentioned, allotment. So this just changes the zoning. It doesn't give them any allotment of homes or anything like that. It just changes the zoning on the piece of land.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it sets the zoning for the lands, you're right. In the zoning, as you know, it will say you can have singles, semis, towns, and it can establish numbers. That's what this MZO, when the minister issues the order, the zoning will say, I think I mentioned it in the report, up to 2,000 units. That will be inherent in the MZO. So yes, it's making a commitment that that's the scale of development. Then you would go back, as I mentioned, through the processes of, well, let's look at that through our growth management study to accommodate it. Let's look at the studies to then service it. And then you go to the official plan to recognize it, and then you keep going to the zoning and the detail.
Okay, thank you. So that reduces allocation for others who have been in the queue.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I did reiterate it in the report. The practical sort of item is you would be pre-committing to our future growth beyond 2031 to this development in the overall growth. Yes.
Any other questions, comments? So I want to, just before you sum up, you know, I'm in support of this as well, and I just, you know, I think we're picking a few things out. So I don't, you know, like the fact that you're going to get allocation and somebody else's allocation. I spoke to all the other developers, major developers in Lindsay. I gave them each a phone call and said, you know, this fella's coming forward, and he's looking at, you know, proposing, asking council. You know, I won't say they were throwing up their hats going, yeah, that's a yippee, that's a wonderful idea, but they all recognized it's a proposal that's available to all of them as well. Don't punish this gentleman for coming forward, being an aggressive developer. You know, when he first approached me about it, and I had a lot of questions about it because I didn't understand it, you know, I had a lot of conversations with Ron, Laurie Scott, through the ministry, just, you know, what is this? What are we committing to? And you heard the deputation from the other fellow. You know, one of the things is, you know, we have to make sure we're covered. When we go through the normal process, you know, the rezoning, the official plan amendment, you know, we're covered as a municipality with the process. And this is shortcutting a bit of that process, but we're covering ourselves with this development agreement. And, you know, we can argue that he might get an MZO, and then 2 months later, when we go to do a development agreement, he can just start building and we don't have it. Well, it doesn't quite work that way. As you know, there's nothing there. So there's a lot of work to do regardless, but if he doesn't enter into the agreement, which he's committed to entering into in public, you know, we'll ask the minister to pull back the MZO. So I think we're about as covered as we can be. I mean, we could say, you know, he's going to do this development, he's going to do it 10 years from now, or he's going to do it in 2 or 3 years. And why is that a bad thing? I'm just kind of missing that argument. At first, I didn't get it because I thought, oh, he's taking allocation away from other developers. Well, we're talking about allocation of thousands and thousands of homes, and he's taking a little piece of it, and we're saying you're good with that, you know, down the road in the future. There's lots of allocation for other developers, not just in Lindsay, but in Fenelon, Bobcaygeon, and other communities that want to grow as well. The government keeps hitting us with these new growth numbers that are growing faster than we're growing. So I don't think we're ever going to run out of allocation or people that the province says are going to move to our area, because the numbers are growing faster than we can build homes. So I don't know. I just, you know, I've done a lot of work on this, and I've thought about this because I wasn't comfortable with it at first. I'm just being honest with you. And I dug in. I had a lot of conversations with planning. I wanted to know what's the downside, what's the upside. I've probably spoken to Mr. Rematula a dozen times about, you know, the good, the bad, the ugly. I've asked him straight up some questions, and you know what? I'm satisfied. I think if we're going to approve an MZO, then we've got our bases covered as a municipality. And you know what? I just think it's a good news story. Somebody that wants to come into our community, wants to build, spend some money. They want to build a complete community. They want to build a community that has a lot of things our community needs. And, you know, is it going to happen? It's going to happen 10 or 15 years down the road, or it's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 years, or 4 or 5 years. And I'm saying, you know, I don't hold that against him because he doesn't want to wait 10 or 15 years. That's all. So you want to sum up? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to follow up on your comments and to answer Councillor Deputy Mayor O'Reilly's question, I only know one developer on a personal basis to the point that I can actually go and ask him and get a straight answer. He gave me 2 pieces of advice. He says, number one, he says, follow the services. If they want to hook in, they got to pay for it. And his other thing is, he says, developers aren't afraid of competition. He says it's good for us. It makes us sharpen our pencils. So, and that's what his advice to me, and I trust him as a developer. And the other thing is, I think Mr. Rematula set a new bar. And hopefully the other developers say, well, it worked for him, it's going to work for us. Even before he's brought this before us, he's a community person. I know that he's donated a substantial amount of cash to the Ross. I know he's donated a fair bit of money to the food source, and those are the 2 that I know of. And I'm sure he's out there helping other community organizations. So the man wants to invest in our community, and I hope he does.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Okay, let's just keep. You gotta go somewhere? Okay, go ahead. We're just going to keep going here. We're not stopping until we're done. 7.4, proposed amendment to the dock encroachment policy. Sherry Dyer is going, hello Sherry, there you are. Thanks for hanging in there. It's getting dark in your place, so it must be getting dark outside. So maybe you just want to give us, again, we're back at the dock policy and just a bit of an overview on the process and where we are here now and what your report is all about. Go ahead.
Okay, so the report is basically the same policy that we brought forward at the last council meeting, but we also brought forward answers to the questions that were raised in that meeting. So the first question from the meeting was, what was the opinion on the proposed boathouse fee increase? So 59.4% of the respondents were agreeable to the boathouse increase, while 24.3% felt it was unfair. The remaining 16.3% had various opinions, with the majority being agreeable to some increase, ranging from feeling that the increase should be less than the proposed 400 to feeling that a significant increase more in line with a marina fee would be more appropriate. And the second question raised was how many respondents were agreeable to the dock policy and how many were opposed. And that wasn't actually a question that we asked in the survey, so it's not quantifiable. So I apologize for not having a response to that. The next question was, what is the approximate number of docks that the city would be licensing? And there are currently 197 docks or boathouse licenses in place. And staff are estimating that approximately 155 new licenses would be in the additional areas to be licensed, for an approximate total of 352 licenses. So those were the three questions that were raised. I also wanted to advise that we have had discussions with both sides of the residents in Cedar Glen, and that we would support the idea of having 22 licenses there. So there would be 11 licenses for the front lot owners and then a further 11 licenses for those in the subdivisions.
Thanks,
So I don't
Sherry.
know if anybody has any questions. But
Yep, we'll see
thank
if there's
you.
any questions. Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
Thank you. There was previously concerns about electricity in boathouses, and I think the way it's written now, and I sent you and Laura a copy of an email I got this morning, which pointed out that the electricity only refers to bubblers and other things and doesn't specifically talk about marine railways and lighting in the boathouse. And I wondered if you plan to update that at all.
Yeah, so the main concern for us was that people not use boathouses as additional residences. So we could potentially, I guess, add for different hydro items. So we had put in the ones that we had thought of, and yeah, the main concern is that they're not supposed to be used as additional residences.
So it's almost boathouse amenities, any amenity related to the use of a boathouse, is what you're proposing rather than listing specific uses because somebody might use it for something else. They just don't want to live there.
There are boathouses that are bunkies right now.
Yeah, but they're not supposed to be.
And that's what we're saying, yeah.
But they are, and they have been for 100 years.
So why don't you want people living in boathouses on city property? There's an obvious question for you.
The increased liability.
Thank you. Anything else?
I'm not in favor of this policy, as you know. I'm not going to vote for it, and I would have follow-up motions if this passes.
Well, council directed for a dock policy, so all we can do is amend the policy if there's something in it you don't like. But any other questions for Sherry? Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Sherry, with respect to the 400 meters, some residents, I can only speak for two places, Hazel Street and Cedar Glen. They've expressed a desire to increase that 400 to, in some places, 550 or 600 meters, because if you draw the line at 400 meters, you eliminate people who have had a dock for over 40 years in some instances. So it really infuriates people when they hear that, you know, they're going to lose their dock because of a distance that a random number that's been used, in this case 400 meters. Is there any way we can increase this 400 meters to a higher amount, to a longer distance?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, what we did is we looked at what is considered a reasonable distance for someone to walk to a bus stop as the guideline for coming up with a number. And we were also trying to deal with some of the other concerns in the area, which are the overcrowded and the parking issues. So we figured if people had their docks closer to the residences, it would reduce the need for them to drive to the dock if they wanted to go there for the day. And if they have to carry all their gear down, then if it's too far, then they feel the need to drive to ease the burden.
Okay, next question, just pertaining to Cedar Glen. We've talked about, and staff have been negotiating sort of behind the scenes agreements for deeded access, or selling the property. What exactly is, what is the plan? Because I get different scenarios and different emails saying that, you know, there's been a deal negotiated. Could you sort of be upfront here and tell me, and more importantly, the people who live there, are we selling 11, if we sell 11 dock spaces in Cedar Glen, who would administer the remaining dock spaces on that shoreline? Would it be a private group headed by them, or would it be the city, potentially?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there is no agreement in place to sell the spaces. We need to keep them for shore stability and erosion control. So we are not at this point in time intending to sell any of those lots. We are intending to license them to the 22 if that's approved. At this point, that's the plan.
Okay, have you done, or will you be doing a survey on that shoreline? Because I get different widths. I get 800 meters, I get 850 meters, or not meters, sorry, feet. Are we going to do a survey first so we know exactly how long this shoreline is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we would do a survey at the point that we're ready to move into a licensing process, but we wouldn't do that beforehand.
And my final question is Thurstonia. When I read in the report, like potentially up to 50% of the dock spaces could be phased out. We had brought a motion last spring saying that we wouldn't be doing this, and yet it came back in the report saying that that potential is still there. Like, it's caused a lot of heartache and headache really right now for the people there. They're really concerned about, you know, whether they're going to have their docks in the future and the value of their property. So are we taking that into consideration, you know, the effects that this is going to have on Thurstonia, on Hazel Street?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we are not intending to take away their dock spaces. That was the direction that was given, and we did say that we would retain them. However, upon the sale of the property, we would look at eliminating the dock space at that time if it didn't conform to the policy.
Okay, that's my final question, but I've got some questions. I'm not clear here. I thought we had a motion this spring that clearly said that we wouldn't eliminate any dock spaces, specifically with Thurstonia. But now I'm not getting a clear indication. Yeah.
I think
So
that was for
through you,
backlot
Mr.
owners.
Mayor,
That was backlot owners we were talking about, wasn't
Backlot
it? At
owners.
one point, we were talking about backlot owners not removing their docks in a specific area. What area was that? Sherry, do you remember?
So so we were asked not to remove backlot owners from Thurstonia. So we didn't, but we're just saying what we have proposed is that in the event that they sell their property, then at that time we could look at removing the dock space, but we wouldn't take it away from the person while they're living there and still using it. So that was our proposal.
So if they live there for the next 50 years, they can continue to use their dock for the next 50 years.
I think I would like to ask the city solicitor, Ms. Carsland, to speak to that at this time.
Yeah, so the back in the spring, council had asked that the backlot owners not be removed from consideration for docking from Thurstonia. This proposed policy largely conforms with that, but provides a restriction to backlot owners being eligible if they're within 400 meters. So that would keep in Thurstonia the vast majority of dock owners. And perhaps, Ms. Dyer, you have the number. I think it would remove 10 docks from Thurstonia, which is 176 docks. Yes, so it would result in 166 docks remaining.
One more question, please, and that's quick. This is Thurstonia. I had what I wanted to ask was, in Thurstonia, there are 3 public access points in Thurstonia. There's starting from the west to the east, there's what they call Sam's Dock. Then there's the big government dock. And then on the east side, there's another public area. That area there, could it not be used as dock space as well, because it's quite a width? And also we've got about 20 or 25 vacant spaces. Are we going to be utilizing them or offering them up to the public in Thurstonia to use?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we are trying to keep spaces open for those that don't have docks or don't want docks, so that everybody has access to water. So that's why those spaces are left there. And that's why we have the 3 public spaces as well, is just to provide public access to water.
So those 25 vacant spaces right now, will they be available for lease down the road to the people there?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the area is still overcrowded. So I don't believe that that's something that we're looking at right now. We're still trying to, to make space. And now I will pass it over to our city solicitor to speak on this as well.
And you're completely right, Ms. Dyer. I was just noting that there's only 12 spaces that are being leased as vacant spaces adjacent to existing docks for the purposes of retaining space, and that we looked at those spaces with the idea of could they be used for docks, and because of the overcrowding, as you mentioned, they could not.
As much as you're going to get. Any other questions? So I guess I get confused on what council wants sometimes, because we had this argument years ago about why do we need a dock policy. It was because of encroachments, liability, overcrowding, try and make a more pleasant waterfront for everybody. And then, staff have done a pretty remarkable job at putting together and trying to put a citywide policy, recognizing that it's not going to make everybody happy. I assume we all knew that when we put a dock policy in place in the first place. Now we're supposed to ask people if they like a dock policy when they didn't have a policy before. Of course they're going to say no. But, we're trying to eliminate liability to the rest of the city. So we asked for a dock policy, and this is it. And the dock policy is here. And if you want to amend it, amend it. If you want to recommend an amendment, amend it. But don't say I'm not voting for it because I don't want a dock policy, because council made a motion to put a dock policy in place, and this is it. So change it, amend it, refer it. If you don't want to make anybody mad, because, we never want to make anybody mad, then grandfather in everything that's there, and it solves absolutely nothing moving forward. And we got a dock policy, and great, we can move on. But we can't keep putting these people through this ridiculous dock policy back and forth, trying to keep every single person who's ever had a dock on city property without a license happy. So what do you guys want to do? Because I don't want to deal with the dock policy anymore. Councillor Yeo?
Well, I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. You're right, years ago it came to council. At that point in time, I said this isn't probably not going to work. It's going to create a lot of animosity, infighting, and bad feelings, and I think I nailed it. I still don't agree with the dock policy, and I'm still not going to support it. I didn't support it back then, so I'm not changing my mind. But you're right. Council did vote to approve it, and I was part of that council, and I'm part of the council now. And so you're right. Council's got to make up their mind and make a final decision, amend it, do whatever they want, but put an end to it, please.
Agree. Anybody want to move a motion? Councillor Riley? You'll move the motion as printed? Anybody want to second it? One call, two call, three call, motion is lost. Anybody else? Well, you guys are awesome. How about a motion to receive? Councillor Seymour, Fagan, and Yeo, any comments? All in favor? Oh, do you have a comment, Councillor Ashmore?
Just a comment, like you mentioned that, you know, we have a dock policy, and we do have a dock policy which was passed by the previous council. The people, they're not upset about paying their license, paying insurance. That's not the issue. They're okay with that. I haven't heard anybody that said we don't want to pay anything for the dock license. They're responsible people. They will pay their license fee. They will get their insurance arranged. It's just the fact that in some areas, and the area that I mentioned here, I'm just speaking for two areas here that I cover. In Thurstonia, you know, there's a potential of losing all these dock spaces. It's the potential of losing spaces. That's what they're worried about. That's what concerns them, and that's what they don't like. And in Cedar Glen, it's really split the community apart like you wouldn't believe, which is unfortunate. You have so many different polarized groups there that some want to buy it, some want to lease it. But just to make the point, that people, that's not an issue of paying a lease. I mean, they'll scrounge up the money to do it, no matter what. They will do it. But it's just the fact that the potential of losing that dock space that they had for years and years, and they earned that dock space, and they kept that dock space, and they responsibly looked after it. And just the fact that there's a lot of uncertainty right now, and that's the issue right now.
I get it. I get the issue, but I'm not hearing anybody's ideas. Everybody's got complaints, but nobody's got ideas about what you want to do, and this is getting really frustrating. We have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. You don't even want to receive it? How about a follow-up motion that we put this policy in place and we grandfather in everything that's there so nobody loses their boathouse or their residence above a boathouse, and nobody loses a dock, but there's a dock policy in place for fees, and anybody new that ever applies for a dock, grandfather everything in that's there. These guys have done a great job, and to keep sending it back to try and come up with a better dock policy, does that not meet what you guys want, which is just to keep everybody happy? Does it? Yeah? Yeah? You'll move that? So you'll move the rest of the motion as printed? No, because there's fees and stuff in here, so that's for everybody. This is a dock policy, but that you can add that all existing, whatever the wording is, be grandfathered in, exempt from the policy. Well, I don't know, how do we word that? Can you help me? Can you help me, Sherry, or maybe Robin? I mean, we want to grandfather in everybody who's there, but they still have to pay their fees and stuff. So we're not removing any docks. We're not taking away a bunkie over a boathouse. How would we word that to do the rest, put the policy in place, but grandfather in everybody who's there? And when I say grandfather, by not asking them to change anything, but they still have to adhere to the policy.
Why don't we defer it till the council meeting?
No, because we're going to have an argument there. Why not have it now? Go ahead, Robin.
My concern with the bunkies coming in and being licensed is they wouldn't be in compliance with our zoning bylaws. So we would ourselves, as the owners of the property, be not in compliance with our zoning bylaw, which would be a problem. But if we were to look at grandfathering in the existing 10 docks that would be removed in Hazel Street, we could take that instruction back. If we were looking at grandfathering in the existing 9 additional docks that are along Cedar Glen, that seems to be inconsistent with what the majority of Cedar Glen wanted. So I think that that might be a little bit wider than what council's looking for. But we can, I think, look at, because our policy actually does largely grandfather almost everything in, accommodate the intent of the discussion by simply indicating that the 400 meter doesn't apply to Thurstonia, which would enable Cedar Glen to reduce its numbers, which seem to be what the majority of the population there wanted.
So what if we
But
just,
if you,
so I think you get the gist of what council wants to do, which is nothing. Put a dock policy in place and keep everything as it is as much as possible. Can you bring back some recommendations for council then, and we'll just leave it at receive for now? And then some suggestions for amending the policy at council, and maybe some suggestions to deal with the bunkies. I don't know, maybe we sell them the waterfront as opposed to having it on city property, whatever. But just try to work with that and bring forward a few recommendations, and then we can try to deal with it at council. Is that okay?
okay,
Okay?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I speak? Thanks. Just a comment, the 400 meters, it's still problematic in Cedar Glen. Just getting back to the whole thing, every location is unique in its own. They have their own problems.
Yep.
That's the whole thing with this whole docking policy. It's not a, you know, just basically a carte blanche thing to do all these areas. Every area has its own unique situation, its own unique problems. So that's sort of where I'm getting at. You almost have to deal with these ones one-on-one, but I know we can't do that, it would take forever. But this 400 meter thing, it's really problematic in Cedar Glen, so if we
Okay, well, I'll get an option for council to deal with the Cedar Glen one as well, if they want to grandfather that in as well, existing dock owners. So I'll reach out to Robin and make that one of the things that we can discuss at council and make a decision then, okay?
And one more thing, please. So the purchasing of the Cedar Glen, is that still on the table?
That's another issue. That's a land realty services issue,
Okay,
has
that's
nothing
fine.
to do with the dock license.
Okay,
Councilor Yeo?
Yeah, and just a thought in my... No. But it sounds like we're almost going where we can do site-specific bylaws and just update the fee bylaw and make it a lot simpler.
I'll reach out to Robin and see what we can put in place. The problem is we have a dock policy, and I think for a lot of reason it makes sense. It's just, how do we do it without upsetting people, but minimizing the liability of the city, which I think was the original intent selling point.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe just a question. I mean, I appreciate it's going to come back to council. Right now, there's a recommendation to go to council in 2 weeks. I honestly don't believe we're going to be able to put together another revised policy that the public's going to be able to see and then have sort of a meaningful debate in that sort of quick turnaround. I think our reports will be due next week. So I just wonder if...
Bring her back in November. How's that? Does that work?
I'm just suggesting that if you want a revised policy again, because we already have an existing policy.
Agree.
That we might just want to take a little extra time than the 2 weeks that we have left.
Well, we said council, so November, everybody okay with that? No big rush. Yep. Okay. I'll reach out to Robin and let her know to add the Cedar Glen as well. Thanks. Okay, so let's move on to 7.5, which is a bylaw to regulate parking. No parking zone. Aaron Sloan. Hello, Aaron. How you doing? Do you want to give us a quick? Do you want to give us a quick 30-second overview? I'll say this one seems straightforward, but I don't know if much is straightforward today. So go ahead.
I will. So the purpose of the parking amendments is just to address citizen, staff, councillor concerns with certain areas, and to hopefully enhance safety on the roadway and efficient movement of vehicles. Long and short.
Thank you. Is there any concerns on any of these from council? Councillor Elmsley?
Who else? Yeah, the concern I have is Manor Road and the fact they don't have a lot of space on their properties. If you've ever been down to Manor Road, and I'm wondering why I haven't heard complaints about parking on Manor Road. Have you received a lot of complaints about parking on Manor Road?
Through the mayor to the councillor, not a lot of complaints. We have a business down on the on Manor Road that is right near the corner. They're complaining about the destruction of the little shoulder that's there and the grass on the front of their property. We're talking about 160 meters, basically from Long Beach Road in, and just on one side of the roadway there.
And have residents requested this, or is this Public Works, or who's making it an issue?
So I did have a meeting with Public Works down there to discuss the concerns, but it is a business that is adjacent right along the road there. The side of the road is being, it's just being destroyed by the vehicles parking. The shoulder's not sufficient to support. A lot of what's happening is it's trucks and boat trailers that end up parking there. They're using the ramps, the boat launches in the area.
So it's not the residents of Manor Road, it's the people going down there fishing and launching boats and stuff?
That's
Okay.
correct.
If that's what it is, I'm fine with it.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, and through you. Ski Hill Road, that's the closest to 7A, or is it 7 from Omimi?
It's closest to Omimi. It's the area around the bridge that is just south of Highway 7 in Omimi.
Okay, another quick question about Ski Hill Road. We've just had the widening of the road at the Shai-Shem Temple. It was performed by Kevin Monaghan as per operational. They've posted all the no parking zone signs up there. Are you aware of that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no, I haven't been down to look at the road improvements down there.
Okay, I'll just send in a separate email with some pictures and whatnot so you're in the loop. Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore?
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Aaron, thanks for this working on this here, especially Scotch Line Road. We've had a lot of issues with that. You had mentioned there in an email that, and you had suggested we've got an issue in Pleasant Point Road at the dock there, the government dock, that you would support no parking on one side of the street there, of the road.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, I'm aware of the area and some of the concerns. The request, as it came to my attention, came after this report was finalized.
Okay, could we add that on as a follow-up? Just it's an extra location.
What would be your proposal?
Just no parking on one side of Pleasant Point Road from the government dock south from that government dock, right at the government dock on one side.
Do you have any issues with adding that to the list, Aaron? One side of the road on Pleasant Point Road, near the government dock, putting something, I don't know, a certain distance in?
No, we can. We can certainly bring in a separate motion for that. I think I provided some wording out to the councillor for that.
Okay, can you bring that forward separately then, and we'll deal with this here tonight, and then you can bring something forward on another day? Probably not an issue for the winter, so probably for next spring. Anything for next spring would be good. Okay? Okay, Ron? Or
That's fine.
Councillor Ashmore?
The issue was the turning for the school bus. That's what the issue was. So that's why yeah. Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, so I need a motion. Councillor Yeo, as printed?
As printed.
As printed, thank you. Second by Councillor Vale. Any questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, Aaron. 7.6, Emily Turner. Emily. We have 7.6, so I'm going to try to save you a little time here, Emily. This is the one that the owner requested. I don't know if council read, well, I know council read, I don't mean that, but this is the one that the owner requested, so I don't think we need an overview. It's pretty straightforward. They've requested a designation, they own the building, and this is just designating. Does anybody have any issues with that? Will you move that? You'll move it, seconded by Councillor Vale. Any concerns? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. And 7.7, I'm going to try to shortcut for you too, Emily. That's the wall, and it's really just changing the bylaw wasn't done properly, so it's just a little, it's just changing and doing what we need. I don't think we need any flags from anybody. Councillor Yeo, as printed?
As printed.
As printed, seconded by Councillor Vale. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. And then the listing, 7.8, so the listing on the properties. So I'll turn that one over to you, Emily, for a quick overview. I know we've had a couple of residents come forward, deputations with some concerns. Some of them said they talked to you, so give us a quick overview, and we'll see what we can do.
Great, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this is sort of our standard report for listing properties on the Heritage Register. So council has seen a number of these before, and it's the same process as we usually follow. So this time we have 50 properties recommended for inclusion on the register. They cover a wide range of different kinds of buildings, different geographies throughout the municipality, and we do that to ensure that we're getting stuff from all over the municipality when we list properties. So just as a reminder for council and for people who are watching, listing is not designation. It means the listing just puts a 60-day hold on demolition should a demolition permit be received. Otherwise, there's no encumbrance on the property owner in terms of what they can do with the property, either in terms of use or in terms of doing renovations outside of our normal planning and building processes. So in the city of Kawartha Lakes, we provide notice to property owners prior to listing on the Heritage Register. This isn't required by the Heritage Act, but we do this as a courtesy for the property owners and to invite them to reach out to speak to staff, to ask questions, and to engage on that before it comes to the committee of the whole. So I had several phone calls from residents and property owners prior to this coming forward. Of those, only one of them objected to the register at the time of writing the report, as you'll see in there. So that was the owner of 45 Sussex Street, who you heard from earlier this afternoon. After the report was printed, I also received an email from the church in Omemee, letting me know that they had objections to the register. That was just at the end of last week, so it didn't make it into the report, and we didn't have any further conversation on that. With regard to the conversation with the Anglican Diocese of Toronto that one of the deputants had spoken about earlier, I had spoken to their representative earlier in the process. She hadn't mentioned to me that they had objections to the process at that time, so I didn't include it in the report. I've spoken to her usually when we list Anglican churches. She gives me a call, so we have a conversation about what's going on there as well. So that's the brief summary. It's listing as usual.
So appreciate that, but when you have a conversation with people who don't want to be listed, what do you tell them?
So generally speaking, it depends on really what that conversation is. So with the owner of 45 Sussex, they reached out, they had some questions about it, how the process worked. So I filled them in, let them know what listing meant, what it meant for their property. And they were also concerned about how we chose the property. So I let them know how that process works. So council is aware, under the Ontario Heritage Act, we don't have to do any kind of evaluation for properties before we list them. Council only has to believe that they have cultural heritage value, which isn't really defined in the act. So what we do in Kawartha Lakes to make sure that there's some kind of evaluation happening is we do a preliminary analysis based on Ontario Regulation 906, which is the criteria we use for designation. So I let the owner know that that's what we do in terms of evaluation, as well as if they did want to speak to council, what the process for deputation was as well. I also let them know that we have a formal objection process now. This is something new in the Ontario Heritage Act that came into effect in July. So once properties are listed on the register, property owners now have the ability to object directly to council, and there's a formalized process for that outside of the deputation process that you saw today. So that was the conversation that I had with the owner of 45 Sussex, which is kind of the general conversation that I usually have with most owners who object. With the conversation I had with Christchurch and Omemee, they had simply sent me a letter of objection and let me know that they'd be presenting at council today. So we didn't really have too much of a dialogue because they just presented me with that, with the letter that I believe had also been circulated to Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, I think we all got a copy of it. Yeah, we all got a copy of
also
it.
received it.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody got it. Great.
Thanks, Emily. Councillor Dunn, question, comment?
I'll give you a motion to, as printed, save and accept Dunoon Terrace, St. Luke's Anglican Church in Burnt River, 45 Sussex Street North, and Christchurch and Omemee. And if I get a seconder, I'll...
Yeah, just for clarification, it's, so listing, you said Dunoon Terrace, it's not, it's the one above that. It's 45 Sussex Street North?
No, I mean Dunoon Terrace as well.
You want it out as well?
That's right.
Okay.
I've got phone calls on it.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Add 127 North Street, Bob Cajun.
And 127 North Street, Bob Cajun.
Okay. Yeah. 127 North Street, Bob Cajun. Dunoon Terrace. Okay, so just so I'm clear, that report ED 2021-005 listing properties on the Heritage Register be received, that the proposed addition of non-designated properties listed in Appendix A as amended to remove 127 North Street, Bob Cajun, 175 Burnt River Road, St. Luke's Anglican Church, 45 Sussex Street North in Lindsay, 24 to 30 Wellington Street North in Lindsay, and 62 King Street East in Omemee, the Christchurch Anglican Church.
You got her.
So as amended to the City of Kawartha Lakes Heritage Registry be approved, and that this recommendation be forwarded to council for consideration. You're moving that?
I'll move that.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Elmsley. Any questions? Comments? All in favor? And that's passed. Thanks, Emily.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, 7.9, Engineering and Corporate Assets Policy Review. I think Lisa Byman, there she is. Hello, Lisa. Sorry for being so long.
Oh.
It figures, right? The one
No
report you have to do, and you have to wait till 7 o'clock to do it. So you can thank Director Shanks for that. Oh no, I'm sorry, Engineering, Juan Rojas. You want to give us a quick overview on what you're asking here?
Absolutely. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. This report has been prepared as part of the annual council policy review. In engineering and corporate assets, we determined 4 policies require some amendments. There are no significant changes required to any of the policies, rather just some minor housekeeping items. These items include updates to the department responsible for this policy and the staff titles to reflect such, updates to policy names to reflect the true nature of the policy, and lastly, amendments to reflect current business processes and practices. So all of the changes have been identified within the body of the report, as well as through track changes in the respective policies.
Perfect, thank you. Any questions for Lisa? Anybody want to move the motion? Councillor Yeo, seconded by Councillor Dunn. Any further comments? All in favor? And that's passed. Thanks, Lisa, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, memos. Yay. Was my mic on? Memo, first memo is from Councillor Elmsley regarding the village of Sturgeon Point. Do you want to give us a quick overview and then move the motion that you want?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lake Street in Sturgeon Point goes along the waterfront, as it suggests, and it joins up with Henry Street, which then goes around and joins Forest Road. In the wintertime, we don't provide service to Lake Street from the end of, well, I think it's 4th Avenue on. The Council of the Day, way back when, always provided service on that road. Our staff is taking the position that it is an unassumed road from 4th Avenue on, and it has never been referred to as that. It has gone into significant disrepair, and no work has been done on it. The residents are asking that it be maintained for summer use, and it needs some pothole filling right up to Henry Street. It is a continuous loop in Sturgeon Point, and it's needed for vehicles to access some of the places in the summertime. So I'm asking that service actually be reinstated for that portion of the road. I don't want it plowed in the winter time. That's not necessary from 4th Street on. But in the summertime, it needs to have some basic maintenance done and some potholes filled so that it can be used properly. So I'm moving that it become, because people are convinced that it doesn't deserve any service. They're calling it an enhanced level of service. So I'm asking that be done. And I'm using staff's words in this memo. Thank you.
I'm just wondering if it'd be better to say that a regular level of summer service be provided instead of enhanced. Enhanced sounds like something better than any other level of service. And
Well, that's what I thought too.
a
but
regular level of summer service, because you're not asking for winter service, so
No.
then I think that clarifies it.
Sure.
So will you just read the motion so everybody's clear?
Sure. That a service level be provided for the summertime, including, what was your wording? I liked it better.
Why don't you read the memo? It's your memo.
That the memorandum regarding the Village of Sturgeon Point be received, and
At a
that
regular level of summer service,
for Lake Street and Henry Street from the point where snow plowing currently ends to Forest Avenue, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting.
okay, I think that covers it. So moved by Councillor Elmsley, seconded by Councillor Dunn. Councillor Richardson, you had a question?
I do. I have just a friendly question here. I'm a little bit confused. So I know I have numerous unassumed roads, and this one hasn't had any service for the past 10 years. And reading through the rationale, requesting an enhanced level of service be passed if service is required. So is this based on something that Councillor Emsley's seeing, or is this like a report needed by city staff to move forward? I'm just a little bit confused here.
It is something I have seen. It is service I've requested for the last several years, and it was never forthcoming. And it got to a critical point this summer where somebody fell off a bicycle and injured themselves. And it is a municipal roadway. So talking to councillors who were on council in Sturgeon Point, it had always had a level of service, but it wasn't plowed in the winter time because it's not necessary.
It is a good question. No, I know. It's usually we ask for a recommendation from staff to come back with a report. Counselor, we don't even have it in the budget, but Counselor Elmsley's just requesting it be added right now into the budget, not for next year, but right now. And it's not a big road. It's not a huge hit to anything. And I will, you know, I've been over there. He's not wrong, but we're certainly, it's like an MZO. We're taking some shortcuts here. So, but it gets it done, and I think it does need to be done. So, yeah. Any other questions? All in favor? That's passed. 8.2, Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
This is Gillis Street back with us again, and I'm sorry that it is back again, but one of the problems was our pandemic, and one of the problems was that the principal on Gillis Street has had some health issues this year and hasn't been able to follow up as he might have. They have, as they promised, consulted with a lawyer. The lawyer has been in touch with our legal department, and they haven't come to an agreement as yet as to what they're going to do. So the agreement that we had in place for service for Gillis Street ended on September 30th, and now we're coming into the winter season, and I'm asking that we continue service on Gillis Street for the winter season. So while I said, as I said in the memo, that the winter service on Gillis Street proceed until the spring of 2022, and I'm quite prepared to say that this needs to get done, and I will talk to the people on Gillis Street and tell them that there will be no further extensions, that they need to come to an agreement with the city, either through their solicitors or on their own. But I think it's unfair to pull the service right now because I think it would be difficult for them to find somebody to do the service this winter. So I'm hoping you'll support it one last time.
Just read the motion you're requesting, please.
That the memorandum regarding extension of service on Gillis Street be received, that staff extend winter service on Gillis Street till the spring of 2022, and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Elmsley. Second by Councillor Richardson. Question? Councillor Yeo?
Yeah, thank you. And just a question for you, I guess. So we're going through this and we're, I guess, approving these things. And so what's going to happen? Are staff going to come back next meeting and say, I know you guys approved this, but this is why we shouldn't do it?
No, this is just a recommendation to, you mean to the next council meeting? No, this is a recommendation and it goes to council, and if staff won't usually come forward unless there's new information we're not aware of, but if another councillor doesn't like the resolution and wants to extract it, then they can do that. So it's not really, I don't think staff are going to pull. Yes, I see it, Director Shanks. Staff are going to pull, you know, any kind of a motion off the floor and bring it to council unless there's new information that we don't have. So these are committee of the whole recommendations to council.
Okay, I understand that, but I had the intent of coming here with my memorandum coming up and getting information on maybe it's already in the budget, or, so that's what I'm saying, like between now and next council meeting, is staff going to come back and say, oh, that's already in the budget, don't worry about it, or?
You mean our decision units that we're going to do next?
Yeah.
The decision units we're going to refer to budget, so that'll come back in November.
Okay.
With the information,
So
not
this
the
is
next
just-
council meeting.
This is separate.
This is separate. These are just recommendations that it be included as a decision unit, and council can take it off at council, but the information from staff won't come back till budget in November.
Thank you.
Okay? Sorry, Director Shanks, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and sorry, I just have to, Director Robinson asked me to speak up. on these ones, both 8.1 and 8.2. He couldn't attend. He had to leave for some family reasons. His suggestion was that both 8.1 and 8.2 should be in fact referred back to staff for report. I don't have any further details than that, but he asked me to just make those statements to council so that you're aware.
Nope, thank you. And 8.1, we've already approved. That recommendation to go to council, but we can take that under consideration at council. 8.2, we have the motion on the floor and a seconder, right? Who seconded? Councillor Richardson. Do you want to speak to it? So just a couple of things for council's knowledge. So I'm not going to get into the middle of Gillis Street, but council's resolution a year ago that should an agreement not be reached by the end of September 30th, 2021, the city cease service on the private road. That was unanimously passed by a recorded vote by council. So this is almost, I'm not going to go there, but it's almost a reconsideration, because that's a motion that if they don't have over the course of a year, yes, there was a pandemic, and yes, the person wasn't well, but council also needs to know that this group is not negotiating a limited service agreement. They're legally trying to claim that because of a history of service on this road, we should just be maintaining it. So we've given direction to enter into an LSA. They haven't made any attempt to enter into an LSA. Their legal that they got is a totally separate argument from the limited service agreement. And every time Brian, the director, and I checked with him and I have his emails, sends them a reminder that they haven't got back with the agreement, they don't argue, they don't reply, and they're going the legal route, and they ran out of time on the legal route. The 30th is here. So I'm not opposed to you, you had to bring it forward. I respect that. I'm not opposed to what you're doing, but council needs to know these people are not negotiating in good faith on a limited service agreement. And come March or April, whenever spring is, unless they change their tune and realize their legal opinion isn't going to work and they're going to have to sign. The problem here is that there's 3 owners of this private land and 2 of the owners are in receivership, and they can't find out right now who owns the property, so they can't legally enter into an agreement, and they're making absolutely no effort to find out who owns that property at this time. And that's the frustration that our legal, this is tearing up a lot of staff time. It's not fair to Brian to ask him to keep doing this. And it's not fair to our solicitor and the legal costs that we're incurring, and they're really not entering it in good faith. I know we have to hold our staff accountable, but sometimes we have to hold our residents accountable as well. So I've said my piece. Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
I want to thank you for bringing that to my attention. So I might not want to second that motion.
Well, I think you've seconded it and you're fine. If you're not going to vote for it, it's totally up to you, but we still, if you want to withdraw your second, let me know and I'll see if there's another seconder. Totally up to you. You're going to withdraw it? You withdraw your second. Does anybody else want to second the original motion? Councillor Ashmore? Okay, so we still have a motion on the floor. You want to speak to it? Go ahead.
I just had a question. Sometimes I go to these roads and I talk to the folks there, and I've met with staff, and they say that you're going to have to bring it up to the minimum standard. Is this road, just a question, I'm supporting the motion, I'm seconding it, but does it have the minimum standard of the road base right now, or?
It's a private road. If they want to bring it up to standard so the city will assume it, that's a whole different process. They're just looking for a limited service agreement on a private road, is what they're not looking to bring it up to any kind of code right now.
Is it an unassumed or assumed road?
It's a private road. Private, we don't own it. Private property. We need permission to go on private property. We don't have it. We can't find out who owns it. We can't get an agreement with them. And we continue to look after servicing the road. That's council's direction, is to only supply service on private roads that we have a limited service agreement. And that we gave them the year to come into it. They didn't. And so now they're asking for an extension to possibly negotiate a future deal. So it's a private road, nothing to do with bringing it up to code. Any other questions, comments? You want to sum up?
I don't know. I think that we have an obligation when we've worked on a road and we've done work on the road to continue doing that work on the road. there are pictures of us putting down gravel and sand and grading the road and doing other things for the last more than 50 years. Yes, they have gone the legal route because they felt they were forced into that. And I'm sure that at some point that will get resolved. There is an outstanding letter from their lawyer to our legal department that hasn't been answered. And the reason for not answering it was that it was viewed there was nothing different in the letter that they received in June from the letter that was sent previously, that all the same information was in there, so we didn't need to answer it. I think that when we receive a letter, we do need to answer it, so there was some delay in waiting for that to come forward. I'm not faulting staff. I'm not saying that what they did or their position is their position. I don't agree with their position, but that's neither here nor there. All I'm asking for is that we do winter service on Gillis until the spring of 2022. If it's not resolved by then the onus is on them to look after their own road. And I hope that you can support giving them service for the winter. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? Motion fails. Can I get a motion, please, that the memo from Councillor Elmsley regarding extension service on Gillis Street be received? Councillor Dunn and Elmsley, all in favor? That's passed. Okay, next memo is 8.3. I brought this forward regarding the Wellness Center. It is a decision unit that I'm asking for. I really just a little bit of background. You got the memo, but they're not getting a lot of answers. Their project is progressing. They're doing some great fundraising in the community. We've committed as a council to $1.5 million. We've already forwarded some of those funds. Their plan was to start building in the spring. They're not hearing a lot from the province. They're not hearing a lot from the financial or from the federal government at this time. And I thought, you know what, as a decision unit, why don't we ask staff to explore some funding alternatives? Perhaps we can front-end a financing model on a bit of a lease buyback or something, and then any grants that are received in the meantime can go toward that amount. I don't know, just that some options if council wants to see them proceed in the spring of 2022. Let's get a few options from staff, bring them forward, and we can have that discussion at budget time. Not an easy discussion, a lot of money, but I think it's worth a discussion. Councillor Yeo, will you move that?
Definitely, yes.
Thank you. So as printed, so I'm just going to read it. That the memorandum from Mayor Latham regarding Wellness Center financing be received, that staff explore funding alternatives and financing models to allow for the start of construction in 2022, that these concepts be brought forward as a decision unit in the 2022 budget process, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council. So you'll second that, Councillor O'Reilly. Any questions? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. So on these decision units, and we're just going to go through them, I think, if it's okay with you guys, the roads ones are pretty straightforward. We don't know if they're in this budget, we don't know if they're in next budget, and we don't know what the best program would be to put them into. So I think what we'll do is if it's okay with you, we'll lump the road ones into, and then we'll deal with some of the other requests that don't really fit into either a decision unit or a road. We'll have a bit of a discussion about those. So I got a memorandum decision units and the idea is that in November at capital budget, these will be brought back to us as a decision unit for us with financing option. Is it in a program already? And if not, how are we going to pay for it? And what would be the best program to put it into if council wants to go there? So it gives staff a couple months to come up with some information. So I think the following roads be brought forward as decision units in the 2022 budget. Sandbar Road, south of College Road to Sandbar Park. Golden Mile Road from Highway 7 east to half a kilometer. Shelley Ann Drive, the entire road, and Bridle Road, the entire road. And that those be brought forward decision units in the 2022 budget, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council. Will you move that, Councillor O'Reilly? It's your memo. Second, Councillor Vale. Any issues with that being brought forward as a decision unit? All in favor? It's passed. Thank you. So same with Councillor Yeo. Let's just do the roads portion, if we can first, that the memorandum from Councillor Yeo regarding decision units for the 2022 budget be received, that the following roads be brought forward as decision units in the 2022 budget protests: Centennial Park Road, Omega Road, Crawford Road, Fishhawk Road, Otter Road, Long Point, and North Bay Drive, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Will you move that, Councillor Yeo? Second by Councillor Vale. All in favor? That's passed. So I guess my question is on the other portion for the Ward Park and the design. It's not really a decision unit for the 2022 budget. Would you be comfortable in just doing it as a, using this as a memo that it be forwarded to staff to come back with design options, updated design options for the park with your outdoor rink, and then, because your intention isn't to have it in 2022 anyways? Would that work?
My intention is, I don't know if there's a cost to the design. So if there is a cost to the design, whether it's $10,000 or $20,000 for a design for something like that, that staff bring it back as a decision unit if there's a cost to it. Otherwise, yeah, it's just a memo to staff. So it's to explore if there's a cost to it or not.
So, okay, so let's do it as that then, that the design work for the community center at Ward Park be updated to today's pricing and standards for the purpose of being included in, but it's not the design. So why don't we just leave it as that the design work for the community center at Ward Park be updated to today's pricing and standards, period, and that the design for the community center include an outdoor skating pad the same size as the former indoor park at Ward Park, and that those be forwarded to council as decision units in the 2022 budget. Let's not worry about the purpose of including it in 2023. Let's just do the design for 2022, the update. Does that work?
Yeah, and that works. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that we're also waiting for a report in Q4 on outdoor rinks for Norland and Lindsay. So
I think you're right. I think that'll tie in with it.
it might tie in with it, yeah.
Okay, so are you okay with that?
Yep.
Sarah, do you have clarity on that? Okay, so you'll move that by Councillor Yeo, second by Councillor O'Reilly. Any questions? As a decision unit. All in favor? Passed. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Ashmore's memo, and again, let's do the roads first, so that the memorandum from Councillor Ashmore regarding decision unit for the 22 budget be received, that the following roads be brought forward as decision units in the 2022 budget process: Hawk Drive, the entire road, and Grassy Road from Hawk Drive to Emily Park Road, Cedar Glen Road from Highway 36 to Cedar Glen, Tracy's Hill Road from Sturgeon Road to Centerline Road, Queen Street from King Street to Mary Street, Omimi, including sidewalk rehab, Indian Trail, Pleasant Point, the entire road, in McGregor Drive and Bob Cajun, finish, I guess, what's left over from the 2019 life cycle extension, Centerline Road from Sunnywood Road to Kings Wharf Road, Charlotte Park Road, the entire loop, Pigeon Lake Road from Colony Road to Highway 36, and Clearview Drive and Clifford Drive, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Will you move that, Councillor Ashmore? We're going to come back to the others, but let's just deal with the roads.
I had a couple, okay, I'll move that.
You'll move that. Second by Councillor Yeo. Any questions for decision unit only in November? All in favor? That's passed.
I had a follow-up with that, if I could, please.
Yeah.
I just wanted to explain why. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Richardson for the support for Grassy Road, so that's an important, they go hand in hand. Hawk Drive is in Ward 6, and Grassy Road is split between Ward 6 and Ward 8, so it was her support.
This is already passed.
Okay,
so this has gone through to council. So
there were three things I wanted to mention. Now, some of these things that we just passed, we'll let them staff decide whether it's life cycle extension or rural resurfacing. But there were three things I wanted to mention, or if I could give you a motion here as a follow-up. Okay, that the following sections be considered for life cycle improvement program in 2022. Number one, St. Luke's Road from Sturgeon Road west to past St. Luke's School and Downeyville Hall. And number 2, Heights Road from south of Crosswinds to half a kilometer south of Mount Horeb Road. And 3, and I'll discuss this, Highway 36 to be placed under consideration for resurfacing. If I can get a motion, I'll explain that, or a seconder. Oh, I just want to talk about that. I know it's a big one. I'm not saying for next year. I just, it's for discussion, that one. I'm mentioning it because I think it's worthy of mention.
So what you're asking is these 3 roads be brought forward as decision units in the 2022 budget process. We're not putting them into a program because life cycle extension might not be the best program. We're just asking them as decision units to come forward. Let staff decide where they go and if they're already in a budget for this year. Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking for the first 2 to be in for consideration next year as decision units. St. Luke's Road and a little wee section of Heights Road. The 36, I'll just speak about that afterwards.
So the first 2 roads, so do you have that, Sarah? You have it? You're better than I am. So St. Luke's Road and a little bit of Heights Road be included as decision units in the 2022 budget process.
Right.
Okay, so that's your motion?
Yes.
Okay, so you're adding 2 roads. Councillor Yo's good seconding that. All in favor? That's passed. Now go ahead.
Okay.
What would you want to talk about Highway 36?
I'd just like to mention that. I sent a picture to council there this morning, and it was kind of late, but I sent a picture of what Highway 36 is starting to look like. It is crack sealed, and that's holding it up. That picture was taken between Post Road and Snug Harbor Road. County Road 36, I think it should be looked at in the next few years. It's our busiest road. It's the busiest road that we own. Highway 36 and number 7 are a little bit busier traffic-wise, but Highway 36 is our busiest road that we actually own, and I think it's worthy of staff looking at, reconstructing this or just repaving it. The base is great. It's just the pavement is getting pretty tired.
So why don't you do that as a separate memo? And just ask staff to, review the road and where it is in a program and bring back a report to council, because it's obviously not going to get approved in 2022.
No, that's fine.
So why don't you just do that in November or whatever at our next committee of the whole meeting, and then we can get it into the process for a report back in the spring.
That'll be great.
Okay?
Thanks. Yep.
So let's go up to your top comments here, 1 to 5. So you got Omemee Downtown Revitalization, City of Kawartha Lakes portion amounting to approximately $150,000. This is for the life cycle extension? And you're, right?
No, this is for the connecting link, sorry.
Yeah.
Connecting
Oh, yeah,
links.
yeah, sorry, connecting links, that's what I
Connecting
meant. This is if we get the grant, you want to put the city's portion aside
Yeah,
if we get the grant.
we have to commit a certain amount, and that's roughly about 10% of what the project would be. Consider if it's around $2 million, if we do get that grant. So 150 would be our, if you correct me if I'm wrong, CEO, 150 would be about the amount that we would potentially match in order to qualify for that, in order to get that grant.
Okay, so I don't think we need to do it as a decision unit, but I don't think there's any harm in putting it in as a decision. Am I correct? I mean, if we get the grant, we're gonna come up with the funding that we need to, but the councilors just wants to bring it forward. Is there any downside to bringing it forward as a decision unit?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no downside. In fact, staff at a previous meeting already committed to putting it in as a staff decision unit, so this is now being council-driven as well, but it'll be the same, and we'll fine-tune the number that's needed.
Okay, so we can include that as a decision unit. It's already going to be in there. Number 2, the Omemee Splash Pad Seed Fund, approximately $15,000. This one's a little tougher because council hasn't approved this project yet. We've just approved a report back to see how this would roll out and what would be the plan, what are the timelines, and what's it going to cost and everything else. We haven't even seen that report, so council hasn't approved that project, so I think council's going to struggle having a decision unit for seed funding for something we haven't even approved yet.
You're right. The report has to come back to council, and the reason I put it in there was that we're going to have community participation, community financial contributions, and they're asking, is the city committed to at least starting the project? That's the reason why I put it in there, and it's not going to be constructed next year. We're looking at 2023 or 2024, hopefully 2023. But the reason I put it in there was that just to show that we've got an amount of money that the city is investing in it, and we're going to get quite a good support from the community, whether it's individuals or corporations or community groups, or they've committed and they've let me know that they want to participate in this program, so this project, and they're really gung-ho about it, and they're excited, and they just want to see that we're on board. I know we have to get
Council's
this-
on board because we
Yeah, okay.
supported the report, right? We can't ask council to support a decision unit for a project we haven't approved yet. So I think you need to if you just respectfully let the report come back, and if council decides to proceed with this project, then we can start making some decisions about seed money. I think it's premature, and I don't think it's just not gonna fly right now. Okay? Just leave it. But I think you've got the commitment from council that we want to see a report, so the community knows that. Coronation Hall building repairs, number 3. I don't know, you got to be a little more specific. What do you?
Well, I guess is Director Shanks on board still, or is he still there?
Oh, I think Director Shanks likes to hang out with us, so he's probably there somewhere. There he is.
Great. So I had a tour of this building. I mean, obviously, but I had a tour with York Peterson. This is back in late 2019. He just explained to me the reasonings why we have to at least spend some money on this building, just structurally, to make sure everything's fine. It's not that it's in a position where it's going to be, in bad repair. It's just preventative work, so maintenance. So what I'm saying is that we should, and we've been talking about this, and it was in the budget last year or the year before. There was a line about this, the Coronation Hall, that we at least put some sort of money in for capital repairs. Not a huge amount, but maybe the director can explain or add to that.
Yeah, Director Shanks, I do believe he's right. I think I remember seeing something that got deferred just for budget reasons. You had other priorities, obviously. Can you give us a quick update on what this would entail?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, it was deferred last year. It is once again currently in the 2022 capital budget request that staff are bringing forward. The exact amount is $40,000. It's to address the deterioration of the building envelope due to some deferred maintenance and weathering. So currently right now, there is a request for $40,000. So I would suggest this does not need to be there for a decision unit standpoint, because it is within the staff request within the budget at present.
Okay, he's good. Okay, don't go away. Kings Wharf boat launch clean out. We have a boat launch. He's gone. We have a boat launch program. So I guess what you're asking is that the Kings Wharf boat launch clean out be brought forward as a decision unit to be included in the 2022 boat launch program, or considered in the 2022 boat launch program. Is that
considered? And another request would be if it could be moved from a Class C to a Class B, but that's another question or another request. But at least to have it on the list to be cleaned out, because right now it's basically non-functional. It's to the point now where if we don't do something about it, it's not gonna have any use at all. It needs to be maintained, and at least get it on the list for maintenance.
okay? Director Shanks, any issues bringing forward a decision unit for the boat launch to be included in the program or considered in the program for 2022? You can give us the information then.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, I don't know if there's a decision unit standpoint that will be required, because it would be an operational matter for anything to be done. So it does get reviewed, and there is some maintenance done to it annually. You might not recall, but going back to 2002, there's been a number of requests through the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, as well as the Trans Severn Parks Canada, to do work on this site. There's had to be permits applied for. We've been unsuccessful in getting them. So basically there is no dredging allowed or permitted within that area. They did provide a permit in 2005 to do a very limited scope of work. It was roughly $15,000 to do some work. The reason why it is a Class C, and the original report back to council from 2008 it was, and I realize that's a long time ago, so it can certainly be reviewed again. But the reason why it was a Class C boat launch is because it's been designated to be used simply for small vessels, so kayaks, canoes, small fishing boats. It's not ever to be meant to to launch your larger style boats. It's just not feasible from that standpoint. So just not sure what a decision unit would come from it. We certainly will review it as we do annually and do maintenance that's required. And then any in-water work that would be required, we would certainly have to submit a permit for to Parks Canada to do. And if there is something that is required, we would certainly follow up with that permit.
Thank you. What do you want to do? You satisfied with that answer?
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be moved up the scale for a Class B. It's Class C, it's fine. It's for smaller vessels and boats.
Director's going to review it, so
That's fine,
I need to keep going here.
That's
'cause
fine. Yeah.
Are you good leaving it out of the decision units for now?
That's fine.
Okay. And then the only other one you have here is the purchase of the adjoining lot for parking at Coronation Hall. And I'm just going to, that's a realty services matter. That's, when we purchase property, that's closed session. We don't want to let anybody know we're excited about buying a piece of property, because then we don't negotiate very well. So we're going to keep that enclosed. That has to come back as a report if we want to go there. So I'll ask you to do that as a separate, that's not a decision unit for budget. So the only one that we've got then is the Omemee Downtown revitalization, portion amount approximately 150, be brought forward in the 2022 budget as a decision unit for possible consideration. Moved by Councillor Ashmore, second by Councillor O'Reilly. All in favor? That's passed. Okay. We're good. We're going on to 8.7 is the memorandum from Councillor Elmsley. I think it's straightforward. Regarding decision units, the following roads be brought forward as decision units in the 2022 budget. Chambers Road from Mark Road to Highway 35, Kelly's Bay from County Road 30 to the end of Kelly's Bay, West Street South from Lindsay Street to Whitewood, Queen Street from Coburn to the end of Queen Street, and Moorings Drive, re-gravel the entire road, that they be brought forward as decision units, and that this recommendation be forwarded to council. Moved by Councillor Elmsley, second by Councillor Yeo.
Yeah, absolutely. Has anybody been down West Street? I applaud the councillor for bringing it forward.
West Street?
He's a doozy.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. Any questions, comments on the roads? All in favor? That's passed. 8.8 is decision units from Councillor Richardson. So let's do the roads. 1 to 6, so that these following roads be brought forward as decision units in the 2022 budget. Palmer Avenue in Bethany, Wilson Street and George Street in Bethany, Sandaraska Road, Cedarview Drive in Omemee, Cadillac Boulevard in Omemee, and Cottingham Road, Grassy Road, and Hawk Drive in Omemee. Has that been covered by Councillor Ashmore's? Cottingham Road hasn't. Grassy Hawk and Hawk Drive have. So then the last one, Cadillac Boulevard in Omemee, and then Cottingham Road. That's it? That they be considered in the 2022 decision, that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration. Moved by Councillor Richardson, second by Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? That's passed. Digital speed signs?
Would you like me to speak to that?
Well, yeah, we've kind of got a bit of an overview today on where we're going with the signs and stuff, so
Yeah,
I'm just
no,
wondering.
and I recognize that after today, I mean, we got the presentation on the radar signs, which could be revenue neutral. I was just looking at those digital signs that you can put in the communities that, slow down, thumbs up, to maybe hit some of our higher traffic communities that are having speeding issues. So I'm just looking for a cost on those.
We just bought a bunch of those, didn't we? Didn't we buy those last year in the budget and we moved them around to different communities? Do you? Is that the cat's eyes things that I didn't know what the heck they were? So you're looking to buy more? Any idea how many more?
Well, I said to mirror the new speed reduction program that we're putting across the city of Kawartha Lakes. So whatever that is through.
Well, the speed reduction's going in 16 different municipalities, and then you'd be talking one at each end of every hamlet and everything. So I'm talking about a whole lot of money. Are you?
Okay, Councillor Yeo.
You have any other?
Well, I just wonder if I could offer something up, because I was actually going to bring this forward at some point, but it was low on my priority list at this time of year. But I was going to actually bring forward a memo to ask staff to bring back maybe an idea on a vehicle to supply these things at a cost to associations and stuff, because I get a lot of call for them. And if an association is willing to ante up the money for one, then maybe we could use our buying power to buy them in bulk. And so maybe something like that might work, and maybe it's something the councillor and I can work on and bring back at a future meeting.
Okay with that?
That works for me.
That makes sense. I think we're rolling out this speed sign, let it roll out. It's not even rolled out yet. So to start buying things to say slow down when we haven't even told you to slow down yet to 40, right? It's nice compliment to what we're already doing. I think if you let that roll out, get a memo back, and then we can put a bit of a program in place, it'd be a nice compliment. So if you're okay with that? All right. Okay, on to 8.9, which is Councillor Dunn's memo, which is pretty self-explanatory. I'll say the crosswalks are kind of similar to the road. You did have a memo that came forward requesting this, so this will match up with the memo. We'll get the information back. They're just being asked as decision units, so we'll get the big picture. So I would just suggest that the projects be brought forward as decision units in the 2022 budget, a crosswalk at Victoria Avenue North and the entrance of the Victoria Rail Trail, and the placement of bollards at the entrance of the Victoria Rail Trail and the junctions of Victoria Avenue North and Eglinton Street, a crosswalk at the Victoria Rail Trail and William Street North, a crosswalk at Angeline Street North and Chadwin Drive, and a crosswalk at Angeline Street North and Joseph Avenue, and that these recommendations be brought forward to council at the next regular council meeting. I think that matches up with your memo, and I will just get everything. We'll have all the information to make a decision. You'll move it? Councillor Dunn, seconded by Councillor Elmsley. Any questions? All in favor? That's passed. And then we have Councillor Vale. Councillor Vale's memo. Just kidding. Yeah, these aren't quite so straightforward. So I guess, what are the road ones that we're looking at? So let me just pull out the road ones. So the paving, so Taylor's Road from Highway 7 to Quaker Road, number 8, right? Royal Oak Road from White Rock Road to Simcoe Street, so number 7. So let's do those two first, because the other ones are a bit more conversation. So let's do that those two roads be brought forward as decision units in the 2022 budget process, and that recommendation come forward. Will you move that, Councillor Vale? Oh, Councillor O'Reilly will second. All in favor? That's passed. So the only concern I have, and maybe CAO can, if I'm off base here, but some of these other ones you're asking, like the right turn lane, creation of a crosswalk at a school, another crosswalk, establishment of a pump park, and then, so let's do those ones. Those are almost ones I would think we would need a staff report back on to see about feasibility and what's involved, and then warrants, and then decide as a council whether staff, you want to put your microphone on?
Those areas have been looked at, especially Little Britain, right?
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking for them, because nothing's gone on with them.
So you asked for a report on them, and it came to council, nothing
No,
happened?
they've looked at it. Staff has looked at it, but it's never gone any further than that. The warrants have been done, all that stuff. If we want to report back, that's fine, but we need to start doing some stuff.
Well, it's up to you. I'm just making suggestions. You've got a lot of different.
All I look at with the crosswalks is it's a crosswalk. And the Manila one you're aware of because you've gotten the emails and everything too to access the park. So from my way of thinking, a crosswalk to allow the residents in the woods of Manila to cross Simcoe Street to access an additional park is a much more cost-effective method than what they want to go through, which is purchasing land to build a park because they don't have anything.
So crosswalk in Little Britain on Eldon Road by Dr. George Hall Public School, and a crosswalk in Manila located at the intersection of Simcoe Street and Edward Street be brought forward as decision units in the 2022 budget process. You want to do those two? You'll move it. Second by Councillor O'Reilly. Any questions? All in favor? So that's passed. So there's the two crosswalks and the two roads.
If you want,
can we get
the pump park for Little Britain? I would, if we can have a report come back in Q2 of next year with a plan and pricing and everything, and then we can have a discussion for 23 on that. That's fair. I can live with that.
So the feasibility of a pump park at the Little Britain Community Park be referred to staff and brought back for a report costing and such in Q2 of 2022. You'll move? I have no idea, but I guess we'll find out.
So included in the memo is some information on it. Basically, it's a multi-use park. It can be used by skateboards, bikes, walkers, all that stuff. The closest one right now is Uxbridge, which a lot of people from our community is traveling to or whatever, and they've asked for it.
Okay, so we'll make sure staff know what it is before we ask them to report back on it. All right, so you'll move that, seconded by Councillor Riley. We'll figure it out. All in favor? This is for a report back in the spring. Okay, that's passed. Environmental assessment for a second water source in the village of Woodville. To me, that's a completely separate memo, EA process, water and wastewater budget.
How about I tell you we don't need an EA, that the well already exists, that it just needs to be put online.
And you think it's that easy? Is it that easy?
Well, the report's existed since 2012.
Well, how about a memo then to, I mean, can we refer to staff for a report back on what's involved in an environmental assessment for a second water? Is that your wording? No. So how about refer that to staff for a report back for an environmental assessment for a second water source, options for a second water source in the village?
So I would change that. So if we're going to do it that way, then I'd like a report back by the end of Q4 this year as to bringing the test well on the city-owned property on White Rock Road online for a blend to the Woodville water system.
And report back by Q4 2021. Do you have that, Sarah? Okay. You're good. Okay. Moved by Councillor Vail, second by Councillor Yeo. All in favor? That's passed. And then what did I miss? Life cycle extension, and that's the report attached to your memo, which is a massive report. And I think your intention was at some point we should talk about a plan for it. What are you proposing?
Well, I'd like staff to look at phasing it in over 3 to 5 years, starting in 22. I think the report makes sense, and it affects all of our wards, right? And at the end of the day, it's a cost savings measure because we're spending more money, to Mike Farquhar's point, right? So we're spending more money sending graders and material to these little places where there's nothing else around than what it would cost to just pave them and be done with them, right? If we can phase it in.
So, and you're saying suggest it be we start the process in 2022? So how about that the report or the local asphalt road section candidates listed in ENG 2021-014 with the addition of Farms Road be brought forward as a decision unit with staff recommendations on how to options to roll this plan out over the next 5 years. Okay, does that work? Then we can at least, as a decision unit, if we need to start it in 2022, it's there. Okay? You good with that, Sarah? Okay, second. Councillor Yeo? Anything else? Any questions on that one? I think it's a plan we all agreed was a good plan. We just got to figure out how we're going to pay for it all, so. Okay, all in favor? And that's passed. Okay. Did I miss number 1? I thought I did. The right turn lane at Simcoe Street and River Street. Well, I think that's probably a refer back to staff for a warrant to, if you're okay with that, the formation of a right turning lane at Simcoe Street and River Street in Seagrave be referred to staff for a report back Q1 2022 on warrants or whatever it is we do when we look at a turning lane. Moved by Councillor Vail. That is in Kawartha Lakes. You second it? Second by Councillor Elmsley. All in favor? That's passed. Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Seymour Fagans is the last one, and it's just roads. So that the following roads be brought forward as a decision unit in the 2022 budget process. 11th concession from Pinery Road to County Road 121. Shuttleworth Road from County Road 24 to and including Wildflower Road. And Everett Road from Highway 35 to Duncombe Drive. And that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Moved by Councillor Yeo, seconded by Councillor Elmsley. All in favor? And that's passed. And I need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Yeo, second by Councillor O'Reilly. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you.